Hello, everyone. How is it going today? It's good to see you. How is everyone doing? Sorry, I had to quickly process that. I literally just woke up. I stayed up too late, edited a video and played Empire at War. So I literally woke up at 9:55. It is now 10:10. So I have my coffee here, and I am ready to do approximately what's going to be account for just 8 hours of voice acting. My voice is going to suck at the end of this. EP so true, so true. I am very EP today. But yes, I'm gonna get this off right off the bat right away. This game is I'm gonna have you guys interact with me a lot, similar to King of the Castle, where I want to be making decisions with you guys. It's not gonna have the same voting system as King of the Castle. This is a very narrative heavy game from what I played in the Discord. If you guys were there at like 1 a.m. in the Discord when I happened to play this last time, just to test it out, you'll know what it's like. That was this little test game here. Oh, look at that. We played it exactly at 1:02 a.m. I didn't even see that, honestly. But yes, aside from that, hello everyone. How's it going today? I finally got everything working. Yesterday, just nothing worked. My tablet was completely dead, even though I thought I had it on the charger all night. Turns out it wasn't plugged in. So the tablet was completely dead yesterday, followed by OBS, which just constantly crashed the desktop. So I did a complete reinstall of OBS, and I had to redo all my settings. I was very annoyed. So I even tried like verifying file integrity, like the equivalent, and it was not good. Least Scuffston day, honestly. So I just canceled yesterday because I was like, you know what, I don't want to deal with this. So I will move the lesson to probably after FTD on Monday. I normally want to reserve lessons for Saturdays, but we've lost almost 3 weeks now because of various issues here and there. So I just want to get it done. Oh, I forgot the ads. Of course I did. Of course I did. Here, let me actually get... There we go. We have music now. I was just thinking about that. Probably want some music. Can I change it so even if I click out, it doesn't... Can I not change that? I guess I can't change that. Okay. That is perfectly a-okay. But yeah, so I do recommend that if you don't want to actively take part in politics, just leave a lurk, listen to this almost like an audiobook. This is a very narrative-heavy game, and it's very fun. It's also very dialogue-heavy, so I am going to try my best to do some voice acting for it, because that's something I've been wanting to get more into. Don't expect great things there. I'm not a voice actor, not yet, but I want to try it out, you know? Anyway, aside from that, good morning to M3 Lee. Congratulations on first. Good morning to Quarry, Gravitas, Driver, LO. Just gonna work because I'm playing Lancer. Lol, Arrow could never. But have fun with Lancer. Let me know about your game once it's up. Gremlin, good to see you. Crispy, good to see you. Alright, and I believe that actually... Oh, hey, and there's Cruiser. I was gonna say, I believe that covers everyone. Voice actorston? I'll try. Let's get started, shall we? Alright, game name will just be... So I know from experience that the game name doesn't change anything in game, so I guess we'll just go with, The main character is called Anton Rain, so we'll go with Anton Rain as the game name. The Republic, that was such a better name, why didn't I think of that? Can I go back? I can, let's go. There we go, the Republic. So, I'm gonna play this first one as, I don't want to say it's just myself, because I don't really want to, yeah, let's not say as myself. Torpor mode. Oh, wait, this game forces you into Iron Man before it allows you to, disable, that's crazy, you have to beat the main story in order to disable Iron Man, that's actually crazy, I love that. Alright, well, we'll play as Sordland then. Yes, so, Anton Rain. He is the 4th president of Sordland. Anton Rain has been elected the 4th president of Sordland amidst a deep recession, demands for reform, and external pressures. His victory followed a campaign focused on turning a new page and recovery from economic hardship, striking a chord with a divided electorate. Ah, sorry, I needed some water. Now, as his administration takes shape, uncertainty lingers in the halls of power. Reign faces a nation burdened by institutional fatigue, cautious optimism, and the quiet urgency of change. And then here's Sordland. Also, can we talk about how much I love this flag? I might copy the... Because like, everyone always does blue, red, white tricolors. We never really get like alternate tricolors, aside from like Ireland, and there was another nation that had one slightly off. Also, is that a Canadian pale? No, it's a reverse pale, because look, the outer edge is longer than the inner edge. Okay. Regardless of my love of Archaeology, chat, let's get into the game, shall we? My allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. I tell that to Em anytime she mentions the Empire. It's so much fun being in her chat at like 5 a.m. and just being, my allegiance to the Republic. You are my enslavement and my freedom. You are my flesh, burning like a raw summer night. You are my country. Alright, chat. So, 1908 in the Kingdom of Sordland. You opened your eyes to this world. You came from, we can either be a wealthy family in the city of Blackhaven, a middle-income family in the city of Holsword, or an impoverished family in the city of Deer. You need to space out the roar by a few consonants. No, guys, you can't be teaching each other roar speak. That's gonna make us look like a cult. We talked about this. Democracy is far better than democracy. Because the flag contains purple? Well, that's not purple, that's maroon. There's a difference. I'm glowing it? Hell yeah, syrup. Talking about glow syrup, I put the BP for the diamond in the in FTD general chat earlier. If you're interested in taking a crack at it, I just don't want to finish it. But I figured if it's glow, might need the hull, because that's a good hull. It's just not something I want to do. Be working Classton? Alright, chat, is that what we're looking at here? Do we want to be working Chatston? Well, also keep in mind, impoverished family doesn't necessarily mean I work. Probably means I work, but doesn't necessarily. Anyway, it does seem like, wealthy, so you can be the ruling class and communist. Okay, so I feel like we're gonna have a difference of politics in chat here. This is one of those times where I wish I had that, like a little plugin that would just let you guys, like, do polls super easily. I don't know if mods can make polls or predictions, but... Alright. So we have one person being wealthy, we have another saying be poor, so we'll go middle income. I think mods should be able to. Corey, do you know if you can make a poll? This game would be so good with Twitch integration, honestly. Just imagine having chat decide each decision for you based on a vote. We're probably not gonna do it this time, because I feel like I'll reserve the votes for the big ones. So let's go with middle income. We'll go straight down the middle. Your parents named you Anton. As the only child of a diligent civil servant, you lived quite an ordinary childhood. Life was not bad. You were lucky enough to attend a well-known public school. Frequent fights broke out at the Rain family home, which makes you feel uneasy. Oh god, no, my parents, please. You can't just unlurk Corey, oh my god. But yeah, seems I can. Alright, so yeah, maybe for big decisions we can do polls. I don't want to do one every time, because that will get, like, really, that will get a little bit obnoxious, but... For big decisions, it could be an idea. Alrighty. So, my parents, frequently fight. During a history class at school, the bell started to ring unexpectedly. You heard a loud commotion outside. As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, the principal announced a historic revolution. The kingdom was no more. The Republic of Sordland was born. Did not fully understand. You were happy you had the day off. You were somewhat worried. 1908 to 1923. How old was I when the Republic was formed? How old would I have been? That's 15, I want to say. Fish for One has joined our collection. Oh, hey, Fish for One, welcome in. Sorry, I thought that was a lurk message, and I thought someone lurked Fish, and I was like, oh, is Neko here? But no, welcome in, it's good to see you. 15 or so? Yeah, I thought so, okay. Alright, chat, am I worried about the formation of a republic? Or are we happy that we had the day off? I feel like at 15... Well, actually, no, I was gonna say I feel like at 15 I don't care about politics, but I was really super vested into politics at 15. We won't get into that time of my life, but... Let's say I did not fully understand, because that's how I was when I was 15. I didn't fully understand. I gotta sneeze right here. Months after the Republic was proclaimed, life around you changed. You watched friends and family face uncertainty, economic hardship, scattered unrest, and resistance from those tied to the old order. In their struggle, you envied those who escaped it all and wished for an easier path, saw both pain and perseverance and sought balance between the two, felt the weight they carried and chose... Okay, so this is just if it's easy, hard, or normal. I gotta sneeze again, I apologize. No, we're good. We survived. Mildly into politics when I was a teenager, not a good kind of politics though. Okay, see, M3, I had the same experience. I was very impressed, like... I think I always use myself as the best example of even intelligent people can fall for propaganda. Because... Actually, I'll just say it, you know? Growing up, I was in small town, decently rural. I was actually surprisingly far right-wing. And it wasn't a malicious right-wing, it was just I was exposed to talking points online that specifically target young men. And that's how they get you, right? So for me, that's what happened to me. I went to university, I immediately unlearned all that. I was like, you know what, wow, like that's crazy. But yeah. Perfectly balanced. I'm saying hi. Hello, Fish4, how's it going? Let me know if I can just call you Fish. I gotta blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back, chat. Alright, it seems like I'm having a little bit of a bloody nose. I'm just gonna sit here with a Kleenex and ignore it. And hopefully it goes away. Which means we're gonna have a new voice here. Also, I eat rocks too. Oh, based! Let's go! Love your emails so much. Oh, I'm glad to hear that! That's so good. Almost got to the far right rabbit hole, like a identitarianist and pan-European movement. Thank God I got out of it. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, keep in mind, nobody is stupid for falling for propaganda. They specifically tailor it and, well, yeah, they specifically tailor it to you as a like, you know, to your demographic usually. I know, like, for me, I got into it because of a variety of reasons. But the majority of it was just I was a young impressionable kid that they were targeting because that's what they wanted. They wanted, you know, young men in the movement. I got out. Not everyone did. It's just one of those things. It's scary how it kind of echoed the same for me. Yeah, it's just rocks. Like sometimes it's campus rocks, sometimes it's iron. I eat rocks. Based, hell yeah. I wasn't political when I was young, but I was generally like philosophically socialist and left to be not particularly online or concrete in my politics. Yeah. What is a roll? Oh, no. No, don't worry about it. Please, no. Fish just got here, Gremlin. What are you doing? Fish, I'm sorry to report, but yes, chat has started a cult around me. Please don't feel pressured to join. You don't have to. They're very silly. You don't never feel pressured to join. But, yes. I want to join. No, you guys got another one. How? Let's go with a normal run. I want to see what this game has to offer. I want to struggle and have fun. After graduating, you passed the university exam with high marks. You had the opportunity to choose between several studies. We could choose law, economics, or history. Now, I know during Discord, talking of propaganda, the indoctrination must start early. No. Me? Yeah, everyone's susceptible to propaganda. We don't want to, you know, like, it's not anyone's fault. The cult, let me walk right, or sorry, the Rolt, let me walk right in. Just remember, Rorston's more sacrifice than a Jesus figure. Yes, talking about Florston dying for your sins, chat. I forgot to enable him today. One second. For those of you that don't know Florston, it is the little guy, one of the emotes there. That is Florston. He was the first emote we ever had on this channel, actually. There we go. Alright, sacrifice. No, oh my god, you guys even got the new... You guys got the new guy speaking roar speak. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Please.
Rustin,
yeah, what's up?
I have a message from the field, the third.
Oh, okay. I always love the Snomson emote. It's Goober and Eon hype. Yeah, no, Translate really fucking cooked on it. She was so good on that. Alright. Obviously, I think we pick history here. We'll go for a different one in the future, but we gotta do history. Yes, oh my god, you guys are giving Fish the entire... We also have our own language roar speak, replace every vowel with roar. I think Fish is ahead of you, Gremlin. Sack roar fice, Shame about the Snomson's emote's new meaning. No, that is not canon. Snomston, that is not canon. I remember the first time I watched your stream, I adopted roar speak and cannibalism immediately. Yeah, I know. Well, to be fair, the cannibalism is less of an issue because only really Carson enforced that. I don't think Corey enforces that. But, there we go, sorry. During the first years, you attended a lecture with David Whiskey. Whiskey? That could be Whiskey or Whiskey. I'm gonna go with Whiskey, just because it's funny. David Whiskey. He was a well-known diplomat from the Foreign Ministry and son of the president. After observing the hall in silence, he explained why realpolitik is important for successful foreign policy. He argued that a strategy based... Sorry, mouse was in the way. A strategy based on practical and material factors would be much more successful in reaching Sordland's ambitions. So definitive realpolitik is I absolutely agree in principle. Fucking love me some good realpolitik. Soldiers entered the campus in the evening ahead of the first election. Many were in shock as the uniformed men created a security cordon and started arresting the teachers. A group of students started gathering in protest, along with your best friend, Peter Beckturn. You decide to... Obviously, we are going to, we're going to join the protest. One of the officers made a loud announcement that echoed through the campus. General Lidarin declared martial law in order to restore the administration. Please stand back and disperse to your rooms. You joined the students that slowly marched towards the large group of soldiers. Suddenly, the soldiers charged. The student fell and was trampled as everyone started running away. We'll hold our ground. Soldiers beat you relentlessly. It was a queen. Okay, Corey, I literally said... I could never deprive Carson of his glory in the Great Cannibalism Wars. Look, Carson's a war hero, okay? Let him rest. Let Carson rest. He's a war hero. Oh no, Fish, please. Fish. That's roarsome. I just realized that's awesome. The Snom trade in Sons of Six was done by you, Roy. No, look, we use Snom as a censor word. It doesn't mean Snom supports it, okay? Thank you for the stretch for New Record. How's it going today? It's good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Protestant, roar, executed, no roars for a wick roar. Oh my god, guys, please. So it was funny because during the Discord test of this, I made a note and specifically said to Corey, okay, we get beat up if we don't run away. Let's change that when we do that on stream. I forgot. I've been better, but I've also been worse. What have you been up to? Mostly just doing FTD lately. Been doing a lot of projects. Starting a lot. Surprisingly, finishing quite a few. Not as many as I'd like, though. He, Carson, is a war hero. He needs rest. Yes, Carson was a war hero in the slow boy wars of 2024. For Gorston, honestly. The coup split the students into two groups and caused frequent fights. Torture and imprisonment of any opposing voice became a daily routine in Deer. You didn't want to stay idle and decided to join a human rights group, a student council, or a political debate group. I kind of like joining the student council still, because like I'm a history guy, not really a political guy. I'm not really. I can't say I'm not really a human rights guy. All right, yeah, you know, we're just gonna go student council. I won't say why we didn't pick number one. Okay. You can't join a para-war military? Just give it a second. I tune in. The first time I read is the soldiers beat you up. The first off, they didn't beat me up. They beat me relentlessly. Those are two different vibes. Alright. Also, let's move chat over to be over top of me. There we go. Alrighty. The council was focused on increasing the student involvement in the campus, along with partaking in the budget. Through active participation, you gained budget management and leadership skills. In one of the meetings, Peter Bechtern introduced you to a classmate of his, Monica. You were immediately attracted to her intelligence, her beauty, or her diligence. You know, I will say, intelligence and diligence are pretty attractive. It's already a tall anime boy. He basically screams student council. One second, should I get like a version where I have like the tie, but it's untied and wrapped around my shoulder, like, you know, like over my shoulders? With, like, the buttons open? Is that what you're saying I should do, chat? Hi, Jort. Thank you. Yeah, rocks and artifacts. I do apologize. I'm quite nasal today. I've been outside quite a lot the last few days, and I don't think I have a pollen allergy, but it's starting to affect me, it seems. Yes, I would be fine with that. Let's say intelligence. She mentioned to you that she was a volunteer for the Swordfish League of Women, an organization campaigning for women's rights. You told her you wholeheartedly supported her cause, or weren't particularly interested in women's rights, but asked her to dinner nonetheless. That's crazy! On Pride Month too? No, we wholly support women. I know Pride Month isn't just about women, but I support everyone's rights. It's humans' rights here. Misogynist returns. No, it doesn't. I supported women's rights. Shut the fuck up, Gravitas. Fortune Rorsum. Jesus Christ, Sheepachu. Negative Riz Mog. Alright, here's a big one, chat. We can join the Red Youth or the Young Swords, or we can stay away from any political organization. Now, my personal vote here is I think we should be neutral this first run. I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens if we're, join the red team. No. Yeah, do we do red versus blue, or do we stay a neutral? Join the People's Death Squad, rah! Oh my god, guys. We need a poll system? Yeah, this one's a big one where I think a poll would actually make a lot of sense. Also, hilarious enough, this is still the tutorial. This isn't even the tutorial. This is just the exposition. And the character setup. Where is it? Unwork Quarry. Stop unworking Quarry, guys. I got the poll, don't worry. I have no idea what's going on. We are playing as Anton Rain, the future president of Sordland. Aside from that, we're just going through the history of Sordland right now. So right now we're at the coup of 27. It's like the bite of 87, but more political, and a lot more people died. Young Swords or neutral. I'll give you guys 3 minutes to 2-minute vote. We're all here and everyone's paying attention, right? There we go. Is that the coup of 27? It's the coup of 27. TF2 Prorgers. Don't say Prorgers instead of just say Poggers, please. Oh my god, you guys are so communist. 6 of you immediately went for the red youth. None of you wanted to be neutral? You're gonna make me be a communist on my first run? You guys know my opinion on communism. I love socialism, hate communism. Or speak of Progers. Wouldn't there still be 2 G's even if it's Progers? That, you know what? No, now that I say it out loud, I really don't like that word. Oh boy, I sure hope no one I sure hope no one roar speaks what was it, Mpog. We all revolt on the work conditions you inflict on your builders? You know what? That would make sense why so many of you are communists. You have been auto-balanced to red team. I've seen too much Emperor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was my issue too. Emperor Grorg. Emperor. Jesus Christ. This is a socialist movement now. Okay, I see we're going socialist. Which is really funny because everyone in the Discord supported staying neutral, so it's interesting how many of you support going communist now. Literally a single vote for not communism roars the means of reduction. The roar list. The Schwarzel list, that's what you'd say about it. God, I hate how fluent I'm becoming in this. Alright. The Red Youth wins, so we'll join the Red Youth. The radio relayed that the communist general Rickard surrounded Luderin and his troops, demanding their surrender. They refused, and heavy fighting broke out across the country. You just couldn't believe it. The army was fighting amongst themselves. Sordland plunged into chaos. Rickard's sudden attack caused more instability in the country, but compared to the nationalist Luderin, he was a real socialist. This convinced you to participate in a support march. You were chanting, freedom, equality, and solidarity works the world unite, or bring down the nationals. Okay, are we gonna be, are we gonna be vanguardists, chat? Are we gonna be vanguard communists? God, you guys are gonna make me pick, like, some really fucked decisions, I feel. No, they're not communist. They support democracy, so the Red Youth is more of 1920s SPD. Do they? Gotta go? Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, Freddy. Roar production? No, don't say roar production. Workers of the World Unite gets you shot by the Americans. Yo, what is them? Workers of the World Unite. Alright, seems like you guys want me to be Workers of the World Unite. You were marching under the protection of Rickard's soldiers. Students supporting Luderin's coup gathered a few hundred meters in front of you. Many nationalists were among them. You knew something was going to happen. I will stay. There was a massive clash between the two sides. Soldiers began to beat the students. Tanks started rolling for... Oh, wait a second, chat. I've seen this one before. Look, there's an 89 right there. Roar of no idea what's... Okay, I have no idea what's happening. I'm here for the communism, not the Kopesh. Chat, they sent in the Kopesh. Save her. Say, you saw a young girl about to get run over by a tank. Oh, I could just warn her. It's fine. No. I didn't even read the rest of that. Jesus Christ. All right. We're saving her. Okay, but are we really gonna... Do not become the Kopesh. The Kopesh needs to go 6-4, chat. Not it's at 5 and 4 right now. It needs to go 6 and 4. Square where nothing happened. To roar him in square is shit crazy. Koprosh. If I was there. Kopesh is the 10k design from the depths, Koitzor. It was my first design ever gotten into the game, and it's used for a lot of memes. It's also a surprisingly competent design. The Kopesh unironically sounds like a terrible tank for representing the people. It's made of wood. Imagine trying to run over students out of a tank that's from the motor. Okay, but counterpoint, the name itself, Kopesh, it's a sickle sword. Sickles are used to mow down the wheat and chaff. If I was there, I would say skill issue, just dodge the tank. Yeah, why does the little girl just iframe the tank, honestly? It attracts it with flesh till they seize up and fall. Let's run to save her. Oh my god, you couldn't reach her in time. Oh no. Oh, oh no. Just perfect parry the cannon. She missed the parry window on the tracks, I think. Scorch! Oh no! 1,000-yard stare is so honest and psychological horror stick. Alrighty. I feel like if I had tried to warn her, it said it would have been caught up in the noise. I think the Kopesh going 1-0 is a canon event, chat. Psychological horror, honestly. Never forget her face. The clashes escalated into a full-blown civil war. The horrors made you isolate yourself for a while. Monica helped you cope, and love grew between the two of you. However, it was a difficult time for love. The chaos has to end. The charismatic colonel, Tarkin Sol, orchestrated a sudden attack on the capital where the Ludernus and Ricardus forces were battling each other. He defeated both, ended the war. A new constitution was written, and the military government began efforts to restore stability. Many people saw the colonel as a savior. He formed the United Sordland Party, and ran as a presidential candidate in the first ever single-party elections. Yeah, let's vote for the USP. USP won the election by a large majority. The military government announced a 4-year restoration period to transform to an entirely civilian government. I gotta blow my nose again, I apologize. You guys know how it is, like when you only have like one nostril clear, and so like the other nostril is very noticeably gone. That's how I am right now. It sucks. When Roastin trauma dumps on a woman, seeing a girl get squished by a tank, he gets it up. When I trauma dump on people, they lock me in a padded room. Oh my god! Anyway, I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go flip the AC on. Alright, I'm back. After graduation, you kept seeing Monica. You were both interested in marrying and starting a family. However, a letter arrived from the military, calling you to fulfill your compulsory service. It was time to serve your national duty. The devastating civil war from neighboring Wayland quickly turned into a proxy war between regional and world powers. The distinguished Major, Yosef Lancia, ordered you to lead your squad on a border patrol mission. It was a very cold winter night when you began marching out of Gumrin Outpost. After several hours of marching through the snowy hills, distant noises were heard. Visibility was too low to confirm the source, so the squad called forward in formation and found a spot to observe. A group of refugees had made it beyond the border fence. You? Alright, chat, do we escort them back or let them slip through? Let's decide our immigration policy, chat. Why not? Border patrol. Oh my god, conscripted. Got 2 nosebleeds from blowing too much. Yeah, that happens to me a lot when I'm sick too. Storf's noses are most unfortunate, true. Can't believe they won a large majority in a single party election. I know, it's crazy. Roasting his eyes? No! If you let them through, clearly their agitators are going to launch an attack. I think they're just looking for a better life. National service. Conscript the refugees. If you escort them back, they're innocent babies that all die horribly. Ah, I see. Yes, I see. So either way is the wrong decision. Like, on one hand, we just had a civil war. Do we really want... Can we even afford to have... Like, refugees from nowhere country? Like, we just finished our own civil war, let alone theirs. The only winning move is war crimes. Locked them in a room with a computer and forced them to build Deepwater Guard. Oh my god. Unfortunately, this is such a shitty situation. We'll escort them back. Refugees were in despair when they realized that you're taking them back to the border. Screams and protests ensued. Oh god, this is horrific. Screams and protests ensued as they were restrained. You delivered them to the border guards. After several months of military service, your duties ended and you went back to civilian life. You and Monica decided to share your lives together. After receiving the blessing of her parents, a ceremony was held in Holsword. That's the capital of Sordland. Sure, if you escort them back, you might get shot. I did not get shot. During the same year, you were offered a high-paying job within the government USB. It was important to start your career on a good foot, so you accepted it. Alright, chat. I don't think this one's relevant, so we're just gonna say financial compensation, because we're a communist, right? We don't support the USP right now. Financial compensation was too great to pass up. You became the foreign policy assistant to one of the more experienced members of the assembly. You worked long and hard, reviewing dozens of foreign policy plans late into the night. You were climbing the ladder. Tarkin Sol gave amnesty to the remaining factions of the Civil War and chose de-escalation and appeasement. The institutions and symbols of the former kingdom were slowly replaced. His government launched several new initiatives, such as citizen-funded bills program to revitalize the economy, a social labor initiative to help rebuild and improve society, and a large dam project to solve the energy crisis. The first multi-party elections in the history of Sordland were held. President Tarquin Sol was elected once more. He actually transitioned to a civilian government. That's crazy. The preparation of a comprehensive trade agreement with Agnolia was occupying most of your personal time. But your significant contribution to the trade talks triggered an invitation to meet President Tarquin Sol himself, who offered you a key position. You were to become the youngest member of the assembly. Hell yeah, let's go. We're doing this, chat. Short, I'm having a stroke. Stroke? No, please, fish. Stop the roar. You're roar speaking too much. Change the party for the better. Mate, well-paying government in a war-torn country post-civil war. Fucking lottery has lower odds. Well, we're having it's called an economic miracle, Sheepachu. Look it up, okay? Or speak too close to the sun. I like the implication that if you roar speak long enough, you just have a stroke. That's just the end result of roar speak. I don't know how I feel about that implication. That's funny to me, though. As the youngest MP, which is actually really interesting because they wouldn't be a member of parliament here, they're a member of the assembly. So it should be MA, not MP. It was difficult to connect with the influential inner circle. You needed allies, so you brought on Peter Vectrin as your right-hand man. The birth of your son, Frank, provided a brief moment of joy and relief. You sacrificed work to spend time with your family, or sacrifice family time. I don't care about the family, chat. I'm doing this for me. Roar, ivory, drawn my lore for roar speak. What? I don't eat. Roar, I roar, draw my lore for roar. I don't know what that means, fish. Only apply to newer people that have recently adopted roar speak. Yeah, you have to ease into it. You don't have tolerance yet. Oldston? What do you mean, Oldston? Along with Peter Vector, you did great things to cement your position in the party. Meanwhile, at home, Monica and Frank felt your absence. At the same time, President Sol increased his authority over the years. His growing ego started to cause strife within the USP. The cracks began to show. President Sol barely secured a majority in the election against the opposition leader. Over the next year, the Swordfish people grew increasingly discontent with corruption and worsening quality of life. Economic growth was slowing down. Meanwhile, calls for a united Sordland Party Congress became louder as leadership struggles started to brew. We'll join the internal opposition, because again, we're a communist. You gave your support to Ewald Alfonso, a reformist and talented business magnate who was the main contender for party leadership. Meanwhile, in a desperate effort to secure votes before the Congress, President Sol was meeting parties members one by one, but he didn't approach you. What a bastard. The Congress was nothing short of impressive. The banners of the USP were decorated in every possible spot. thousands of influential political figures, lobbyists, and benefactors gathered for this turning point. The voting for the party leadership began. Voted for Ewald Alfonso. The efforts bore fruit as the contentious leadership vote was won by Ewald Alfonso. During the Congress, Tarquin Sol announced he would retire from politics at the end of his term, and appointed Alfonso as vice president. You knew the structure he had established was to stay. The country had become increasingly authoritarian, and you were... I was happy that Sol was finally leaving. Like, 5 elections, he needed to stop, you know? Listen, pretty free. I'm not even pretty free. What do you mean, a centrist? What are you on about? Opposition. Roar tolerance by throwing my warful. Oh my god. I'll build tolerance by throwing my life away. Oh, fish, please stop. A month later, your daughter was born. Monica named her Deanna. She motivated you during a tumultuous period in the party. As the VP and leader of the USP, Alfonso began dismantling the old organizations and structures established by the USP, such as the State Educators Corps and the sort of state corporation bills. The general elections were approaching. The United Sordland Party was under new leadership. You joined the party effort and campaigned for. During the general elections, the main opposition leader was embroiled in a sex scandal with his secretary. He was replaced by a more popular figure, Franz Richter, but the damage had been done. The new economic policies and the extensive privatization program proposed by Alfonso secured an election victory for the USP. Over the following years, you... do I want to do my best, or do I want to just help myself? What are we feeling here, chat? Oh no, private rotation. What, you guys don't believe in private rotation? Selfishton? Make it a better place? Okay, we'll make it a better place. Economic crisis. I don't think we made it a better place, chat. I think we may have failed. The presidency of Alfonso saw many bold reforms in government and law and advancements in liberal democratic values. He valued your support throughout. However, due to infighting and disorganization, continental economic tensions, and fast-track privatization, it was followed by severe economic recession. The other parties announced their bids for the 1953 election, but the unfair election system hampered opposition efforts to campaign. You thought the party could not survive another crisis. With Peter's help, your presence in the USP grew. The two of you worked long nights together. He flipped opponents to your side. You became the face of a new win of the party. Step by step, and with adequate planning, your win took over the leadership as Alfonso lost control of the country. The moment to make a move had come. Alright, do we bribe and extort? Do we advise Alfonso to step down, or do we blame Alfonso for the crisis on television? I think we just advise him to step down. Leave the party to lead. Like, we've supported Alfonso this entire time, which is funny because he is a market liberal candidate. But, like, he tried his best. He got it a lot less authoritarian, at least. He can actually do it and get, hey, no spoilers, I'm free. Revisionist stint? Yeah, let's advise him to step down. He listened to your... Oh shit, they actually listened. Alfonso conceded the leadership struggle, and the party eventually voted you in because of your indisputable influence. Following this, you announced that you would be running for president in the general election with Peter as your running mate. After visiting every city and town during the campaign, you made a speech on state television. You promised to... alright, this is a big one, chat. Do we enact democratic reforms? Or do we preserve national values? Let's just do... democracy. Or values. Come on, chat, we can have those good old family values, you know what I mean? This one's going to be an actual vote, because this one's actually important. Less democracy is still a reform. You know what? That's true. I can enact democratic reforms. It doesn't have to be more democracy, though. It can be less democracy. That is so true. Also, I love the music in this game. It's, like, so peaceful. Just really nice ambience, you know? As we go through about 30 years of history. Or no, 50 years of history now, actually, because 1908. Alright. What do we have for our campaign? Oh, it's actually very split. 45 Stin. No, we're not doing 45 Stin. Jesus Christ. You guys are all saying democracy, but it's very split right now on the votes. Roar's 45 years old. No, I'm not. Oh my god, that's incredible. Perfectly balanced. Do the maths. Oh, you mean in game? Okay, yes. Anton Ray is 45 years old. 53 minus 8 is 45. That's true. Of course, 85 years old. We all draw. What happens if the vote's tied? I'll be the deciding vote. Seems like to me, vote democracy wins. Our allegiance is to democracy, to the Republic. Or I guess in this case, the Sword Public. The Republic of Sordland, the Sword Public. Basically as old as Biden. Grandfather's then. You know, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, imagine, like, 'cause, you know, like, obviously there's people nowadays who remember a time before even cars were commonplace, right? Like, go back 100 years. It's just really interesting. Or, like, there's people who remember before electricity in the household, stuff like that, right? And obviously I remember before phones and Wi-Fi were prevalent. What do you think, like... What do you think is going to be, like, the big moment of our time where it's like, oh yeah, I remember before this invention was, like, is so common, right? I think AI is a big one. Like, I definitely remember before AI was everywhere. The before terms. Damn, no communism. I love democracy. Alright, so that means we gotta become a socialist instead of a communist. We will enact democratic reforms. The people are tired of empty promises. We need fundamental change in our institutions and government. A solid and transparent democracy awaits us. Brothers and sisters, a new constitution and a new age is upon us. The broadcast ended. They shut us down! On election day, millions went out to cast their votes. It was time to face the truth. Imagine if we lost the election here. We survived the... Yeah, I remember before COVID, that's true. Hey, look at that. What a handsome fellow. Fourth president. No, he's not. He's the third president. There was Tarkin Sol, and then there was... Oh! No, there was the guy that Tarkin Sol took over from. Because remember, there was a coup right... We are the fourth president. Because, there was the guy who, like, you know, displaced the monarchy. Then he was taken out by the Ludarian forces, and then Sol took out Ludarian and Ricard. Okay, okay. Roar, Roar. I lost my one true love? What? Did Lundarin call himself a president? No, it was the guy before. It was the guy Lundarin took over from. Because remember the coup of... Was that the coup of 27? Easier space travel could be a big one. I doubt it. Oldston before AI? Oh my god. Oh yeah, there was a coup of a coup of a coup. Yeah, exactly, right? Can you do a Roarston Roar? Wrong, I lost my will to live. Oh, lost my will to live. Look, Roar speak is hard to translate. Alright, what hairs do we get? Oh, white Cholby. Oh my god, let's be a gentleman now. Gentleman, the 20s. Holy shit, Peaky fucking Blindness! I still have not watched that show. I need to watch it sometime. I actually just watched all of season 2 of The Bad Batch last night. Ooh, I like the rebellious hair. What about the facial hair? No, let's give ourselves... Is there any beard option? Ah, there we go. That's some good shit right there. Maroon suits. Sordland first. Tuxedo grand. White suit. Default. I kind of like the maroon suit because, like, Sordland's color is all about maroon, right? Office. We can just keep that as the office. Pipe. Cigar. Lesbian cigar. I misread that at first. Flat caption. The first president was Artur Whiskey, if I'm correct. Oh, you're... No, Artur Whiskey was our... Was it Artur Whiskey? Because David Whiskey was our teacher. IRL roasted moment. True. Me with my lesbian cigar. No, there we go. Black glasses. There we go. This is how we'll look. Alright, economic direction. Oh, no. Do we want to promote planned economy or promote market economy? Keep in mind, we're currently in a recession. And honestly, I think a market economy would help us more here. How communist do I have to stay? I really like market economy, chat. Planned economy. No, please. It's his dad. Ah, yes. Sabine elects cigars. True. To be honest, the biggest turning point will probably be the end of the US-centered Western world if Trump continues, yeah. You want to spend in a recession? Exactly, we want to spend in a recession. Planned economy. Shock therapy will make it worse. No, if shock therapy. Look, we use the market economy to get really rich, and then we devolve into account. What if we use a market economy to get really rich, and then we can use that to fund social welfare, chat? Hear me out, chat. Come on, you guys love social welfare, chat. Oh, you guys don't actually want a planned economy, do you? You have two choices: sell your companies to the US or like do an economy. No, do not bow to the US. Nordic model? Yeah, I would love to pursue the Nordic model. Market. Okay, what if we do a market economy, but I nationalize some industries? Planned? Oh, you guys really want planned? Okay. We'll promote planned. Alright, diplomatic lean-in. The global rivalries between capitalist Arcasia in the west, the monarchy of Rumburg to the north, and the communist United Contana in the east are intensifying. Sordland has the potential to align with others or lean towards neutrality. Align east, align west, or remain neutral. You can do a mixed economy if you privatize a tiny bit? Okay. Yeah, I would rather do a mixed one, honestly, where there's a very strong state-sponsored construction industry and like some, primary resources are state-sponsored. And then have like a lot of tertiary and secondary industries be privatized. Neutral? Okay, so you guys are turning me into Yugoslavia, you bastards. Ferd Worldston, Lord Freon, welcome in. How's it going? It's good to see you. Alright. So, in the last 5 years, British, Wessex, and Agnolian immigrants flocked to Sordland due to relaxed immigration laws enacted by former President Uwald Alfonso. As a result, these tensions are causing requests for a political solution. Our economy is unstable right now. We're heading into a recession, and we just got... This is the first time in 30 years that we're not under the United USP leadership. I'm wondering if maybe we should toughen immigration laws just to appease some of the hardliners in the party. You know what I mean? Bring in more people, relax the immigration laws. Is that going to help the recession, though? Roar goes swimming. Slappy is swarm. Oh, God. Sweet instant. Oh, sorry, I saw Gleb's neutral before you said align east. We can still work with the east. This just starts off whether or not we're aligning with them, but we can later as well. More people equals more taxes. That's true. We need more workers to build national infrastructure. That's true. And Article 7 says that anyone who lives in Sordland is a sword. Alright. Retain relaxed immigration. Alright, what's our term focus? We have education, defense, law and enforcement, health, or education. I think here, align west but friendly with east. Trorky. Well, I would have loved to be neutral, but chat decided that we're doing. Well, actually, we are neutral, so yeah, we'll see what we can do. Like I said, ideally, we want what's best for Sordland, right? I'm not an ideologue. I want to do some real politics. We could become an ideologue in a future run through if you guys really like this game. Be harder to align with a block if you're actively declaring that you're neutral. That's true. The education system is part of how the USSR lasted as long as it did. So I think we focus on education. Because I feel like law and enforcement, education helps that because it'll get crime down. Defense, education helps that because, we'll be able to fund better military. Health, again, education will help that. I think education really is just the focus here. Alright. 2 weeks had passed since we won the election. And now, I was about to be sworn in as the 4th president of Sordland. Thousands were watching the inauguration ceremony and cheering my name, Anton Rain. The die was cast. We're crossing the Rubicon, boys. The die was cast, there my story began. In the distance, the Maroon Palace stood on top of the famous Hill of Pride. Oh god, we should have gone nationalist. Maroon Palace, Hill of Pride. Oh, there's like entire little like histories of each little thing. That's so cute. We gotta read through that sometime. The economy. Make university towns into the new factory towns. Have you seen the Sims 3 patch notes video? Funny oh yes, I fucking love that video, Fish. It's like, you can no longer woohoo with death if, or something like that. Like, there's so many different visual novel Helldivers, honestly. Looked at my family, my son and daughter, Frank and Deanna, were next to Monica, my wife. Her eyes were glimmering with pride. Then I turned towards the key people who made it all possible. Of course, each individual was promised an important position in my government. I saw my previous rival and former president, Alfonso, who gave me a slight nod. Tarquin's soul was also invited, but as expected, he didn't leave his island retreat. As my thoughts slowly fade away, the reality of the situation dawned on me. Orso Hawker, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was waiting for me. Yeah, that looks like someone on the Supreme Court. Graduated from Imperial Marcian University in 1903 with a degree on legal theory. Later on, he started working as a public prosecutor. Then as a judge at the local district court of Arari until the fall of the Kingdom of Sordland. What caused the Kingdom of Sordland to fall? Also, I love that flag. I love the way the tricolor evolved from the initial monarchy flag. That's so cool. Period began in 1866 with the fall of the Renan aristocracy. 1630 and 1860. Oh my god, like they actually have a full world building in here. That's so cool. Interesting. The War of Diane Rose. That is actually so cool that they did an entire like history of the world here. Wow. Cool. Sounds like it's a former Habsburg possession. Honestly, yeah. You can no longer woohoo in an elevator with a sim on an lower floor. Yeah, that shit is so good. The world building in this game is so good. I want to kind of just go for the codec. Maybe one stream we just go for the codec and read about the world. Alright. The time for the oath has come. I'm ready! Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear. I do solemnly swear that I will respectfully execute the office of the President of Sordland. And to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the people and the Constitution of the Republic of Sordland. You may now deliver your inauguration speech, Mr. President. It is an honor, sir. Alright, brothers and sisters, my fellow swords, are dear citizens of Sordland. I feel like we're kind of already like workers of the world unite. There's an 1836 map on the website Codex if you're curious. Really? Cool. Okay, I'll have to see that later. That sounds cool. Brothers and sisters. The crowd looked very eager to listen to me. The idea of unity, the current dire situation, or change and hope. There's gonna be a lot of change. I don't know if there's gonna be a lot of hope, chat. There's gonna be a lot of change, though. One footnote is necessary. All swords must have swords. True. The idea of unity. For many generations, this country and its long history had kept us tied to an idea. The idea of unity and our people's rights for a free and prosperous life. If we stand together, we prevail. In the past, there have been times of survival, times of conflict and economic hardship too, but whenever we stood together, we prevailed. Oh. Yeah, I promise you we will stop the recession and eliminate poverty. Let's focus on getting rid of this recession. It's time for a united and powerful Sordland once more. Hundreds of thousands cheered. They were shouting my name in unison. I felt the responsibility, the power, and the burden all at the same time. Alright, let's raise our fists. Raised my fist in the air, which triggered a huge burst of applause. Took a long look at the people of Sordland to burn this moment into my memory. One of the presidential guards came by to notify me it was time to leave. I made my way to the leading car in the motorcade. Oh no! Oh no, chat! Oh no! Sending to look at the codex. Let's see if space and come will prevent will work. Map at the Anthocene? Okay, cool. The presidential state car was a jet black Cadillo with flags of Sordland above the front headlights. Next to it, a man was holding the door. Hello, Mr. President. Still felt euphoric from the aftermath of my speech. Hearing my new title made me smile even more. If you'll allow me to introduce myself, I am Sergey, your new driver. Nice to meet you, Sergey. It's an honor. He respectfully bowed his head before opening the car door and gesturing inside. I entered the car. We will be heading towards the palace. The motorcade began to move. On the way, Sergey proceeded to explain his duties as a driver. As minutes passed, I found myself lost in thought again, barely paying attention to what he was saying. He suddenly gestured at the window. Isn't it a beauty, the maroon palace? He was right. Sunlight glinted off the palace's many maroon-colored domes. It was so bright, I had to look away. Every time I look at it, I'm reminded of my duty to his nation. I don't know why I'm doing a... His last name is Wolkner. He would not be Russian. You know who else is part of the Communist Party? My mom. Sergey, my goat, truly. Alright. So do I, Sergey. It's the beating heart of the nation, after all. Well said, Mr. President. The car drove past the majestic gates. I want you to go. I care more about Sergey than the family right now. We abandoned the family for work. I would never abandon Sergey. That's all I'm saying, chat. Continued uphill to the entrance and stopped in front of the doors. Sergey got out of the car and opened the door for me. Have a great day, Mr. President. I'm Morgana Westcor. He referred to the famous Swordfish phrase in the times of revolution. Am Morgana Westcor, Vectern Sistas. Victory is close. Which again, Peter Vectern, he's literally called Peter Victory. We have to keep Peter on our side. Sergey, my beloved. I know, I love him. Vectern Sista. I feel like it's like actually like a sweeper agent. Peter Victory, the key to Nike, honestly. Roar would abandon his family if it thought it would give him a small stat boost. Yeah. What was it? My kingdom for a horse? My, my economy for a family. No, every way around. My family for the economy. I made my way upstairs to the extravagant corridors of the palace. Marble and engraved wooden finishes decorated the interior. My footsteps echoed in the colossal halls. The guards bowed their heads in respect as I opened the massive doors to my new office. Alright, we are in an ad break here, so I'm going to take a quick little break. I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back, chat. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back, chat. Welcome back to the... I'm in the wrong area. Oh, wait, we can even look at city information? Oh, no, I was like, in every country, but not realize that was just a different region. This, my friends, is Sordland. So we have England, we have Nargis, Bergia, Gelsland, Holsword, Lauren, and Grunny. We're already at the 1 hour mark? I know, right? It's crazy. If a book is done right, time passes by. I'm glad to hear that you guys are enjoying this so much. Because we haven't even got to the... We're at the 1 hour mark. We just finished the game setup. This is the game now. Alright, news. Campaign bill. Fair representation in the assembly. Ah. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna... Grinny sounds too close to grinning, honestly. The well-installed campaign bill is once again taken center stage in the Grand National Assembly. The bill, first proposed during the Alfonso presidency, had been put on hold due to the 1953 election, but has now been resurrected under President Anton Reign. Proposed amendments ensure a more proportional allocation of public funds, more accurately reflecting the party's influence within the legislative body. Reign spoke of unity. I'll give you guys a second there to read that if you want. Alright. Sordland today. New president was just sworn in. 37%. Okay, so we don't have a majority, we have a plurality. Interesting. Okay. First congratulations came from Casaro Kibner, the National Front Party, which finished third in the electoral race and entered the assembly. The runner-up of the general vote, the PFJP, didn't concede until the last minute, but the results were clear since several hours in. Thousands of supporters have gathered in the streets of Holsword, chanting campaign slogans, yada yada yada. I do believe we are considered the Conservative Party for both liberalism and social democracy in the country. Oh, so yeah, it sounds like we could work with him. He seems pretty cool. Alright. City is celebrating with the whole Swordian has become the president of Sordland. Let's go. Gonna hit the Rourke in my face with my Rourke. The USP is a big tent party. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Because you have the National Front Party, which is second biggest opposition. 1931 by a group of young nationalists in the city of Jen. Oh, interesting. Party mainly followed an ethnic nationalist political agenda throughout the 30s. Okay. Moderated views under the leadership of Casaro Kibner, who took over the party in 1949. And more approachable for a large audience. 53 elections, best results in history, become the third biggest party. Oh god. So nationalism is on the rise. And Solonomics. Interesting, okay. Take the advice of planned economy proponents around him with a pinch of salt, otherwise he could find himself in the same spot as Tarquin Sol in the mid-40s. Restructured the infrastructure. Interesting. I believe United Kotana and Volksland are both communists, right? Yeah, Democratic Republic. Back having times, new assembly begins to yada yada yada. Radical, another USP president. How many times will people fall for the same trap? We've seen this before with Colonel Sol, who supposedly saved this country and brought stability in times of chaos. Yeah, I feel like Radical is going to be my biggest critic. You know what I mean? Stability, however, meant a life of oppression, and the opposing voices were silenced. And many were persecuted. Next was Alfonso, who elected as a liberal reformer. Seeing his unfortunate inability, his own cabinet resigned. As the third USB candidate becomes president, it's high time to realize that change won't come from their party. Wow, okay. I'm trying. Damn. Alright, let's see what we got. Yeah, here's the regional map. We are Sordland in maroon here. We have Agnolia to the north. Volksland, which is that big Eastern Bloc member. Yeah, here's the Eastern Bloc. I actually don't know where United Contana is itself. I don't know if it's on the map, actually. Because looking at this, I don't actually see them on the map. We have Karut down here, Lesbia, Wayland, Rumburg. So we know Rumburg. Oh yeah, Rumburg is that big threat that they were warning us about. Alright. Read the report. Oh, he's Dutch! Oh, no, wait, no, we can't fall for it. I fell for this trap during the Discord run. Do you roar? Invade America? They hate your guts no matter what you do. Love the Radical newspaper. Contana is off the map? Yeah, okay. Yeah, because we're just in Mercopa, I think, right? We're not, like, around the world. Alright, so Van Horten wishes us well. Chancellor Hagel wishes us well. Signal concessions from Volksland in case of a promising trade. Ooh. Okay, and warns about the threat Arcasia's grown influence poses. Lesbia. Mr. Alvarez, congratulations for the results. Okay, these are just all congratulations. And the encroaching Malvinus influencing. Okay, so he's the Arcasian delegate to Volksland, I think. So this is Arcasia, this is Contana. President Smolik said his congratulations on the election victory and wished for a cooperative future. Interesting. So I know that I was reading earlier, but technically Wayland used to own Bergia, which we took over because it's used to be called East Blodia. So that will be interesting. Then we also have Rizia, Morella, Derdia, Pales, and there's the Arcasian Treaty Organization. And they're advocating for global human rights. Oh, that's crazy. Too bad I didn't join a human rights group, so chat. Hello, what's wrong with the Dutch? I'm joking. I made it. It's mostly a joke about Potat. Don't worry. I have to remember that we do have other Dutch viewers now. I'm so used to Potat being the only one. Archaeologist and my suggestions? Hello, handsome. Hello, Ghost Spirit. How's it going? I'm just going to call you Ghost if you want. Or I can call you Spirit. Let me know which one you prefer. But welcome in, welcome in. How's it going? Dutch Vanderlyn? No. I mean Dutch as a people, not Dutch as a person. Alrighty. Briefing on the current political situation, briefing on the current economic situation, or read the report. Or we can ignore that and... Oh, Port of Blackhaven loses importance. That's not good. Confident. I actually don't know what type of nation is Sordland, because Blackhaven... Like, are we... We are in central Mercopa, so I wonder if we're, like, Germanish. Or we're technically... I don't know if we're central Mercopan or not, actually, now that I think about it. Whatever, I don't mind. Okay, I'm gonna go with Ghost. I immediately forgot the second question you asked me. Oh, I said, do you prefer Ghost or Spirit? Let me know which one you prefer. Dutch is a badass, though? I've played through RDR2. I don't know if I agree with that. Because I grew up with RDR1. Alright. The latest marine traffic reports show that the port of Blackhaven is no longer the busiest in the Mercopan continent, falling behind the third position. No, God, that's horrific. We gotta fix that, guys.
Ruston, I have a message
Yo,
from
what's
the
up?
field. Roar orc in the fork rock talk roar all day. Roar is life. Roar is love.
Fish, I'm genuinely concerned at how quickly you've been inducted into the cult here. Oh, okay, then. Question to answer. Yeah, no worries, you got this. Yeah, we're currently doing a planned economy run. Ghost, I don't know if you know this game before, if you just got me recommended through your feed there, but... this isn't good. So... We're facing a lot of economic stagnation, it seems. Lack of investment in the north as well. Damn. So there's a lack of investment in infrastructure in the north and Agland. And there is a low production as well. Food insecurity, malnutrition, and rural poverty. Well, shit, eh? Damn, that's gonna suck. Alright. Logistical issues as well. Large-scale land-based logistics hub serving as a conversion point for all transporters, exacerbating the issues. Interesting. Okay, so there's a lot of issues. General Staff Gabbers. Falcon Kruger made a public press statement highlighting the increasing chances of military competition in East Rakova and required support to strengthen the military. Oh god, okay, Jim. Hey, I mean, you're an archaeologist. I like Greek mythology. Smirks winkling. No, I just got just made become gay. Let's go! I like roars, sorry. No worries, Fish. I'm a little stupid. No one's stupid here, don't worry. There's never anyone who's stupid. There's just people who haven't quite learned yet, you know? Alright. Let us continue here. Sorry, I'm gonna catch a bunch of... I guess it's like Turkey, especially because the game starts with a Turkish poem. Oh, does it? Interesting. I guess, yeah, because Turkey did have quite a lot of turbulence after the empire fell, right? So I wonder if this really is just an analogy for Turkey. Because I originally thought it was an analogy for the Spanish Civil War. But no, now that you mention it, Turkey does make a lot more sense. I failed history a bit. To be honest, it is pretty turkey-coated. Interesting, okay. Simon Hull, Gus Mounger, and Lilas Graff were about to arrive at the White Room for our scheduled economy meeting. This was the room in the ruined palace where all important meetings were held. 2 assistants arrived first, carrying a heavy projector. They stood with it by the door, waiting for the ministers to enter. From the hallway, I heard Lilas Graff's voice. She was using the patient, almost motherly tone she often took in heated arguments. Gus, do you really think that such an economically advanced area is more in need of advancement than Agland? Lilas, my interior minister, strode in. She was clad in shades of brown and beige, the only spot of color a bright yellow dashed cross on her necklace. Gus followed close behind. Don't be an idiot, Lilas. What about the unemployment crisis the greater Holsword and Gelsland regions are going through? These areas are our economic heartland. Gus curled his hands into fists. The Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development's temper hadn't changed since his days in the Alfonso administration. But neither had his reputation for getting things done. His far-reaching network of connections was unlike any ever. Simon Hull quickly stepped between the 2 ministers without looking at either. He cleared his throat. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, what's this debate about? Straight to work. Just a disagreement in internal economic strategy, President Ryan. Not sure I would call it just a disagreement, Lilas. Oh, come on, Gus. Could you enlighten me, Gus? Ms. Graff seeks to focus our economic development in a region where we can't reap the financial benefits. Business leaders are requesting better logistical links in order to contribute to the economy more. A wise idea if your main agenda is to make money instead of developing the region and serving the people. Lilas, could you elaborate? Could you imagine saying watch your tone? That would be crazy. Get down, Mr. President. I don't need to learn history to be a voice actor. Hell yeah. Are you a voice actor? That's so cool. I've recently just gotten into voice acting myself. So that's really interesting to hear that there's other folks with it as well. So I remember one of the devs is Turkish. Ah, that would make sense. Yeah. Yes, but I haven't voice acted in a while. Oh, do you have any like accredited roles, or is it just something you've been practicing? It's always curious to see. Yeah, I want to check this out now. It's always interesting to me the folks we get into these streams. Was acting in one horror game and never auditioned again because I got busy. Oh, so fair. Alright. Of course, the argument is simple. Agland is our weakest region, both in terms of economic and social support. We should support the city of Arvory and its respected mayor. How impartial can you really be? Simon was observing the argument. What are your thoughts, Simon? I have to say that I agree with both of them. Agland is in need of investment, and we can improve Greater Holsword and Gelsland. I want to avoid this topic now, since we will talk about it in the future. I would rather first fully brief you on our current economic situation. Oh, I love Simon. He's just a little guy who only cares about the economy, and you can tell he has no social skills. He only cares about the numbers. My staff and I have comprehensively analyzed every aspect of. He was interrupted by a groan from one of the assistants by the door, both of whom were now visibly struggling to hold up the heavy projector. Oh, you can put that there. Pointed below the painted President's soul. The assistants placed the projector next to the table and installed a white screen on the wall. Leave now. I mean, thank you, and please leave now. Yeah, he's just a little guy, look at him. I love Simon. If anything happens to Simon, I am declaring war on Rumberg. The assistants left the cabinet room. I was reminded that Simon had never quite had away with people, but his facility with numbers had made him the most sought-after economic specialist in Sordland. Simon started looking for his slides. He always carried documentation around with him. Wait. Lilas leaned to the table and spoke. Simon, what happened to the new police station's construction in Estford? Looking through his briefcase, he paused for a moment to answer. Got stalled due to a government property boundary issue. I've been meaning to look at it. I can take a look at that one. Estford needs all the security help it can get. Where's Estford? Most oil-rich city of Sordland. It was founded in the 14th century. It's a silver mining town. Blackouts are routine, public services are barely keeping up, and organized crime has taken hold of the gang wars bloody in the city streets. The city lies between 2 rivers flowing down from the Soren Mountains in between Sordland and Rumberg. It is beneath the tall mountain, which makes for a breathtaking view from the city. Brennan Starford, built from the Weatherkin. 500 year history, multiple wars of Rumburg caused destruction of the city several times. Interesting, okay. It's our biggest oil city as well. Where is that on the map? Is it? Ah, there we go. Estord right there. So we have a mountain range here between us and Rumburg. I'm gonna want to invest heavily in Nargis, especially in the military. I think Angland as well. Like Angland, because I know from experience that we have cheap steel imports from Angland, so I would like to be able to get them on our side if we can. As much as I would love to conquer the Dutch, I do think we need to get them on our side. Invest in the Simon, my beloved. Invest in the MIC. I'm not sure what the MIC is. Simon, my beloved. Yeah, no, he's just a little guy. I can take a look at that one. Sure, more time for me to spend on analyses. His eye glittered when he finally found the signs he was looking for. Military industrial complex. Oh, true, yes. I read that as Mike at first. I was like, I'm pretty sure my mic is fine. I invested in it already. There have been some developments about the Swordfish Ren losing further value today. We have been trying to stabilize it with the central bank. The recession of 51 put enormous pressure on the economy, resulting in the collapse of the value of our currency. The entire situation was a significant cause of concern for our administration. What would you like to know about the current economic situation? What's our GDP and debt situation? Current GDP is 310 billion Swordfish Ren, and the national debt is 427 billion. That's actually not bad. That's like pretty recoverable if we do some austerity politics here. Some austerity measures combined with good investments, we can get out of that pretty easily. It's still hard to fathom, but we lost nearly 150 billion in wealth these past 3 years were tough. What's our unemployment and inflation? Sorry. Unemployment has skyrocketed and is now at staggering 16%, and the inflation's at a relative high of 10. Oh my god, okay. Unemployment is increasing crime and drug use. We need to get people off the streets. Yeah. What is the status of the recession? Economy has been in a recession of about -6% in the past year. Our GDP has dropped from 15,000 per capita to 10,000. That's a lot, Jesus Christ. This administration's success depends on our ability to stop the recession. The sooner we get reach GDP growth, the better. Alright. You like digging in the rocks? If so, what does an archaeologist do? So, archaeologists, at least how I do it, I do what's called CRM in Canada, which is Cultural Resource Management. Or, I say I do. This year I'm not working because of various reasons. But, essentially, we go out ahead of construction projects and make sure that nothing is being damaged, like any cultural material is being damaged. And if we do find cultural material, then we work with First Nations groups to either, I believe the term is repatriate to them, or to at least make sure that it is done in a respectful way to their culture, so that the construction can go forward. Too lazy to work? So, nah, it's not quite that. But that's the basics of it. Alright, Simon scattered the paper stack in front of him in an orderly manner and took a final look at the notes before clearing his throat. As you can see, the situation is alarming, but not everything is negative. The extensive privatization program of Alfonso and key foreign direct investments left us a large budget surplus, which we can use to stabilize the crisis. The primary subject we need to settle on is what general path we'll take in our term. Solonomics-based nationalization happened in the 30s, and Alfonso's privatization began during the end of the 40s. What will our next administration focus on? One of our main promises was to promote a planned economy to stop the recession. To be frank, I still don't think this was a good idea. We shouldn't go back to Solonomics. It's the reason for the recession. Self-sufficiency will help us in tough times. Simon ignored the statement. Economic systems without regulations are bound to fail. Obviously, there's some regulation in all the existing systems, otherwise it would be anarchy. Nobody wants a chaotic society. From taxes to the standards of goods, there are many elements that regulate all aspects of this system. But isn't it enough? I doubt it. If we can manage to plan more aspects of the economy, our chances of success would increase with a talented team like ours. The structural problems of Solonomics were going to lead to a recession according to predictions at the time anyway. Either way, Even if we pick one of the doctrines, we retain the option to make economic choices on a case-by-case basis. That is, however, not recommended in my point of view. The last thing we need is a chaotic economic plan. Finally, something we can both agree on, alas. There's another important faction here with strict impact on our economy, superpowers. We've done well in not aligning ourselves with any one of them. Economically speaking, an isolationist policy overall could only work if we were to reap the benefits of both spheres and their rivalry. This is very dangerous to attempt, but still possible. We must be very cautious. There are schemes being devised about Sordland. We cannot give in to their wants now or in the future, otherwise our country will turn into a pawn. Time will show if staying neutral will work out. We must make it work to protect our country and our values. There's no other way. We need to be open to other possibilities. Arcasia is a strong country, and if we end up in their sphere, Sordland would increase its influence in the world. The deals we would get would surely bring us out of recession. In return for what? Our independence? Well, I said it's water from our glass. When the time comes, I hope you will make the right decision for our own good. We should attract more foreign direct investment, Mr. President. We saved the country from a fall and depression in 1952 and 1953 by signing lucrative trade deals with nations such as Rhesia, Lesbia, and Canal. What's Canal? Oh, yeah. Ooh, I love that flag. Look at that. On the Zenel Peninsula in northern Xena, with a minor segment extended into southeast Mercopa. To the north, Canal shares borders with Morelia and the Free Cities. Oh, cool. Canal is unique for being the only Xenon member of the Arcasian Treaty Organization. Okay, cool. Mustapha. Sorry, I gotta stop reading this. I love all this stuff. Have a good one, Xenon. It's good seeing you. Opportunist, true. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so that's mostly what archaeology is. There's also academic archaeology where, like, it's more traditional of what you think of, like, you excavate a site, then you write a report on it. But commercial archaeology is very different. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Minister Whiskey will be in charge of informing you on these types of foreign policy decisions. We must first decide on our internal economic plan. Simon put forward a legal document outlining the possibilities. Okay. Here's what we'll do. I feel like if anyone has any questions about free market versus planned economy, I kind of already know. I really want to do free. We'll promote a planned economy as we promised. Not sure if we made the right decision here. Shut up, Gus. Now that there's a clarity on which direction we are heading, I will work on a good plan accordingly. This concludes our meeting. At our next gathering, we'll talk about the upcoming infrastructure investment plan. Now that the economic direction was decided upon, the ministers dispersed for lunch at the Maroon Palace. Alright, there we go. This is all turn 1, by the way. As promised. Yeah, we gotta stay true to our electorate. You know? We were elected for a reason, chat. Work capitalism has gone out. Increase in unemployment in the East, that's not great. The aftermath of the crisis of 51, the employment rate, oh god, 9%, Jesus Christ. That is actually insane. Increased wine demand, that's good though. So Gurney is going to be fine right now for production, hopefully, but if we need to, we'll invest in the wine sector down here. Sorry, Gurney. Sarna, promise in agricultural growth, that's good as well. So if we're planning an economy, use Bergia maybe. Bergia is a special zone, that's the issue. Bergia special zone is being governed by the governor from the headquarters, because most of them are Blootish instead of being Sordish. Like, you'll see very high Blootish minorities in areas. Actually, saying, yeah, there we go, Blootish majority there. And, oh, in the Blootish majority region, it's low literacy and low healthcare. I see. Low literacy rates in both majority Blootish areas. Curious how that works. I wonder why that works like that. What's over here? Oh my god, yeah, I don't even want to look at that issue, honestly. You know, I'm just gonna ignore that. That is, Hey, Archivist, how's it going? Looking my head in for mutants while I have the chance. It's going pretty good today. We are playing a political simulator called Suzerain. It is very in-depth politics, and chat has made me go on with a planned economy-focused mixed approach. So whether or not we go full communist remains to be seen. I will try my best to subvert the communist elements in the chat party. But it's good to see you. How are you doing today? What are your plans for today? The recession led to a reduction in rail assets, with more than a fifth of the railway network itself antiquated. Okay, yeah. So our rail network from Lackhaven to Whole Sword is in shambles. That's the briefing on the political situation. Sea rig maintenance. Okay, honestly, I think we just focus on Nargis' oil production between the sea rigs and Estord, and we just go into full petro state mode. I think that's the only way we get out of the recession. The chat party purged them. Recessionston. Hey, I didn't cause the recession, okay? Work on the rail network and education. Okay, but the other issue is that what about the road network up here? Yeah, recent collapse of tourism has led to a reduction in trade traffic and road maintenance. And, so, like, if you look at this, it's very poor. Yeah, lack of road network. So Angland is pretty much cut off from the rest of our country. If Rumburg invades Angland, what do we do against that? Just say to shawarma and I'm taking the few minutes of rest I have? Oh, hell yeah, I fucking love shawarma. Ah, fuck you, A. Now I'm gonna order shawarma tonight. I know I shouldn't, but I want to. Destiny Road seems pretty wise. Yeah, but we also need a rail network. We'll wait for the infrastructure plan, but I'm curious to see what we'll pick when we get there. Because my concern is, what if Rumburg comes in and takes up here? But also, there's massive unemployment in the capital. Oh, I love real politics. Basil, how's it going? Good to see you. Wait, Basil, you're streaming right now. Go back to your stream. Are you not streaming right now? Oh my... No, sorry, I just opened up Basil. Corey, get a shout out for Basil immediately, please. Actually, you know what? I got it. Basil, I just opened your stream. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Sorry, Basil is drawing me, I just saw. That is incredible. Please, if you're in my chat, go give Basil a lot of love there. Because I just saw what she was drawing. Sorry, not to get distracted here, chat, but, here, I want to listen to this a little bit. Yeah, I'll mute myself. Alright, there's Basil. Alright. There you go. Fish this. Yeah, fish her, chat. Fish. Hit her with the fish. So if you type fish in her chat, then oh god, he's coming to us. Sorry, let me disable the audio here so you guys don't hear it doubled up on my side. I apologize to anyone who wanted me to continue the story here. This is going to be RP breaking here, but build a Turkish Shinkansen and sell the. Oh, it's a good idea. I love that emote, holy shit. For those of you who don't know, it's modeled off of Ghosty's Anguish After emote, which I use a lot in the Discord, you'll notice. Oh, I need that emote. That is so good. Everyone's just typing fish, let's go! Alright. But yes, that is an incredible emote. Anyway. I'm gonna get back to the game on my side. To get back to stream, but I love that so much. Oh my god, that is incredible. Have a good shoot. Alright, I gotta get back to my stream, sadly. That is such a cool emote. Sorry about that, chat. Didn't mean to get distracted there. But, alright. So, Peter Vectern arrived a couple of minutes early and sat across from me. He was struggling to hold back his smile. We did it, Anton. We won. Finally. My last name came in handy. My name is Victory. I can't lose. All those years with our noses to the grindstone paid off. Peter's eyes sparkled. The strain of the past months had put a damper on his usual rakish charm. But today, he was looking and acting more like his old self. He loosened his tie and undid the top two buttons of his shirt. I love this guy already. He's great. Look at him. I love this guy already. Oh. Evelyn Vectron can't trust you because we're pro-government articles. Interesting. Regarded as centrist. Oh, cool. Lead figure behind Anton Ranger in his campaign. Here for the large contributions to the campaign and party. Nice. Alrighty, back to what we're doing. Oh, so it's the stretch here. God, I have Basil's stream open in the background. I fucking love that emote. I'm so excited to use that soon. Our plan backfired so hard. What do you mean backfired? We managed to fish Basil. That's always a good time. Fishing Basil is a democratic right here in chat. All right. The emote is so good. I know. I'm so excited for it. We're hired a misogynist again. What do you mean a misogynist? Peter's not a misogynist. Enjoying the new secretary I picked up? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, he's a misogynist. No, Basil's plan. I came from Basil. Our plan backward. Oh, you came from Basil. Okay, cool. I didn't realize you came from Basil. Welcome in, regardless. Alright. Join the new secretary I picked up for you. Thought you'd appreciate her gorgeous set of talents. It's a shame for the rest of your staff aren't as easy on the eyes. He gestured to the slight paunch that protruded over his waistband. He's a funny guy, Chet. Yeah, when she started the emote, she started, oh, that's so kind. She's so sweet. I love talking with Basil. They're such a good person. We play Repo. We need to play more Repo, honestly. Maybe tonight, Chad, if I'm not too busy. I want to get one short done today, so I have this entire week covered for the schedule. Because I want to do Goldwater and Paphos shorts at the same time. But maybe tonight we'll do some Repo in the Discord. Isn't Basil they, them? Yes, so they are they, them. I've been informed that I can use whatever pronouns, like, they don't care. I just default to she because French, it is something I'm working on. That's why you notice that I swap between she and they when I was talking there. But I did double check with Basil. She's not, like, sorry, they're not offended if I mess up or if I forget. I did double check that, M3. Thank you for pointing that out. That is important. If anyone else, again, also for anyone in chat, not gonna lie, every time Roar says Basil, I feel less and less goodwill towards Canada. What do you mean? That's how it's pronounced. It's not Basil. If you say Basil, that's cringe. There's two vowels only separated by a consonant. So the first one says its own name, which is the vowel is A, so it's Basil, not Basil. There we go. I like how like Basil's plan only failed too, like not because of you guys invading me. Never heard of the latter of those pronunciations. Oh, you never heard of Basil? It's pretty common in Europe. Basil's a pretty common pronunciation. But hey, back in university, do you ever imagine we'd be sitting here in the Ruined Palace? We have to celebrate this great victory. We'll celebrate at the inaugural ball, just hanging there until the evening. Looking forward to it. Evelyn hopes to congratulate you in person there. I love Peter. Peter's such a cool guy. He would never betray us, Joe. Basil is an herb. True. No, Fish. I don't think. I don't think AE was confused about Basil being an herb. I think AE was confused about the Basil versus Basil pronunciation. The French pronounce it as with an A as an apple. Yes, that's true. So Twitch extension called pronouns basically shows the pronouns of the Twitch. Oh, does it? That would actually be super useful to have. That'd be great. And the Italians? Yes, but I am neither pure French nor Italian. I am French Canadian. I know what pronouns are. I have them. No. Oh, no, pronunciation. Alright, I feel like I'm losing the plot. Sorry, my brain's not right. No, you're fine, A. You're fine. Lee was telling me about the pronouns extension there. I'm making the beats. You're a North American as such murder words? Ah, I see. Like, I don't want to hear it from the continent where French developed and then proceeded to use loan words instead of making their own words. I'm like glorious Quebec, okay? Which is actually really funny because I'm 95% sure. Let me double check something. Yeah, because it is Basil in French. I don't know. To me, Basil has always been the English pronunciation. You know what I mean? Maybe that's part of it too, is because I'm translating. Like, if you think of it translating it, because I've definitely heard Basil growing up, but to me, Basil has always been the more English, like Anglo version of it, and I work really hard to have an Anglo accent in English and a French accent in French. So, good night. Have a good one, Gleb. Have you on low volume in a public space so I can barely hear. Yeah, no worries, AE, no worries. We did our best to prevent the French. Gravitas, Jesus Christ. Here's the extension website. Remove the space. Okay, thank you so much. That's good to know. I will look into that after stream. Yeah, Squeebles, welcome in. How's it going? We are currently we just got elected as the 4th president, and Basil is also an English accent. It's very NA. So when I say Anglo, I'm not saying Anglo as in like UK. I'm saying Anglo as in Anglo-Canadian versus Franco-Canadian. So there's 2 accents, really. Oh, there's 3 accents in Canada if you include Newfoundland. But you have Anglo-Canadian versus Franco-Canadian. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about Anglo versus Franco. Most of my conversations will be very Canada-centric. I do not consider Europe or the States to be real. It's just it's all Canada. Always has been. The second biggest nation. Let's go. Use the correct pronunciation. Learn a Yorkshire accent? Absolutely the fuck not. Look, the only time I'll have to learn an accent is if I do it for voice acting. Here, so you native Canadian or European Canadian? Both. I have, as far as I'm aware, I have both. So, as far as I'm aware, my father was Métis. Or, like, my father's side of the family is Métis. Which means, it's a Canadian term for mixed between French and Native American ancestry. I don't know the exact amounts. I don't particularly care. I just know that yeah. For those who wondered, I didn't grow up on a reserve or anything like that. I had a very standard European Canadian upbringing, but I know that there's a little bit of heritage there because my family's been here since the 1600s. So you can't believe that Native Americans were married to French. It's just really funny to me because I got a lot of my mothers, because on my mother's side the family is Scottish, so I got a lot of like the pale skin and like blonder hair, but I still have like my dad's features, which is really interesting. It's a really interesting mix, I will say, because like if you ever look at a photo of my dad, like you could definitely tell, like, you know, it's there. You can see it, but it's not like it's there in my features. It's not there necessarily in my like pigmentation. The Scottish thing. I don't know. I never really like. I grew up speaking French, like, so I had a lot more French influence than I did Scottish or like Anglo. Because even my mom spoke French growing up, right? So Worcester looks pasty. I wouldn't say pasty. I'm still more tan than you, Squeebles. Because I actually go outside. Looking forward to it. Everyone hopes to congratulate you in person. Good to know. It's been some time since the last time I saw her. I'm sure my kids would love to see their Uncle Peter for the first time as the vice president. Yeah. Let's go. Peter's part of the family, chat. That's great to hear. It's crazy how fast the 2 have grown up. You're a good father. Peter had a wistful look in his eyes. He and Evelyn had never been able to have kids of their own. During our campaign, the opposition had floated the rumor that he'd fathered illegitimate children during his wilder years, but it had never been substantiated. That's so mean. Him and his wife can't have kids, so the campaign's like, oh yeah, he definitely has some bastards out there. It's like, no. They're obviously very sad that they can't have kids. That's so fucked. I go outside, I just wear sunscreen. Tia, welcome in, how's it going? Where in Scotland was her family from? No idea. So, both of my families are very, like, we're talking easily 400 years Canadian. Or, I think it's 300 years from my mom's side, but I know for my dad's side for sure, like, we've been here since, 16... When was Quebec City founded? Quebec City. When was the foundation? Founded. 1608. I was gonna say 1608, and then I wanted to make sure that it wasn't the 1500s. But yeah. Because my family was here when Quebec City was founded. Person isn't that tan. It's just dirt from all the hole digging. I do shower, you know. Burnston, Lawn Timeston. No, it's skin damage from not using SPF. I actually have very little skin damage. Fuck you. I have nice skin. Why am I being insulted? Imagine being able to tan well. Imagine being able to produce Ymelin and LNO. Cringe. Okay, but consider this AE. Silence, ginger. I say haven't been born ginger and yet I grew out of it. For as you wondering, I was born ginger and turned blonde. And then my brother was born blonde and turned ginger. A's not my brother in this context, just separate idea. And then A, I believe, is just born ginger and stayed ginger, where he belongs. Shara, look at this nerd who doesn't lick his fur. Oh, that's disgusting. Also, do you know how much arsenic I've worked in? Do you know how bad it would be for me if I licked my skin queen? Do you know how much arsenic I would ingest? This is true, but tans are considered damaged in a similar way that burns are. No, ginger. No, don't play word association with ginger. I am still ginger, yes. Many such cases of AEP and ginger chat. Joking aside, AE, I hope your day is going well. We haven't talked in a little while. I'll have to DM you and catch up with you after stream today. My most unexpected body feature is slanted eyes and tannish skin. This is because my mom is Chinese and my dad is European Dutch. I'm surprised multiple people were just speaking in good Dutch well. Yeah, it's always interesting. Like, it's like when like you see white guys who grew up in Indonesia, right, where they speak like really good like local languages. Or I have a buddy who grew up in the Philippines and his Tagalog is perfect, but he very much looks like an Irish person. You know, like just super pasty, super like European phenotypes. Arsenic is good for you. You need that along with Miokuri and Miaukropla. I hate that I set you up for two such good puns. Miaukroplastics and Miaukuri is incredible. But also, I am putting Miaukroplastics in your tuna next time. Oh, actually, no, I guess tuna already has Miaukuri. Arsenic tastes yummers? No, don't say that, chat. Life has been hectic? Yeah, I assume so. I hope it gets better for you soon, dude. Since the FBI situation, don't question the chat, please don't. Yeah, been on the grind basically constantly. Also had another different effect. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude! All over the place, yeah. My mom's side has ginger genes, so despite having very dark hair, I burn. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you do have very dark hair for how pasty you are. That's interesting. All right, I do have to continue this game at some point, though. The doors swung open, and Lucien Galad, my Galade. Oh my God, he's a Pokemon. Okay, you know what? Actually, I support any of his policies. My chief strategist walked in. He was a compact man with sharp, bird-like features. After briefly surveying the room from wall to wall, he sat down, poured a glass of water, and opened his briefcase in a series of quick, graceful movements. I love this guy already. Gentlemen? I am going to be doing the spy accent for him. The tall case clock in the room struck 3 o'clock. Damn, you are exactly on time. Hello, Peter. Lucien then turned towards me. He was slightly bowed his head. Glad to see you, Lucien. It is a privilege to be here, sir. Lucien spoke in soft, quick tones and immediately drew your attention towards what he had to say. Peter and I waited for him to proceed. Let's start by evaluating our current situation. The majority of the Swedish people demand change. They are more concerned about the economy than the constitution. But they blame the system for their problems. People are losing their trust in our democracy. Why do you think radicals like Bernard Circus are becoming more popular? Everyone's expecting us to bring the change that the last government did not. Who's Bernard Circus? He's, Oh, he's a communist. Oh, God, he's a communist, chat. I gotta get back to my revolutionary results. No worries, AE. Have a good day. Hope it goes well. It's fine. I'll replace all the tuna with low mercury tuna. Wait, Meowcurry. Meowcrory? No, don't combine the two. Don't cross the streams. Holy shit. Do not cross the streams, chat, Squeebles. Oh my god, she's crossing the streams. You can't combine meow jokes with roar jokes. That's not how it works. You can't have Neko speak and roar speak in the same sentence. Alright. Franz Richter, leader of the Reformists, believes that the true change can only be accomplished by transferring some of our powers to the Assembly. I'll move into the details of the internet shortly. I agree with the Reformists. Our responsibility is to democratize our broken system. That's exactly what we campaigned for. A true change that will move the country forward. We will need many allies against the old guard and government. Mr. Richter managed to persuade many members of the Assembly to give their support for drafting a new constitution. Reformist politicians are quickly increasing in number. While the Reformist win inside our party is still a minority, they could have a tripartisan majority in the Assembly, especially if they unite under Franz Richter. And Franz Richter is, yeah, PFJP. I can and I did. Happy Sunday. Cox, welcome in. How's it going? Roar crow speak. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, Holy Hardly agrees with the neck roar speak, and she's always right. Oh, God, that's terrifying to hear. Cox, how have you been? It's good to see you as well. I don't think I've been able to tune into one of your streams since I got back from vacation, but I do have to tune back in sometime soon. It's always so chill. And you always stream late at night when I'm working, too, which is nice, because it means I have background noise. Alright. The USP reformists aren't wrong to agree about we need change, but we should be in charge. Mr. Richter could be a potential ally. Party must fall in line for... Okay, yeah, I think Mr. Richter is an ally. I think we just go full socialist, chat. Anyway, girly pop tea. Oh? He's definitely key in this. The reformist demands are clear. They want to limit the president's veto powers, ensuring that the Supreme Court is independent, and take away the court's right to vote on constitutional amendments. Yeah, I support the reformists. I agree, we can't ignore the winds of change after all. The old guard will do its best to preserve the Constitution. Chief Justice Ocker and his allied judges will have great influence over the Supreme Court, which will be tough to break. Lucian is just French now. The court also has the final say over constitutional legislation. Without their approval, we cannot even change it. Yeah, we have to break the power of the Supreme Court. I agree. They have too much power over Swedish politics. We need to take away their vote in constitutional legislation. It's absurd that they get the vote for bills when they aren't even elected. Alright, looks like we have many challenges ahead. We can figure it out. Our party still holds 130 out of 250 seats in the Assembly. We got the power. However, to reform the Constitution, we must receive a 2/3 majority in the Grand National Assembly, which is 166 votes, and a simple majority in the Supreme Court. That equates to 6 votes. After we have settled on how to proceed, we will need to talk with our party figures. Our first goal must be to get the 150 signatures needed to start the process. God, it's so hard to it's so hard to do a French accent in English. It feels so wrong to me. The Protestant Reformation. Oh wait, no, I don't mean tea like war. I mean tea like actual tea. Oh, I thought you were gonna like tell us a story. I appreciate you, homie. Have to catch a stream on my lazy Sunday. No worries, guys. Honestly, this is one of those just lurk and listen streams. I'm pretty much turning this game into an audiobook because as of right now, we're still in the. This is still turn 1. We've been in turn 1 for 2 hours. Following the green light from the USP, we will reach out to the other party leaders to see if they would back our draft. The last step is to convince the justices of the court. The entire process will take a long time, but we must start working with a reform committee to evaluate all possibilities for a new constitution as soon as possible. Alright, the new constitution should give me wide-ranging powers, right? Yeah. We will write a more democratic constitution with the reformists. That's what we've been preparing for internally. Don't forget that promise is what got us elected. The key thing here will be strengthening the power of the Assembly, which we already lead with a majority. Peter nodded in agreement. Yes, the divisions of power need to be rebalanced for a better Sordland. According to the initial draft we made with the reformists, there are 2 changes to the Constitution that are not open for their discussion. Lucian opened his dossier. First, the Supreme Court will no longer vote on constitutional amendments. Second, the President's absolute veto will be taken away. This can be replaced with a limited veto system by fixing the current loopholes. That makes sense. I have no problems with these clauses. Let's work with the reformists. Yes, sir. Lucian nodded. He nodded Frenchfully. From my experience, this gameplay time can be up to 12 hours, but that's probably because I'm a fast reader and I barely read the reports. Fair. Yeah, keep in mind, if I would play a lot faster if I was on my own. Because I can read a lot faster quietly than I can out loud. I mean, I'm sure I could come up with a story, but those are drinking to the outside and spill tea over a cup of tea. Fair enough. By later in the year, we should have an idea of the reform contents and what the other parties want. Lucian took notes. Frenchly. Another important point, we must be aware of the Loffenberg Group. The oligarchs convene under this organization to influence economic policies. Konrad Koronti led it for a long time before falling ill. The new leader is Mr. Walter Tusk. Oh god. Ew. Jesus Christ. Why are millionaires always like the worst looking people? According to reports, some members of the National Business Council are in their pockets. Tusk and the group will surely try to bribe us in exchange for special economic protections. I'll enter a diplomatic dialogue eventually. I don't want to completely shut them out. Because no longer have to care about presentation. Their money does for them. Yeah, honestly. Sortish Elon Musk, honestly. United Frenchfully. Ah, yes, with enough vowels to fill a can of alphabet soup. But pronouncing none of them. We'll be diplomatic, but I don't want to work with them, nor really against them. Wise approach. It's good to understand and see if we can reach a middle ground. As far as I know, Conrad's son Marcel has drawn ties to this group. His influence could definitely be an asset for us, but I'm sure he'll want something in return. Yeah. Just need to be careful with him. He looks like the lesser evil, but it could very quickly turn out to be the other way around. We need to tread carefully on all sides with all power players to survive our term. I need to underline the seriousness of the situation. The military and the general staff are a powerful element in the state, and as history tells us, a dangerous one too. We do have some room to make structural changes by reducing their budget, for example, but it is quite limited. I want to receive the advice of the military before making up my mind. I don't want to die in prison just like Arthur S. Whiskey. Oh, so that was the first president. Yeah, Rumberg on the horizon. We can't reduce our threat yet. Real Politics then was the name of the game, honestly. Not escaping the centrist allegations. Look, let me be a centrist. Where's the sort of chef? I want to hear him go, Bjork, 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 Bjork. Just accidentally have them strut up like communist revolutionaries. No, this isn't a revolution, chat. We're a republic. Imagine how fun and whimsical a meatball soup would be with the alphabet-shaped noodles. Okay, honestly, that would be pretty fun. Orson hungers for power. True. The Rumberg threat on the horizon. We can't reduce our defense capabilities. I would advise the same. The budget should be maintained, and we should refrain from confronting the military too directly. Defense Minister Josef Valencia is more loyal to us compared to General Kruger. A fact, but obviously can change with our actions. Either way, I see a potential rift between the two, since they are clearly of different minds. Oh my god. Bald! Bald! No, but, alright, he's more aligned with us. He was a captain during the Civil War under Tarkin Sol, and during the Wayland Civil War. Yeah, he was our commanding officer during the Wayland Civil War, actually. Big critic of Alfonso's policies. Lobbied for major conservative support. And then General Kruger is 4-star general. Served in the Imperial Army. And also a supporter of Sol. Oldest person to hold Supreme Chief of the Armed Forces. Interesting, okay. So he was originally a nationalist under Ludarin, but switched on him after mass executions. Edward Ludarin. Executed in 1929. Yeah, then, okay, so this was the first president. Brief leadership modernized Sordland into a secular democratic republic. Yeah, and then he died in... Okay, he died in prison. Interesting. Alright. Bald Bull has gone legit, honestly. Egg. Try and shift military funding towards dual role stuff, develop base industries and logistical capability. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now. Kruger's very conservative, and Lancia is conservative too, but he's mostly apolitical if you don't piss him. Hey, no spoilers, I'm free. We talked about this. Please. I will time you out if you spoil it again. Like, I know you're excited for the game, don't get me wrong, I'm also excited. And I don't blame you, this is a really cool game. I really don't want any spoilers. If you have to question yourself, hey, is this a spoiler? Just don't do it. Whoops, sorry. Hey, no worries, it happens. I get people get excited about the games. I'm not gonna be like upset at you. I'm just saying for my own enjoyment of the game, like I would really like no spoilers, please. If we act strongly against the military, both of those guys will unite against us. I agree with Lucian. We need to tread carefully here. We should look at his watch. Well then, gentlemen, precisely 30 minutes. This concludes our political briefing for today. Our next meeting will be about our media strategy. Talk to you soon, sir. I will keep in touch. See you both in the next meeting. Lucian and Peter bid their farewells and left. A mysterious amount of smoke is rising far away on the horizon. A mysterious amount of smoke. Oh shit, there was a fire. Fire broke out in the academic administration building at the Holsard State University. All the employee records from 1890 were destroyed. Public opinion. Massive increase in demands for democratic reforms. Estimated currently 55% of the population supports reformist ideas. Nice. Ritzia congratulates us. Very nice. ESPN Federation of Venraka signed historic NAP. Oh, very cool. Gasfield. Oh, cool. Alright, so Nargis just became even more important with a gas field discovery. Nature Preservation March. Okay, I don't care about as much about that. That's not economically helpful. Increasing homelessness in the British population. 40%, 47% of all homeless people are British. I see. We're gonna have to solve the British question at some point. Compulsory military service, Swedish General Staff, Gendarmerie under defense. Okay. Focus on rural security. Interesting. Okay, I like the Gendarmerie. That's pretty solid. Swedish General Staff, that's also fine. Compulsory military service. Okay, actually, I do... This is something I actually agree with IRL as well. I actually do agree with compulsory military service. I think it's a good way for people to have a good chance to build schools before, like, build skills before being released, especially as a transition period from high school to public life. So I'm not against that here. Petro State it is, hell yeah. Spoilers, just gonna have to find artifacts, thank you. Roxford and Appin. Oh, someone wants to hide that they worked for a university at one point, I'd wager. Conspirators already. Yeah, it seems like we have quite a few conspiracies. Alright, so currently active. We have military interference in politics. That's not good. I do like compulsory military service, I don't like military in politics. Maybe switch to a more of a Finnish style reserve system, honestly maybe. Outdated military equipment, that's also not good. Interesting. Internal security jurisdiction. Let's increase the uses of the Gendarmerie, special military force that operates within the country's borders. Gendarmerie is tasked with maintaining law and order. Large reservist pool. Prior military experience can be rapidly mobilized. Okay, that's actually good. Why is that listed as yellow? That's really good. And experienced generals. Alright, yeah, so we have experienced generals, we have a large reservist pools. So we need to work on procurement and logistics. And I think if we get cheap steel imports from Agnolia, then maybe we do need to improve this northern area. And then that will be able to get our products into the south here. As much as I'd love to get that rail network running from here to here, I do think that maybe the highway is the right idea. Or Soviet style, to be honest. What was the Soviet style? I'm actually not familiar. Constitution amendments require Assembly and Supreme Court, honorary membership, immunity of justices, unlimited terms, presidential decrees, 10% election threshold, ministers chosen from the Assembly, president impeachable by the court, president may veto bills, reform committee, British Freedom Party bans. Honestly, we might lift that ban just for the sake of democracy. Special zone of Virgia. I would love to be able to get rid of the special zone and just fully incorporate it. I know it's because of the bloody revolts by the separatists, but in Article 6 and 7. Yeah, every sword is equal before the law, and all citizens are swords, irrespective of ethnicities or cultures. Okay, that works. I do quite like Article 6 and 7. My guess is that the reservist is big, but also inexperienced, so that's why it's yellow. Ah, I see. But it said they were experienced. It's the first one it said. These reservists often have prior military experience and can be rapidly mobilized. Maybe it's just the cost of having outdated equipment plus the large reservist pool? Basically, a huge number of officers in the Corps, military personnel with a ton of equipment to massively increase the size of the military at the start of a war. Yeah. Faroon has a good video of it from a while back. I can link it in the description. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, please do. I'll gladly watch that. Okay, situations. Court backlog. That makes sense. Limited women's rights. We'll have to fix that. Extreme sexism, both in the workplace and at home. Law prohibits girls from learning natural and social sciences. What? Women aren't allowed science? What the hell is this shit? Women are often paid less than their male counterparts, furthermore they have little to no legal protection in case of domestic abuse. Okay, we're gonna have to change that. The British problem. I don't like that we refer to them as a problem. We will have to fix that. We should have the British solution. Judicial rivalry, Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice, yeah, some human rights. Hey, we have some human rights, that's good. No woman in science? Oh my, yeah, we're gonna have to fix that. We're not like a small nation by any means. We have what? Oh, that is our codex entry. How much population do we have? Does it say? You think it would tell us? Oh, open demographics. There we go. Okay, but it doesn't tell us how much. Okay, and Nargis is actually our biggest region. Interesting. Oh, that's for GDP, yeah, because the oil fields. Population-wise, Greater Whole Sword region is still the largest. Angline actually has a lot of population compared to its GDP. Oh yeah, that's less than half. Jesus. Like you'll notice here that the population and the GDP contributions are quite balanced, aside from Nargis because the oil fields, obviously. And then you have Angland, which is so uninvested. So I think we do actually invest in Angland here. Promote planned economy, Energy Protection Act at 20%. Ah, I see. Okay, there's a lot of economy problems. Weak transportation, unemployment crisis, tax evasion. Bastards! Decreased trade volume, war in Rust Belt. I see. Yeah, that's not good. Stagnated production, Angland lacks investment. Grunny barely maintains growth, tourism industry at average activity levels, and stagnated production. Okay, this is gonna be fun. The scale in this game pretty, Gravitas summed it up pretty well. Nice, okay. The British solution, that sounds wrong somehow. It does look forever Yugoslavia-sized. Yeah, we kind of are. We have multiple different ethnicities. Maybe the scale's up. The scale in this game feels pretty vague. I can sort of guess it by judging population and GDP. Just ignore them, we don't know it could be a problem. True. Alright, running welfare principles. Freedom in curriculum, voluntary vaccinations. Okay, we need to work on rural education, which working on that highway should help up here. Overburdened welfare system, we'll have to worry about that later. Maybe provide some funding. Solaced education. Okay, that feels a little bit more propaganda than we'd like. We'll replace that with some Rainist education. Inconsistent, low quality. Okay. State security privileges. Corruption. Oh, yeah, there it is. Corruption, illegal immigration. Organized crime, dispute with the governor of Bergia. Interesting. An immediate BFF threat persists. Maintaining a state of unrest, which is instability within Sordland. Okay, interesting. AN member, OMEC member, neutrality. Bromberg expansionism, lack of allies, foreign energy influence. Influential OMEC member, though. Experienced diplomats and balance. Okay, so the situation is not fully lost, chat. Everyone is writing about the Committee for Reform and the fire at HSU. That's not bad. USB wants to appeal to the people sort of helping maintain stability and order. Details. Okay. Unfazed by recent political developments, Gazprom has set to bolster Sordland's infrastructure and support its ongoing development efforts. But Sordland's largest corporations, Gazprom's financial aid, logistical support, and equipment aid are crucial to Sordland's economic resurgence. This advertisement was sponsored by the Alfonso Foundation. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I see. And Gazprom, we have the state owns a few of the shares in. Interesting. Include the promotion of planned economy. Okay. Economists. Item interests pioneering electronics. Alfonso abandons Wolfberg's exclusive conclave. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Soros National League start. What? Oh, soccer. Okay. Sorry, football. I had to make sure. I saw National League. I was like, oh no, wait. FC Gelsord, last season's champion. Ooh, fun. FC Enrica. Very interesting. Support an Assembly Grocer Campaign Finance Bill. New bill would give political parties an annual amount of 500 power SR per member of Assembly. This would result in 28 million SR going to the governor and United Sordland Party, which will benefit most from the... that's gonna sound like corruption, though. But also, if the majority of members are supporting it, then I don't want to vote against it, you know? Gazprom? Russians? No, it's Gazprom. It's different. Decades after the infamous Azam incident. Bloody protest for the British movement. Okay. New unconfirmed information emerges that challenges the official state narrative. As per anonymous former Black Battalion sources, the incident was not an act of foreign aggression to destabilize Sordland, but a government conspiracy to gain influence. Materials related to members of the Old Guard faction revealed Sordland information. Oh, okay, that's just goddamn radical. Sign of discord, nationalist violence. Oh god, a man in his 20s has been beaten with baseball bats in a paramilitary-style attack in Arbory. The man claims to have been attacked because of his ethnic background as an Agno-Sorter citizen. He was approached during a walk in the park by a group of right-wing extremists who were suspected of being regulars at the local Nationalist Front Party office. The group inflicted injuries to his legs and arms, police said. The man was brought to the hospital after making his way to a nearby property. The police service of Arbory said it was a brutal attack for which there was no justification. There's no place for attacks such as this. Okay, we have ethnic violence now, too. Very cool. Very cool. Itzia firmly refutes Pale's retort in Oris Gasfield's dispute. Rumberg coming south. Wayland, Agnolia, and Sordland. The annexation of Dome many decades ago was just the beginning. And Dome was right here. Alright, that's going to be concerning. Ban the National Front. Honestly, it might be an idea if they're supporting stuff like this. Oh, hey, look at that. Economic stability has gone back up. Let's go. We did it, chat. We fixed the recession. Alright. Let's read the report on tourism. Sordland Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act. Cultural tourism appeal to several cities, including Boren, Rybury, Lackhaven, Anrica, and Benfey. That's mostly our entire east coast. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. And then Lackhaven is on the west. Oh, Rybury is on the west coast as well. Interesting. Okay. Regardless, I think we should be good in terms of tourism. I'm happy for that. Collective push to make us a tourist destination? Hell yeah. Alright, meeting on the media strategy. Lucian and Peter arrived at my office to talk about recent developments in the media strategy. They both took their seats across from me. Lucian put on his reading glasses and quickly went over some documents. Peter turned to Lucian and nodded. Greetings, gentlemen. I have just received further information from the interior about the sudden fire that broke out at the HSU's archives nearby. Tell me more. The initial reports from the Hullsword police chief indicate a potential arson case. In accordance with protocol, the Swedish... I'm gonna turn off the voice for now, I'm tired. Swedish Intelligence Directorate has been called. Is the SID really necessary for this? Why would anyone hit the archives of the university in the first place? I see no logical motive there. It seems like the chief suspects of foreign sabotage. Oh, sorry. Seems like the chief suspects of foreign sabotage. I misread that. They informed us that a large section of the archive has been destroyed, included tens of thousands of globally recognized research documents and original by the great thinkers of our people. Huh. Back to Peter's point, this was arson. What could be the motive here? The fact that the employee records have been destroyed along with the research documents raises further questions. Luckily, most originals have copies in the other universities and some international libraries. The first edition of my favorite book, The Geopolitics of Sordland, by Erman Equia, was destroyed too. Maybe it was just a freak accident? We do have copies of the most important works, so no single fire can eradicate our knowledge. I see no point in destroying employee records either. More importantly, Lucian mentioned that Marcel Caronti contacted him. The Carontis have always been known as one of the richest and most influential families in Sordland. Marcel Caronti was no exception. He was the oldest son of Conrad Caronti, the industrialist and media mogul who founded HOS, the Heart of Sordland conglomerate. Oh, interesting. The richest man in the entirety of Sordland. Lucian turned to me. He has offered to meet with you, Mr. President. What does he want? After the passing of his father, may he rest in peace, Marcel aims to become the next CEO of the Heart of Sordland conglomerate. He mentioned a productive collaboration. They are a powerful and influential media conglomerate. To start with, they own the Sordland Today's newspaper, the Sordish Broadcasting Corporation, which means it would be wise to have them on our side. Sorry for interrupting. Alright, sounds like there's potential there. Sorry, I'm going through a little bit of this because I did get through this quite quickly on Discord the other day. Let me know, chat, if you want me to slow down or if we just want to get to the actual meat of the game, because I have realized that we're not in the meat of the game yet. There's definitely potential that could go both ways. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we need to determine a general approach to media. I'm no media expert, but Lucian made some very interesting arguments at the preparation meeting yesterday. There are two ways we can approach the media. One of them is by influencing it, which has clear advantages. The other one is keeping it independent. Alright, which way do we want to go here, boys? The pace is fine? Okay, that sounds good. I'm glad. Do we want the media to be independent, or do we want it to be influenced? Because if we're going full communist, we'd want influenced media. But I think also there's merits to having an independent media. You know what I mean? 2, colon-free. I don't like that colon-free. That feels silly. I think what we could do is we could do an independent media, and then make a deal with Marcel Caronti on the side anyway. You know what I mean? I feel like that could be a move. Do independent media? That sounds good. Yeah, I think we nominally have it independent, and then we just have 1 or 2 papers that's like super pro-government. The media must be independent. Ideally, yes, but an unpopular leader will not be able to pass even the easiest reforms. It's of the utmost importance to maintain public popularity and avoid any damaging scandals or mistakes. I must stress one thing, Mr. President. The more people we have supporting our agenda, the more we can accomplish. With someone on our side in an influential media organization, we can do this very easily. I see what you're getting at. I agree with Lucian, but why the assumption there'll be scandals and mistakes? We can always hope for the best, but do we really think that nothing can go wrong? Especially considering the very recent history of Sordland. 2 knocks were heard on the door. Please come in. Livia Suno, my new secretary, entered the office. Oh hey, this is the one that Peter hired for us. Her dark curls bounced as she crossed the room to my desk. She spoke with a slight lit in her voice. Previously worked at Swedish Airlines. I see. Okay, so this is talking about that previous scandal. You did promise democracy? That's true. Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Galade's secretary has been calling me and wanted me to relay a message. Marcel Caronti, the new CEO for HOS Conglomerate, is on the line for Mr. Gallade. Well, the ball is in our court now. Would you like to talk to him, sir, or would you like me to? You go ahead. The call was for Mr. Gallade, not for me. Right away, sir. Connecting the call to line 1. Livia left the room and phone started ringing. Lucien picked it up. A few minutes passed as the two talked over the phone. Good news indeed. Congratulations, Mr. Caronti. Thank you for contacting me about this. We will talk later. I trust Lucien. I feel like Peter and Lucien are my two main guys. Anyone else could betray me, but Lucien and Peter won't betray me, you know what I mean? Well, it was so important, but I couldn't wait. He was just elected CEO by the board of directors. He offered a partnership deal regarding his media branch. He is inviting us to his resort near Conriat for a meeting. Where's Conriat? Third largest city in the greater Whole Sword region. Until, oh, there it is right there. It's just north of us. Okay, that's not bad. The board has decided rather quickly. Seems like gave him the confidence to approach us again. He is going to offer a real deal, and now has the power of the conglomerate too. The choice is up to you, Mr. President. I can set up the meeting soon. Honestly, yeah, arrange it. I don't even need to ask Peter. I should have asked Peter maybe, but I don't need to, I feel. I'll set things up right away. Expect the WFL meeting next month. It's settled then. Looking forward to next month. Wonder if he has a pool. Lucien looked at his watch. It appears we're done for today. We'll continue where we left off later. Thank you for your time. Good work from Purcell. Keep it up. Lucien and Peter nodded before gathering their documents and leaving my office. We were already getting the attention of key figures, and potentially dangerous ones. But yeah, we're literally the president of Sordland. Betrayal from a close childhood friend? Please, that'd be ridiculous. I know, right? Alright, what's up now? Invest in mega infrastructure. Nice. Read the report. Tourism potential. Ooh, nice, okay. So we have quite a bit of tourism being boosted here. Campaign finance bill. Declined energy output, that's not great. SID joins HSU. This kind of reminds me of Valkyria Chronicles 2, where like you had like the little scenes in between each mission. Except there's no missions, it's just the scenes. You know what I mean? Party committee report. Reform committee reports that any potential change to the constitution and direction of the reformists will likely result in strong opposition from the National Front Party. That's the third biggest party, which means we don't really need them because we already had the PFJP with us. Members of the Assembly in support of such direction seem to be in great numbers, and possibly make up a majority in the Grand National Assembly, while most members of the United Sword Party seem reluctant about supporting such changes. Okay, interesting. Alright, section 1 of this bill stipulates significant change. 500,000 Ren per member of Assembly. Based on the number of votes, this is relying on a proportion of seats. Okay, so it's proportional funded. This will give us a substantial increase and a minor augmentation for other parties. For the consequence of this election, parties that do not meet the 10% election threshold will see their public funding effectively curtailed. This measure ensures that public resources are concentrated towards parties with significant representation. How do we feel about this, chat? Yep, proportional. Because next time we do this, we should do a dictatorship run. Honestly, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? We'll sign it. The GNA has... The Grand National Assembly wanted to do it. Unfair electoral fund. It's not unfair. It's not unfair. I knew this would happen because I had the same reaction last night. It's proportional. It's not unfair. Alright. Economic stability is still good. Republic of Kairut. Oh! Expresses approval of Swordish democracy. Let's go. You'll love to hear it. Alright, now we just have the Lack Heaven infrastructure route. This is about where I got in the game the other night when I was testing it. Alright, invest in a... You can just reject the plans. Now, let's invest in a mega infrastructure project. You blocked parties that got less than 10% from funded element? Yeah, exactly. They're failures. Maybe they should vote harder. End the funded entirely. Yeah, look, maybe if more people supported their ideas, they would have more funded. but they don't. Alright, discussion of potential infrastructure projects. We've already spent some government budget. The view towards the Marquian Sea from Lac Haven was nothing short of exquisite. The seaside state's residence, fittingly named the Blue Mansion, was large, fine, and accommodating. But enjoying the luxurious mansion wasn't the main reason of our visit. We gathered the economic team here to discuss the new infrastructure investment project. Half an hour had already passed since the start of the meeting. Fortunately, I did not even have the chance to have my usual afternoon coffee. Talking about that, add campaign finance laws? True, we probably will. Looking at the view from the windows, I let my mind drift for a couple of seconds. Simon's voice brought me back into the ongoing discussion. Mr. President, we need to focus on boosting the economy as quickly as possible. One of the fastest ways to achieve this is through infrastructure projects. What can we focus on? On one hand, businessmen are complaining about the slow logistical rail network between Holsword and Lac Haven. Lila starts talking as soon as Simon took a breath. On the other hand, citizens are criticizing the lack of a proper highway connection between Lac Haven and Arvory. Okay, why are you obsessed with Arvory? Staff Sergeant in the Women Army Corps. Ah, Mayor of Arvory. I see. I see. Fishing companies and regional trade ports. Significant Agno-Sorters population coexisting with Rombergians, Valgs, and Swords. Okay, and she revived the city. Land trade with Agnolia increased. Honestly, we need more trade right now. We have a lack of allies and we have a lack of trade deals. Interesting, okay. Built separated high-speed passenger rail to free up more capacity for freight. You know what, that's an idea. Alright. We need to pick the most profitable option for economic growth. Like, we just need to get out of the recession right now. Which is obviously connecting our two most economically powerful cities. It's not business people who are suffering now, but ordinary folk. What really matters is that your first economic act accomplishes something tangible. Yeah, we have to prove our capabilities. To that point, I defined two important projects for your attention. The H3 Highway Project and the L1 High-Speed Railway Project. Mr. Hull repositioned himself on his chair. The Ministry can only support one project at a time, with our current capacity and budget. Let's move on to the details of each. So which one do you want to hear about first? Tell me about the H3 Highway. The H3 Highway Project proves to invade the abysmal state of the road network in the Agnolan region bordering Agnolia. The area is home to several million Agno-Sortish and Sortish citizens who currently feel neglected. There are no proper highway connections to and from Anglin. The mayor of Avery, Eric Neal, has been asking for a bigger budget to develop the regional infrastructure. He told us that even trucks are having a hard time traveling for the main roads. The increased traffic is causing trouble for people commuting in and out of the region. Oh, he's a party member, chat. This feels important. Yeah, this will definitely be a poll, don't worry. Let's discuss it first between the two of them, and then we'll do a poll. You know what I mean? I think that would be the fairest way of doing this. It's not a bad finish. She witnessed the bad conditions, so she's just a solution. Yeah. No. I agree. This could hurt the local businesses. It is. Bless their souls. I'm happy we're thinking alike on the matter. Take a more detailed look at the upgrade proposal. Look at the map. Lilas was pointing at Lac Haven. The H3 highway road starts here in Lac Haven. And from there, it leads to Lenkirk, and then all the way to Arvory. As a result, the road network to the Agnolian capital Stallport will also improve substantially. She paused and leaned forward in her chair. As mayor, I saw the central government continuously neglect our country's Agno-Sortish dominated regions. Is this administration going to continue that kind of negligence? Yeah, honestly, we should no longer neglect a key region for our trade of Agnolia. Sure, but most goods flow to Lac Haven and Holsword, which means we should give more importance to logistics there. As we pointed out, the highway would be less beneficial in the short term. At the disagree, it will increase the speed of transportation throughout the region. Citizens will be quite pleased if we successfully accomplish this. Besides, if we enter trade talks with Magnolia, they will see this investment as a positive sign. That's true. Still want to hear about the railway project, though. Right. Your predecessor, Alfonso, failed to deliver on this campaign promise, but now we had the opportunity to start the construction of a groundbreaking railway project. As you know, our current trains cannot meet the standards of today. As many other countries adopt new electric engine technology to power up the trains, we're falling behind. News about the new electric trains in United Katana has piqued our business's interest. They too want transport resources. They too want to transport resources and material from Holsword to Lackhaven with great speed and efficiency. Agreed, the superpowers have led the way with their high-quality technology. We've got to keep up. Only technological advancement will give us an edge in the international arena. Our plan is to upgrade the old L1 line from the Holsword to Lackhaven. It will transform into a high-speed network. Look at the map. The plan of construction starts right here at the capital. From there, it will go to Enrica first. Then Gelsord. After which it will reach Lackhaven, our economic powerhouse. We lean forward. The L1 will significantly boost the economies of the newly linked cities and even the rural areas in between. Lackhaven is our primary port, so the goods unloaded there will be transported to Holsword much faster. Yeah, the link in the rural areas is also good. We're talking about the wealthiest regions and forgetting about Anglin, which needs the investment far more. The mayor of Enrica, Curtin Les, also requested this project to be prioritized. Why is he important? He's a member of the USP. Okay, so both have USP mayors. One of the problems with the highway is that you'll doom people into using cars. The highway will be less beneficial. Will also be less beneficial in the long term, though. Well, I feel like in the long term it would be more beneficial because it shows to Agnolia that we are serious about trade with them. I do love how all the Europeans are very anti-car highway, though, and the pro-train. That's hilarious to me. L1 high-speed rail project. Is that on decision? Alright, chat. Do we want to do the L1 or the H3? That is the question we have for ourselves today. So counterpoint, his high-speed rail, woo, true, a high-speed rail is pretty fun. Don't get me wrong, I am a big enjoyer of high-speed rail. But it's curious how it'll go. More freight on the highway, the more expensive the maintenance will be. So counterpoint, God. Oh, all my chat's Europeans. I forgot about this. The vote is up right now. You guys are able to vote if you wish. Can't we have the rail carry through to Arvory? I assume we can't have it carry through to Arvory, though, because of... I assume it won't carry through because of the cliffs, right? Arvory is built into the cliffs. No, there's the music. I was like, did the music just cut out? So, like, if you look at Enrica, yeah, antiquated rail... Earlery, historical tourism, actually that's fine. All of these areas would be helped. Like from Jen to Lackhaven. Same with maybe even Rybury, right? Since that the rural regions would be helped out a lot too. So that's affecting a lot more, a lot bigger part of our population. So it might actually be worthwhile to do the rail network first. And I don't know if that will affect our relations with don't worry more about the 5-hour mark while the Europeans will be here too. Yes, so what we'll do is we'll do like rail-centric infrastructure now, and then once the Europeans fall asleep, we'll go full car-centric, okay, chat? We can extend rail, we can extend highways too. Come on, think about all the cars we'd sell, Gravitas. No one is voting for the highway project, really? Interesting. War of Attritionston. I heard that. What, are you saying you don't support car-centric, He thinks the Europeans, sweet. We're on his way to screw the country with car-centric infrastructure. Alright, it seems like rail has won. Decided on the L1 high-speed rail project to improve the connection between our most productive cities. The right choice, Mr. President. Negotiations will begin in the middle of this year. You'll be able to award the contract to a corporation of your choice. The ministry estimates that construction will be completed in 2 years if every step going forward is executed successfully. Thank you all for your contributions and thoughts. Have a good day. See you soon, Mr. Rain. Have a nice day, Mr. President. Even and settle on the beautiful coastline of Lackhaven. Well, Lilas didn't give too much grief over it. Hey, the economy's stable now. Look at that. Oh, hell yeah. Economic miracle. Post-sword economic miracle, chat. Oh wait, I thought you hooligans were planning to do No, we said, so right now we're doing a lot of rail-centric infrastructure, but once the Europeans fall asleep, the Americans will be able to vote for car-centric infrastructure. Heard the words cars and nothing else? No, we didn't even say car-centric, we were just saying car-centric. Lurk cars, oh my god. Alright, there we go. So we now have the construction project. Logistical issues should be a fit in the past. Industrial center. Capital. Well, at least this way we'll still be able to get those steel trades from Stallport to Lackhaven, and then the rail will be able to bring it over to Wholesword. I was just hoping that we'd have more investment up here to improve more general areas. Because if we look at our overview here, you can see how Angland has a lot of population, but very little GDP. It's quite unfortunate, you see. But hey, the economy is stable now. That's huge. We love to see that. Don't worry, you've just been defunded for now. Oh my god, guys. Sick, more Helios building for me. There is no Helios. Alright. Invest in Arcasian company stocks. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll buy 1,000 shares. Oh, okay, so that was my personal wealth. I'm sure nothing will go wrong with the Arcasian company. Reception at the inaugural ball. Chat, we are balling. I had just finished buttoning up my suit jacket when the doorbell rang. The presidential guard had arrived to pick us up for the inaugural ball. Ball was a 3-decade-old tradition, breathlessly anticipated by politicians, bureaucrats, and the press. All eyes were about to be on me. I called on Monica to get the children ready. Looking in the mirror, I strained my tie and took a deep breath. After tonight, there would be no turning back. Suddenly, Deanna hugged me from behind, startling me a little. Monica had fixed her hair into an elaborate braid, woven through with ribbons. Papa, Mama told me it's time to go. Hello, darling, where's your brother? I thought one of the options is just stroke her hair. That's so funny. It's just like, just silently stand there. They suck subsistence forming up there. Gotta get those peasants off the farm and into the factories. I know, right? No conflicts of interest and sorry, I just gotta stretch here. I do really enjoy this game. I love the vibe of this game. It seems like it's gonna be so much fun. I think Frank is still upstairs. She shrugged. It was almost time to leave. The big ball was starting in less than an hour. Darling, Frank, it's time. Monica came down the stairs. So this is the first photo we get of our wife. Hey, look at that. That's our first lady, chat. Hello, I have returned from Lancer. How's the Suzerain going? It's going pretty good. How did the Lancer go? I know I made the joke earlier about Arrow could never, but I've done my monthly moderation action. Oh? Did we have something to moderate? Now I'm curious. Now I'm gonna be like, I don't see any moderation action. Alrighty, Monica came downstairs. She was wearing a simple yet elegant beige sheath dress and short heels. Her hair had been neatly pinned into a chignon, showing off the pearl earrings I had given her for our 15th anniversary. 15th anniversary. I will say, I love what the script of this game is. We did well, shot a lot of robots. Hell yeah, what mech are you using? All those years, she had stayed by my side. Now, we were about to begin the most challenging chapter in our lives yet. How do you do, Mr. President? We'll kiss her hand. Just stand there and look at her. Hit her with the the side eye. Witches are rude and need to be shoved on sight. True, many such cases. Now where the hell is Frank? Monica, my love, you look gorgeous the day we married. There we go. We're just gonna rizz up our wife here because we did ignore her for most of our election campaign. I used the good old basic Everest. Nice. Hit her with the 1,000-yard stare riz. Now, there's that charm that got you elected. Frank trudged down the stairs. This fin itches. Well, nobody asked you. Frank tugged at the collar of his new tuxedo. He seemed ill at ease. Glad to have you with us for this big night. Sure, Dad. I'm just dying to go. Shut the... This ungrateful kid. I'm gonna be nice to him. But ungrateful kid. You know, to be fair, he did grow up without his dad because I was always at work. Hit her with the Leon stare from RE4. Your wife looks a lot like Skylar Whitewall, does she? People going to be around us from now on? She pointed at the presidential guards at the door of the house. Yes. Unfortunately, yes, they can't leave her side until my Germans get used to it. These people are our friends, Deanna. There we go. It's alright, baby. They're here to make sure nothing bad happens to your papa or his family. Monica held Deanna's hand. Together, flanked by the guards, we walked out the door. Halfway to the car, Frank stopped abruptly and turned towards me. Dad, do I really have to go? Couldn't I stay home instead? It's a party fun for me. Don't you want to support your father? You'll love it, son. I'm sure there'll be plenty of pretty girls to dance with. Don't make me angry, Frank. Oh god, okay, you can just go full abusive father. Jesus. I'm nervous myself, Frank, but I feel a lot more confident with my son by my side. There we go. Hey, Montana, how's it going? We are currently playing Politics Simulator as the president of Sordland, and honestly, it's really fun so far. I'm having a lot of fun with this. Frank smiled reluctantly. Well, when you put it like that, sure. Let's go. Presidential guard showed us the way as red and blue lights flashed around us. Sergei, my driver, ushered us into our armored limousine. Sergei, my goat! I love Sergei. I would sacrifice every member of this family if it meant saving Sergei. The motorcade started moving towards the palace. I gazed out the window, deep in thought. Anton, what are you thinking about? Thinking that we've come a long way together, haven't we? Yes, we have, and there's still so much that we'll accomplish side by side. Just remember, no matter what happens, the children and I will always be here for you. I'm going to help Papa fix everything. Yeah, you are, kiddo. Frank rolled his eyes. Why are you like this? Fucking teenagers, I swear to God. I know you will, honey. Let's just enjoy the night. No. We'll see, darling. After what seems like just a few minutes, the convoy slowed to a halt. Sergei, my goat! Sergei rolled down the limousine's soundproof partition. We are here, sir. Have you enjoyed the drive? I did, Sergei. Thank you. Much appreciated. How are you today? I'm just as good as I can be, but today is your day, sir. I'm glad you are in charge now. You know, my entire family voted for you. That's crazy, Sergei. Here with all of your support. I won't let your family down, Sergei. Nacreus, welcome in. Seems like a pretty cool game. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this so far. I'm not gonna lie. I've been really enjoying this. Also, welcome in, Nacreus. Good to see you. Sergei's such a real one. Honestly, like, there's just... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I think there's 3 people where if they betray me, I'm gonna be heartbroken. Sergei, Peter, or Lucian. If any of those 3 betray me, that will get me crying. So, just stretching here. Ugh. I am excited to see how this game pans out, though, because, like, again, we're still in the expedition. We're on day 1 of being president still. I don't doubt that, sir. You're the one who sparked a glimmer of hope in us all. But we've already stabilized the economy, chat. Or it's not day 1, I guess it's month 1? I don't know how to... What's the time scaling on this? I actually don't know. Sergei opened the door for me. The normally imposing palace was festooned with garish banners that nearly made it look cheerful. A line of shiny luxury sedans stretched around it. Politicians, bureaucrats, celebrities, the creme de la creme of Sordland elite, streamed inside the building. Good luck out there, Mr. President. I'll see you on the trip home. Stepped out and immediately found myself surrounded by loud voices and camera flashes. Hordes of eager journalists thrust their portable microphones my way. My guards fended off most of them, but one woman managed to dodge them and corner me. I recognized the Swedish Broadcasting Company logo on her press lanyard. Mr. President, Mr. President! Do you plan on working together with the opposition parties on the expected constitutional reforms? Okay, so last time I said, hey, I don't want to talk about this right now. They said, oh wow, I can't believe you betrayed them all. Hey, Nacreus, thank you to follow. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Always appreciated. Waiting for your A2 Sergei moment. Dude, that would crush me. Could you imagine, like, Sergei, like, betrays us? Oh my god. How are you? I'm doing pretty good today, Montana. I woke up pretty late. Like, I woke up at 9:55. I stream at 10 a.m. for those of you who don't know. So, I haven't had breakfast. I am quite hungry. I've only had 1 coffee. So, in about 10 minutes here, on the next ad break, I'm gonna go grab another coffee, I think. Maybe I'll put some food in, and then we can have a nice little snack as we play this game. But aside from that, everything's been going pretty well. I'm really enjoying this game, though. So far, chat has made us go planned economy, and independent media. And we also just invested in a major rail network between the capital and the industrial heartland. So, we'll see how that goes. Alright, we're going to work with everyone. My administration will bring real change. If the opposition is willing to support us. Let's say we're going to work with everyone. They're going to be like, oh, that means they're going to get nothing done. Yeah, we're going to work with everyone. Mr. Richard clarified, but as long as you hold your promises of democratization, they will support you on these issues to the end. What do you think about this statement? Can't comment since I haven't seen the statement yet. Clarified, but as long as you hold your promises, I welcome it. This is a challenge for us all. One more question. One of your first acts as president was to sign a campaign finance law allocating public election funds by seats in the assembly, as opposed to number of votes. Is this a deliberate attempt to defund the Communist Party and the bloody Workers' Party, neither of which have reached the election threshold? It was agreed upon by the majority of the GNA. I couldn't use my veto on the first day. That's enough, ma'am, said one of my guards while nudging the reporter away from me. A path through the crowd was now open, and we quickly made our way to the entrance of the palace. Same time, a dozen fireworks went off. Okay, so hopefully that gives us a bit more of a favorable reaction to the newspapers, because I know with an hour of coffee, my stomach can never. I tend to have about one a day, but I've been going to two some days if I'm doing a lot of work or if I'm doing a longer stream. It's just nice to have something to sip on, you know? Though I am quite hungry as well, so maybe I'll grab food at the same time. Today's going to be a longer stream, I think. Like, I want to go for 6 hours today, maybe. Okay, now I should do 8. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle 8 hours of just continuous reading, but we'll see how it goes. You know what I mean? We'll see how it goes. Alright. At the same time, a dozen fireworks went off. The entrance was decorated with beautiful ribbons in Sordland's color of white, yellow, and maroon. Such a cool tricolor, too. Here, I'm going to crack open my door because it's actually getting quite warm here. I didn't think this game would run so hot. Maybe it's because I have OBS and Twitch open as well, but a lush maroon carpet has been rolled down the stairs. I think we really like maroon, chat. We entered the lobby and joined the fronds of people making their way towards the ballroom. As I navigated through the crowd, a familiar figure stepped into my path. It was Bernard Circus, the acclaimed poet and now MP. His face bore a look of subtle defiance. Congratulations, President Rain. A remarkable achievement indeed. Oh, he's red. He's an enemy, chat. He's an enemy. Run! Elected. Sure. No, Mischief, I promise I was democratically elected to the Republic, okay? Whether or not we stay democratic is a different conversation. But also, M, how's it going? Sure. Oh, Krill, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that so much. But no, M, how are you today? I finally got this working so I can actually play it. Yesterday was a day. I hope you've been well. Alright. A remarkable achievement indeed. It's been a long time, Comrade Circus. Oh yeah, because I was red. Yeah, because you guys made me go red youth. Well done, Dirt Boy. Oh my god, it was so frustrating. So I tried verifying everything to make sure everything was there, but that didn't work. I had to reinstall OBS from the start. Doing good, thieving the seas? Hell yeah. Absolutely hell yeah. Can we get a shout out for M, please, in chat, Quarry, at some point? For those of you that don't know, M, also known as True Miss Mischief, was the creator of the original Mason art. And, oh god, there's been so many derivatives ever since. But yes, M is a really good friend of the channel. She also streams over on her channel, and her streams are genuinely something I wake up early for, which is really funny, because I struggle to wake up early, but I find, like, I get the notification around 5 a.m., and I wake up, I go to her stream, I get to be a silly little guy over there. It's a great time. She does a lot of Pokemon lately as well, which I've been really enjoying. And, oh, you were doing something else that I was really enjoying as well lately. What was the other series you were playing that I was watching a lot of? You were doing Witcher, you were doing Pokemon. Oh, you've been playing Black Flag recently, haven't you? Regardless, Emma's a fantastic streamer. I highly recommend you go check her out, guys. We're also going to be playing Barotrauma together on Tuesday, and I'm sure that will go phenomenally. I will be stealing all the calcium from all the skeletons. We're nearing the end of it? Yeah, okay, I thought so. Yeah, I haven't been attending the Black Flag ones as much, but the Pokemon ones I've definitely been out for. It's been a great time. Barrow Trauma, my beloved. See, I played it once with my friends, and I didn't really have a good experience. So I'm excited to see. I'm excited to actually be taught the game this time. Because the first time I played it was modded, right? So I had not only did I know nothing of what was going on, it was also just there was no like guidance. Gonna trauma the Barrow out of you, Rory. Oh God, I gotta keep my Barrows inside. I cannot wait for the Barrow traumatic experience. Sorry, just my back is like really sore today. I must have slept wrong. All right, anyway, back to the game. Sorry, back to blowing my nose. Then we'll go back to the game. You steal calcium and I'll steal a Barrow. Oh no. But yes, it's been a long time, Comrade Circus. A remarkable achievement, yes, but the true test begins now, don't you think? I appreciate your congratulations, but from one former Red Youth to another, we both know our work has just begun. Both come a long way from our Red Youth days, haven't we? Okay, so we went to the Red Youth with him, it seems. Yeah, he also joined the Red Youth during the sort of Civil War. Survived the purge of Tarkin's soul. I see. So he went to Katana and studied sociology. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Come a long way from our Red Youth days, haven't we? Yes, we have, but some things never change, do they? Can't help but wonder how the winds of change will blow in our Sordland now that you've taken the helm. Perhaps now is the time that our long-nurtured dream of revolution finally become a reality. Revolution, Mr. Circus? Let's hope it's a peaceful one. Sordland needs progress, not revolution. Any upheaval will endanger a chance for improvement. Maybe on the summit, Bernard, but tonight, let's put politics aside and do even a revolution or not, Mr. Circus. It's a night of unity for Sordland. It's a peaceful one. You mustn't forget, to ride towards the sun is to invite flame, yet only through fiery peril can true glory be found. The light of it binds us all. That's the weight of your new role. Taking up enough of your time, President Rain. This is your night after all. Your family, friends, and country await. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, Mr. Circus. Enjoy your evening. Alright, you have a good one, Em. I'll be working as a crime. Alright, yeah, go steal a bunch of crap on the seas. Let me know what you steal later. Oh wait, no, wait, I'm gonna go steal stuff on the seas. Also, gone out to find artifacts. Please do not steal artifacts, chat. I just realized the correlation there. Oh no. Oh, that's hilarious. Alrighty. Until we meet again. As I watched Bernard's circus blend back into the crowd, his words echoed in my mind. I'm gonna steal all the artifacts. No! Were they mere poetic expressions, or a reflection of the real socialist sentiments stirring within the country? Behind me, I heard a familiar voice. There they are, the most beautiful family in Sordland. I'm just gonna imagine Peter as Tony Soprano. Theft. The most beautiful family in Sordland. Uncle Peter! Hi, Uncle Peter. It's great to see you. You two are growing faster than I am getting wiser. Yeah, he sounds Italian to me. You're a sight for sore eyes, Peter. I love, like, the undertone and, like, the underlying, like, male bond between Peter and Anton. Because it's, like, that's something I would say to my friends, right? Like, you know, like, we always, like, hit on our friends jokingly and whatnot. We'd be like, hey, what's up? Stuff like that. So, I like that this is, like, friendly and not pure professionalism. Likewise. Happy to see a familiar face, Peter. Evelyn! Okay, this is Peter's wife. I see. Cosmopolitan, she married Peter Victon in 1936. Became known for her pro-government articles. Ooh, we need her back as a journalist then. Oh, she was expelled after defending Alfonso. Okay, maybe we don't need her back as a journal. I see. Shook our hands with firmness, but belied her delicate features. Congratulations, Anton. I have to say that results were clear to me from the beginning. I appreciate it, Evelyn. It means a lot. Or there's a woman behind every successful man. True, you're right. Monica is behind me. I'm sorry. You gotta keep the mask on. No. Now we'll put there's a woman behind every successful man. What a gentleman. Monica smiled at me. There we go. We riz Monica tonight, okay, chat? Tonight is all about rizzing Monica. We abandoned her for years to work in the party. We abandoned her and Frank for years. We gotta make sure the family stays loyal today, okay, chat? Monica, how are you? You barely said a word. I'm more than relieved to have this roller coaster ride over with, but of course now the real work begins. Ah yes, managing the help, planning parties, daily trips to the salon to look your best for foreign dignitaries. Don't be so old-fashioned, Evelyn. I plan to use my power as First Lady to advance the position of woman throughout Sordland. Equal rights for our sex are long overdue. Wouldn't you say, Anton? Alright, chat, we have a choice here. As long as you don't burn the roast. Am I right, Peter? That's crazy. Up to a point, yes. They mustn't neglect their responsibilities to their husbands and families. Oh, that one feels so gross. Ew. Absolutely. And we'll work together to achieve that. Love that one. That's my wife, never content to just be a pretty face. That sounds patronizing. I think working together is probably the best option here. Peter, the roast is burned. Peter, the roast is here. I just like the, am I right, Peter? Imagine if we click that option and Peter just goes, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Damn, you and Peter got something going on the side. Oh, no, Peter will be my my gay bromance for this entire game. Peter is my ride or die. Peter, Sergey, and Lucian are my ride or dies. I'm gonna keep the family happy, don't get me wrong. But, Peter just gives you the sweat look. Yeah, exactly. Like, imagine if Peter just goes, dude, what the dude, tone it down. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even agree with it. It just doesn't land at all. But no. Absolutely, we'll work together to achieve that. Surprisingly enough, chat, I do actually believe in women's rights. Monica flashed me a smile. Let's go. Happy life, chat. That's all I'm saying, okay? Deanna suddenly jumped in between us and tugged on my sleeve. Papa, can we go? I want to see the ballroom. Of course, Darwin. That's not the way any longer. Move to the ballroom. We left the lobby and made our ways towards the ballroom. This kind of reminds me of Heaven's Vault now I had to think about it. Wokeston? Follower count plummets after popular VTuber Rorson VT found out to be pro-woman. DEIston. Oh my god, guys. Inside, we were yet again surrounded by a noisy crowd, but this time it was the politicians who sought to appease the new authority in Sordland. Spent the next few hours shaking hands, joining various conversations, some serious, some superficial, and making speeches, also known as schmoozing. We finally settled down at our dinner table with the Vecturns as the band started playing some slow jazz tunes. Do you like jazz? Oof, that was tiring. We have to get used to it. What, you're already tired? Another drink? I have to shake another hand again. Suddenly a loud bang. Oh my god! Were those gunshots? Suddenly a loud bang of noise echoed from outside the ballroom. Then another one, and another. We just stopped playing. Everyone in the room was looking around in confusion. Peter and I turned towards each other, realization dawning on both our faces. Fireworks? No, gunshots. Oh, that is... I love that text effect there. Oh god, who did they shoot? As soon as Monica heard the word, she lunged from her seat. Get down, shield Monica and the kids, obviously. I threw myself on Monica, Deanna, and Frank to shield them. Papa, what's happening? I knew it, we never should have come. Frank, shut up. Chaos broke out as some guests flung themselves under their tables and others ran towards the door, screaming. Deanna burst into tears while Frank tried to comfort her, hiding the fear in his own eyes. Okay, you know what, Frank? You just redeemed yourself in my eyes. Frank shielding his little sister, I respect the fuck out of that. 3 more gunshots rang out loudly. Mr. President, are you alright? Who is this guy? Carl Greaser. Swedish police officer and administrator's current Greater Wholesome police chief. Oh, he's the police chief, okay. Oh. Wow. Imagine if I wasn't impatient, Chad. I would have found out right away. Carl Greaser, head of the Swedish police force, was running towards us with 3 more police officers in decorated uniforms. They all had their guns drawn. As soon as he made it to us, and saw that we were unharmed, he let out a big sigh of relief. Thank God. So, check the perimeter. He turned around and quickly to his men. Check the perimeter now. Paul, Jansen, follow my lead. We'll bring them to the safe room. He's now turned to Monica, Evelyn, and the children and spoke in a softer voice. Do not worry, the situation is now under control. Please follow me. We promptly followed Carl through the winding halls and corridors of the palace. His men still had their guns drawn, which did nothing to ease the tension. On the way, Peter made an attempt to break the silence. What a fucking night. Can you shut your mouth for a bit? Shh, not now, Peter. Carl turned to us with a serious face as we were about to round the corner. Quiet, please. Sorry, I talk when I get nervous. No worries, Peter. Peter, shut up. Okay, never mind. There is worries, Peter. Carl flipped a switch on the wall and a panel opened, revealing a hidden staircase leading to a large reinforced door. Inside, a set of emergency lights flickered on. The safe room was comfortable and spacious, with expensive-looking leather sofas. That's a hard word to say quickly. Small security monitors on the wall displayed grainy footage of each room in the palace. There was a boardroom and a pantry, containing enough provisions to last us months. Monica and Evelyn sat the children down and started wiping their tears. Carl stepped away from us and made a few radio calls. When he was done, he returned to me and Peter. So tell me, Carl, do I have clowns for a security force? No. So what's the status? Carl's radio suddenly crackled to life. Every second felt like eternity as he pressed his ear to the receiver. When it fell silent, he turned to us. Good news. We are not in any danger at the moment. The situation has been dealt with and the perimeter has been secured by the guards and the police. Glanced towards Monica, Evelyn, and the kids. If I may, sir. He gestured towards a more private corner of the room and started speaking more quietly. This is what we know so far. We've confirmed that 2 people were gunned down in front of the plaza. The attacker is one of them, and we have reasons to believe he was working alone. Sorry, I just dropped my fidget rock. I apologize. You guys heard that? He fired 3 shots at an MP, 1 to the head, 2 to the body, instantly killing him. President of the guards at the palace immediately shot and killed the attacker. He has not been identified yet and required an investigation. The MP that was killed was identified as Bernard Circus. No, my boy! See, I wasn't a communist last time, so I didn't know who Bernard Circus was when he was shot. They shot my boy, I just talked to him. Maybe a fun fact. Karl Grieser name is literally from a Nazi politician, Arthur Karl Grieser. No way, is it? 3 separate people having to tell Peter to shut the fuck up. That's why I love Peter. No, Bernard, no, he was my friend. This is huge, Anton. This will cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Peter pulled out 2 cigars and handed me one. He then turned to Evelyn. I could hear him trying to reassure her that everything was going to be alright. Monica was still trying to tend to Deanna as Frank paced the room, mumbling out he should have stayed home. Comfort Monica and the kids. Obviously, we're going to comfort my family. We're safe. I'll make sure everything's going to be fine. Can't be sure of anything anymore, Anton. I lit my cigarette and took a deep drag. Oh my god, Mr. Brightside starts playing in the background. Just gonna see this fruit and keep my family safe. At all costs. I crushed the cigarette on the ashtray. Okay, that kind of goes hard, though. No, Bernard, I know. They shot him. Like a frog in the street, chat. They gunned them down. Alright, news. Electoral funding reform. Who objected to the funding package. Says it contained too much unfairness in the allocation of the budget. Demanded a formal recorded vote, but was overruled. New law brings small changes to criteria for the allocation of the campaign budgets, yada yada yada. Just gives us more funding, which is fine. MP shot, nation in shock. Yeah, why did they shoot him? The Red Youth has reported the promised revenge. Let's not do political violence. Rain welcomes Victor's words. Nice, okay. PFJP, ahead of the inauguration ball. Maybe his demands for constitution might finally become a reality. President Rain leads the bill together with there's PFG. Hell yeah, let's go. Connor Caranti passed away. Suspicious fire. Yeah. Lackhaven Times. Okay, Sordland today is the one that we want to have on our side. Gasm hires freeze amid economic strange. No, but our economy was so stable. Oh, our economy is no longer stable. Jesus Christ. Probably because uncertainty behind an MP getting shot would be my guess. Has yet to announce when it intends to lift the hiring freeze, while this development is deployed to the Swedish workforce. It's a reminder of the delicate state of our nation's economy. Yeah, that's fair. USP hijacks elections. Oh yeah, they really don't like the election law. Insane law also results in the governing USB share from the funds to double. As Anton Ray's presidency begins, we at the Radical are already smelling the rotten whole sword. Shut the fuck up. Also, I didn't want to interrupt the moment, but did you say fidget rock? Yeah, I have a little Cosendy here that I So I have a bunch of rocks in my collection, but I will just sit, like, if I'm ever fidgeted with something, I just grab a rock and I just polish it, like hand polish it. And over, like, you know, weeks, months at a time, it eventually actually becomes really smooth. And that's pretty much all. I just have a Chalcedony here right now, but I'm smoothing down. It's something I've done for a while now. I used to do it in class all the time, too. But I pretty much just hand polish rocks. Yeah. Alright. Host of a week gathers for a lavish state ball. Many citizens in the country are concerned about their own future, but the state has no problem with wasting taxpayers' money right from the start. We demand the... Oh, shit, my fidget rock. No! And the issue with fidgeting is that my hand sometimes gives out because and I drop my rock. Once the president settles down, the team here at the Radical will keep fighting for a better, more equal tomorrow for all. Okay, I hate the Radical. Shut up. Sordland's regional trade. Due to the strategic political of Sordland, historically Agnolia and Wayland have been natural trading partners. Depending on the direction of the Reign administration, we think it is likely that a new treaty will be brokered at least one of these partners. That's fair. The question is, what does Vogsland or Lesbia think about Sordland? Also true. Volmsland and Vogsland intensified. Interesting. Yeah, because Vogsland I'm pretty sure is like Vanguardist, whereas Golmsland is more like Maoist, if I remember correctly. I did tell you to veto it, Mr. Sten. Yeah, but everyone voted. I wasn't going to use my veto on the first day. Also, it's the Radical. No one else is complaining about it. The Radical is the only one complaining about it. And the Radical doesn't matter. They're not real people. Alright, now this officially is the furthest I've gotten in this game. Because it was around here where I stopped the other night. I remember the inaugural ball. Security increased after the murder of Bernard Circus. Alright, good. Investigation has been launched on the murder of Bernard Circus. Good, as it should be. Emergency meeting. The mood in the Situation Room was gloomy. Cabinet members were Neil Morgana, Minister of Justice, Minister of Interior, Vice President, Minister of Defense. God, he is so ugly. Jesus Christ. Like, why did they make him so wrinkly? Like, if he was bald and, like... Just, what an unfortunate life. You have to discuss the shooting outside the palace. Lilas presented the initial report. Bernard Circus was shot dead at 9:03 p.m. in front of the palace gates. He was an elected, independent member of Assembly, and as you know, a famous communist. She spat the word out, last word out with some distaste. Oh, so she also dislikes communist based. What is her political alignment? Oh, she's known for supporting socially conservative politics. Yikes! Okay. Oh no! She brought with her a large conservative support in the elections. Oh, okay, so I think that's what happened is... That's why all of England went, USP. Oh, thank God we didn't invest in them. They're all socially conservative. No, but, Contana is more of a Trotskyist and Vogsland is close to syndicalism? Oh, okay, cool. She conserves... Yeah, I just, found that out. It's about the words for some distaste. Guards at the scene were 50 meters away, and immediately took action by responding and killing the assailant, who was identified as a member of the nationalist organization Young Swords. Oh, that's not good. Oh, there's gonna be political violence, chat. Often is associated with the Black Battalion. Young Swords was formed by General Darren. Rise in popularity. It's a combatants. Primarily with Reichhardists and for a brief period engaged with Solist forces. Activities corresponded to that of a Death Squad. Managed to extend their area of operation to the Swordish-speaking post-revolution Vogsland. Most people suspect the Young Swords to be part of the Swordish Old Guards, and there are some inconclusive reports that both the Holster Police and the Supreme Court had dealings with them. Oh god, okay. The president and his family were unharmed, praise God. An MP shot near the Capitol. This is absolutely unacceptable. I agree. We're reevaluating their security measures, however. The recession has affected my ministry negatively. This may well create a dangerous atmosphere where the left versus right political violence in the 1920s could spark once again. A return to those days would be devastating. The coups are the reason why our country stagnated for a decade. Neo Morgna, the Minister of Justice, sighed. The Red Youth has condemned the killing, but didn't stop there. They promised revenge. Alright, who is she? She's from Bergia, okay. 1949, became a member of the USP. Worked as an attorney in Dare, and taught law at Dare University of Culture. Lost her assets during the National Autarky Plan, which was referred to as Solonomics. Okay. Shift from the gold standard to currency-led economy. Tight monetary policy. God, there's so much history I want to go through and read now. This is so cool. I was a strong critic of Tarkin Soul's programs and vocal about her opposition to the Supreme Court's authority on state matters. Okay, interesting. Experienced attorneys who's ever worked for government. Okay, so she's very competent. That's good. They will in turn spark further aggression from the Young Swords. The whole cycle started because Bernard Circus expressed his views. We can't simply look away. Naya had been one of the only members of the Justice Ministry truly deserving of the name. She had survived countless attacks on her character while fighting corruption within the ministry, and rising to power had only compounded her sense of moral duty. Freedom of expression is part of our Constitution. We can't have anyone, let alone an MP, shot for voicing different opinions. Yeah, we have to protect freedom of speech. Our laws do, and for good reason. Silence of voices only results in fear and stagnation inside society. We've had that before, and I know very well how it was. I hear your concerns. Our police do their best to uphold the rights of our citizens. We will prevent such an act from happening again by making sure security measures are reevaluated. Minister of Defense, Joseph Lancia, grunted in approval. He towered over the rest of us in full military uniform, his many war medals conspicuously on display. Agreed, ma'am. Our gendarmerie will also help boost security in the rural areas where possible. There might be more violence to come. That's just how I imagine he sounds. The world building in this is solid. Yeah, I love it so far. Recommend you read the Codex off stream. There's a lot of lore in it, but it's all really long. Okay, interesting. We should refrain from making the issue a political one from the start. It will only add fuel to the fire. You are right. We need to defuse the situation. We can't let this be a flashpoint for further violence. Our government is capable to maintain security. Our job will be to reduce tensions. Several police cars rushed past the Maroon Palace and everyone went silent. Regardless, a full investigation into all involved parties is underway. We'll find the subversives and punish them soon enough, Mr. President. I'll do my best to help coordinate the administrative tasks. Justice will be served, and the rule of law will return to this country stronger than ever. Okay, I really like Nia Morgana. She's cool. Only if we stay vigilant as a country. We must think about the upcoming budget. I agree. Internal stability must be maintained. Our security funding might need to be increased. I am sure the Minister of Interior has already taken the necessary precautions. Be assured that our police units and intelligence units are on increased threat conditions. Nobody should be able to move a finger against government officials. We should take some notes after checking the latest newspapers and reports. It seems that the tensions between the communists and nationalists will escalate further. It'll be very difficult to pass any meaningful change if there's chaos in the country. We can't fix a recession if there isn't stability. You are right. We need to trust our ministers to stabilize the situation if it comes to it. This will be it for today, then. We'll convene again soon. Thank you all. Keep us updated. Being concluded, the ministers left the room with concerned looks. It was hard to anticipate what would happen next. True. Alrighty. That is not ideal, to say the least. One for the news. What is it? Murder at the palace. Okay, they were just a little bit late on the news, it seems. Politically motivated assault by the far-right nationalists. Blood dripped down the stairs of the Maroon Palace. They heavily condemn it. Okay, good. Alright, good. And then continue. I assume that means we're finally done turn 1. Holy shit. Alright, notable members. Gloria Tori, Franz Richter, Kassar Kibner, Albin Clavin. Okay, Albin Clavin and Franz Richter we can work with quite easily. Spokesman of the Independents. Oh yeah, it's Monsoon Lecce now instead of Bernard Circus. Joined the Workers' Party of Lydia. I see. Peace in Bolidia, peace in Sordland, peace in the world. Later resigned from leader of the party and ran as independent. Interesting, okay. British descent. He seems like someone we could work with to solve the British problem. Because I would like the British folk to be incorporated as true swords under Article 6 and Article 7, right? Abu Maglat Kesa. Do you mind if I just call you Abu? Or please let me know if you have a preferred name, but welcome in. How's it going? Oh, just gotta stretch here. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. So, I think that's everything right now. In that case, we will continue. Oh wait, is there anyone else we need to know about? No. Deputy of the NFP, leader of the FNP, deputy of the PFJP. Okay. We need to solve the British problem. The British? No, the British. So in this game, Abu, there's a region called Bergia, which we took from Wayland. Used to be called East Blydia, but there is a minority over here called the British, which are historically very impoverished and very oppressed, to the point where it is called the British problem. It's a very complex relation with discrimination and equal treatment, and we want to see if we can remove those systematic barriers, or systemic barriers, sorry, because this also leads to there's separatist threats and all that, and we want to get rid of the separatists and go from there. So we'll see how we can do. Though the British problem is probably also true, don't get me wrong, but how's our economy looking right now? It's still on a downturn. Shit, okay. Let's continue. A few days later. Oh, I don't like those flags. Put that flag down, sir. Put that down. I don't want to see protests. You put that down right now, mister. Oh, that is so much news. There are so many reports. Oh, God. Alright, first off, let's see what's reports around the world. Magnolia. Horton critiques trade. The leader of Magnolia has diplomatically critiqued the imbalance of trade between our countries. Concerns were raised over how much more Sordland profits from net trade in comparison to Magnolia. Prime Minister Martin van Houten requests a fair reevaluation of existing treaties in future negotiations. Ah, no, fuck that guy. Look, I want that cheap steel. So basically, it's a game about South American geography with a little bit of European history and politics. Did I get that right? I don't know how much about the South American geography, but it very much is European Cold War politics. The year is 1954, I believe. And we are the president of Sordland. We're just coming out of a recession now. And we're trying to navigate as we go around doing real politics. It's actually been a lot of fun so far, though. I've been really enjoying it. Alright, sorry, I'm just looking around the world. Yeah, so we're in Mercopa. We have the ATO, which is the Arcasian Treaty Organization, very capitalist. And then we have the Contanian Security Pact, which is basically just the CSTO. Wayland. Smolak warns traders. The latest diplomatic message from the leader of Wayland warned us regarding a pathway from the mountains of Bergia that allowed traders of the state to escape the Sordland. President Victor Smolak has demanded that the border security be increased. He's also sent his best wishes about handling the protests in Sordland. Oh, we have protests! That's news to me! Maybe I should have read the internal news before the international news. Oh, God! Okay. It's gonna be one of those days. Police overburdened. Staff in stored with escalating violence in the city. Officers have been working 12-hour shifts to press the protest in no avail. Oh, God, this is only a few days later, too. Police understaffed. Oh god, there's so much political violence, chat. How bad is it? Sort of politician shot dead. Promoted Malvanism. Leon, I'm not even gonna pretend to. I'm not even gonna attempt. It's Carlos Marcia's theory of Marcian socioeconomics. He founded a vanguard party of the proletariat. Leadership of the proletariat based on working class self-emancipation and mass democracy. Okay. Interesting. So it's interesting how they actually modify entire ideologies. I love the world building in this game. So once again, back on the fuck Agnolia train. Honestly, yeah, fuck Agnolia. I hate them. Alright, time for me to go. Yeah, have a good one, Necrius. Thank you for coming out today. It was great seeing you. Hope to see you in the future. Oh, righty. Television footage showed the famous poet's body lying face down, draped with a white sheet on pavement. The dark hands have chosen our country and spilled blood and holsters to achieve their dark goals. Home city of Dare. Damn, okay. Unity despite differences. Let's go. Alright, I like this. So they're putting out pro-government propaganda. You'll love to see it. We made up recession, bailing out businesses. Oh god, what is... Shut the fuck up. Keeps hitting hard at the businesses which are struggling to stay afloat. More employment opportunities. Yeah, I actually do want to do that. Murder was a method of the past. Okay, good. So far it seems like everyone's against the murder. I feel like the radical is going to be very pro-murder. Said Franz Richter in a speech in the Grand National Assembly. Live within these borders together and therefore will bear responsibility. Duty to live together with our differences. Okay, it seems like we have a very pro-unity message out of this. This is good. We can spin this, chat. We can spin this. We got some good spin here, chat. It's like a Beyblade. We got some good spin on it. Okay, no, Radical was just very pro... Surprisingly enough, the Radicals were very pro-Radical. Could you believe it, chat? Sent their best wishes about what? Wow, which one was that on, Quarry? Did I miss it? I don't remember which, Alright. Earlier when we went to the protest for another, for another report from the Ever Country. They're like, Waylon was like, best wishes with the protest. The fucking what? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, and geopolitics. Alex learned the labor unions drive further decentralized economic growth, empower workers. Oh, interesting. Honestly, I hope we can build up strong unions. What if we just do the Rorston New Deal, chat? The Rorston New Deal. Polloxland's worker cooperative, a successful example of Volkslandian socialism in practice, led to a remarkable 70% increase in productivity. Impressive 33% rise in worker satisfaction. Interesting, okay. That's not a bad idea. Arcasian PMC descends on Maribone and mid-resource extraction commerce. What? Palantor Security Solutions. Interesting. Unstable situation in Maribone. Interesting. It's been contracted by several multinational corporations to secure and extract valuable natural resources amidst the chaos. Maribone, a country in the continent of Rica, has been grappling with internal strife and weak governance, leading to a power vacuum. Okay, so this is Africa. I wonder if this is meant to represent Libya, or maybe one of the other Middle Eastern ones. Interesting. Okay. All right. Illegal KA-74 seized. Oh dear God! A cache found with Rumberg-made weapons, including 47 brand new KA-74s. Just shy of 3,000 bullets. Callinston Automatica is a gas-operated rifle developed in the Kingdom of Rumberg by Michael Callston. Considered to be the first automatic rifle of the world. 74 versus the years the initial design was made. 1874. Why is there Drake, where's the illegal weapons? Okay, it was tested extensively leading up to the annexation of Dome. Okay, so Dome was annexed from Magnolia. Overwhelming night invasion towards the city of Dome, which took the Agnolian defenses by surprise. Restrictor now has full control of the strategic resource-rich city. Oil fields surrounding Dome helped the resource-hungry industrial economy of Rumburg and damaged Magnolia greatly. Well, shit. Okay. Ka-74 are the Rumburgian weapons. Interesting that Rumburg weapons are in Bergia. 27 grenades, 12 handguns, and a bomb-making equipment were found in the basement of an abandoned house in Ezerud. No suspects have been detained. Investigation is ongoing to determine the origins of the equipment. BFF activity in the capital. 2 British women with affiliations to the British Freedom Front have been caught in Holsword before they could execute a terror attack at a crowded rally. Both women are listed as wanted criminals and enemies of the state. The arrested women have admitted their intentions to attack the NFP's rally at Sol Square when Kasaro Kibner gave his speech, but rejected any connections to the BFF. Both claimed they were acting alone. Police reports that the situation is under control and further investigations are underway. Weapons seized in Cultural Center? Oh no! Oh, and the Yuns. Oh god, there's political violence everywhere, chat. Isn't the number in Soviet-style systems a year indicator? Yeah, 1874 is when it was designed. If it happened, the fuck happened back then to encourage that? The police captured 22 rifles and 2 machine guns. The equipment belonged to the Swedish Armed Forces dated 1929, but kept in very good condition. Okay. In a Yun Swords Culture Center. Jesus Christ, this is going poor. Legal firearms found in Communist Party office. Oh god, not the communists too. God, Yun Swords attack youth win leader dead after terror attack. Oh, Yun Swords youth win leader dead after terror attack. Yak Torn have claimed responsibility for the organized attack in the British market, having resulted in the death of 7. His base of operations would have been raided, and he was found dead inside with 2 bullet wounds to the back of the head. The scene was organized to make it look like a suicide. We were not able to get information about the location of other wounded. Jesus Christ. Well, what did you do? I didn't do anything. It's just, there's political violence. I haven't done anything yet. I haven't even had a chance to be politically violent. An unattended bag in front of the NFP office in Valken was destroyed by the police on the suspicions of being a bomb threat, which have been verified. Upon further investigation, Communist Party leader Valken Milt Hanner has been arrested in connection to the incident. So damn it, maximum. Oh god, not the dam. It's at maximum capacity, chat. Oh no. All right. We've read all the reports. How's the economy looking? Still bad. Let's hopefully get that fixed. We still have 2 more years until. Oh god, chat. This is already going wrong. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, whole sort of GDP ranking 1. Yeah, and then Black Cabin is our best GDP, that makes sense. Pins sure have been better, huh? Yeah, it's not going great. Security briefing, dinner with family at home. Which one do I prefer more, chat? Do we want to have dinner with the family, or do we want to do the security briefing? I arrived at the front doors leading to the Situation Room. Today's security briefing was arranged in 2 parts, starting with internal matters and moving on to external matters after a short break. Minister of Interior, Violas Graf, Minister of Justice and Law, Naya Morga, would join us for the first part, the law enforcement briefing. For the second part, the Minister of Defense, Josip Valencia, would join with a few high-ranking officials, including the Chief of the Armed Forces, Vulcan Kruger. I opened the door. Lucy and Naya and Vilas rose in their seats. Sir. Let's begin. Everyone in the room sat down except for Lucien, put on his glasses, and went through the documents in front of him. Shortly after, he raised his head to address the attendees. Mr. President, ladies, we'll be kicking off today's meeting with the internal security briefing. I'm assuming everyone has already been over the agenda. We all have busy schedules, so without further ado, I will jump into our first topic. As we feared, the political atmosphere has worsened. As we feared, my nasal passages. Oh, my nose again. I apologize. Alright, we have recovered from the recession that was in my nasal passages. Okay. Political atmosphere has worsened. Reports around the country indicate that tensions are rising as we fear. See, I know that Peter got me, like, the secretary to have the scandal with, but what if we had the scandal with her instead? That is all. Anyway, what is on the status of Bernard Circus's investigation? I've received news this morning that the investigation into the murder of Bernard Circus has concluded. Alright, please enlighten us. The more we know, the better. The further investigation and testimonies, we have confirmed that the motive and also the events leading up to the shooting. 2 days prior, members of the Red Youth initiated a violent attack on a Young Swords local leader in Jen. We believe the Young Swords then called for revenge, leading to the death of Mr. Circus. That's crazy that he got killed for what is essentially a game dispute. Since he often spoke against the Young Swords and nationalist sentiments in the assembly, he was a big target, not to mention his radical communist views. Political violence needs to stop. He had it coming, that is crazy. Yes, we've kept it at bay for so long, but it seems that there are now new triggers. Huh? Don't worry about it, Emperor. Lilas handed over the report and pointed at a highlighted section of the document. The investigation revealed a very troubling fact. The funded sources of the Red Youth have a clear link to United Contana. What does this mean? That the communist superpower is meddling in our affairs. Several Red Youth members with ties to United Contana have been detained, and the information extracted from them points to preparation for a communist uprising in Sordland. Oh, for fuck's sakes. It isn't unusual for superpowers to influence other nations, but I think the case is a little far-fetched. The left lacks popular support in Sordland. Nia eagerly lifted her hand and motioned for her to speak. I went over the report in detail. It'd be wrong to jump to conclusions about a clear foreign interference yet. United Contana has humanitarian and cultural ties with many countries, including Sordland. I also don't want to jump to conclusions immediately. We shouldn't create a crisis with them. We have to maintain our neutrality, chat. We have to play Contana against Arcasia. Nearly 3 decades ago, they funded General Rickard and tried to establish a communist dictatorship in our country. If it was not for Colonel Soul, we would have seen the real crisis. She took a sip from her glass of water and continued. That reminds me, I should hydrate. Hydrate, check, chat. Everyone hydrate. Our police chief, Carl Grieser, has linked the funded channel to United Contana's consulate in Benfey. As we all know, the enemies of Sordland are many, but we also have threats inside the country. Okay, we need to remain vigilant. We give up essential freedoms to purchase temporary security. We deserve neither freedoms nor security. Okay, she's kind of based for that, chat. Thank you for the care package. Okay, that's a lot of hydrates. Double hydrate ground. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Why is Nia so based, chat? This is debatable, but yes, we know that more security and surveillance caused us. We know what more security and surveillance caused to this country under President Sol. Let's not forget that President Sol, God bless him, brought stability after a long period of bloodshed and chaos. But moving on. Okay, stop being so conservative. Relax. We can have some progress as a treat. Our highest internal threat comes from the estimated 20,000 strong British Freedom Front, led by the imprisoned Dulin Arch. They're a banned political organization, now a militant force that's trying to incite racial violence. Well, maybe if we didn't fucking imprison their leaders, this wouldn't be an issue. Have we considered this? Republican youth supported the revolution against the monarchy. Joined the youth wing of the British Freedom Party to promote the improvement of British rights. Cancelled the first ever election, subsequent civil war. Leadership of General Riker, but was denied entry due to his ethnicity. Interesting. Worked as a merchant. Now it's full-time British. Okay, why did he announce a full-scale British uprising? Huh. Okay, so if he did an uprising, maybe we don't release him, but maybe we unban the party at least. And he's supported by our British citizens. To some extent, luckily they couldn't attract a wide audience of Bloods, but they could potentially attract thousands if anti-British sentiment spreads in Sordland again. Violet points to page 3 in the report. Our intelligence intercepted 2 crates filled with weapons close to the Rumburg border. They were filled with military-grade KA-74s. We expect that more have been smuggled in. A group of Bloods were caught with these guns at a checkpoint not far away. The governor of Bergia, Felix Braun, has already taken the necessary means to capture the threats. And this is the guy who's in a dispute with Graf. Okay, interesting. Rumberg has been acting aggressively in the region for a long time. I'm not surprised they would attempt to weaponize the British people against us. This is worrying. Very worrying. We need to keep level-headed with Rumberg. They are looking for reasons to take action. They will play dirty while we play nice. It's a battle we will lose. This is grave news. My rock! No! This is grave news. We once again dropped my fidget rock. There you go. That is just going to be a part of stream now. It's just me fidgeting and dropping a rock at like all hours. I apologize. Alright. Let's be careful not to stoke the fires of anti-British sentiment. Unfortunately, Governor Braun is directly causing the tensions to increase with his increasingly anti-British stance. Let's remind you, Governor Braun is directly responsible for the arrest of Dulan Arsh, the previous leader of the BFF. It's true that his methods can be extreme at times, but it was his policies that kept the region peaceful over the last decade. He's misusing the powers given to him by Tarkin Sol. The insane authority of the governor is surely of root cause. It'd be very difficult to revoke the special status of Bergia under the current circumstances, Miss Morgan. The presidents no longer have the authority Tarkin Sol enjoyed. For now, yes, but with enough justification for it, it would be possible. Anyway, we'll be discussing this at a later time. No, tell me more about the special zone. I want to see if we can disable it as soon as possible. The second fidget drop has hit the storm. True. As you know, Bergia was given special status by Tarkin Sol after the full-scale uprising by the BFF against the Sordish government in 35. Those couple years were disastrous for Bergia. Dulan Arsh and the BFF declared war on us, openly attacked our people, and occupied entire cities. It was a massive uprising, but I like to point out the longest time they were in control of a city was 2 weeks. I wouldn't call that an occupation. Oh, my rock! Despite the arrest of Dulan Arsh in 44 and the BFF ceasing its activities, the special status of the region was never revoked. Today, the special zone of Bergia gives the governor insane amounts of authority. He was in trouble with the law before for not following the central government's authority. Unfortunately, Bergia also has its own police forces directly commanded by Governor Braun. They're not part of my ministry and only cooperate when they're forced to do so. This is a problem. Though our forces have the authority to serve in Bergia, the special zone leaves the security of Bergia mostly in the hands of the governor. At least my hands tied. Whether or not this... With Rumberg and the communists on the horizon. These tech drops didn't, yeah. I think we need to remove the special zone. I think that's something we need to do. But, can we do so safely? Without leaving ourselves open to Rumberg's attack. Because Rumberg wants issues in Bergia, whether it's from the British forces or from the governor's forces. Well, they probably didn't anticipate the governor's forces being a problem, but they want strife in Bergia, probably so they can take Anglan, I would guess. Try to isolate Agnolia so they can take the rest of it after taking Dome. Maybe do it and then push some funding into Bergia. I think that's what we have to do. But I'm more concerned about Governor Braun fighting back. Yeah, he's regarded as a hardline nationalist. He is a member of the USP, though. Initially a moderate on racial issues, he adopted a hardline national stance after the Izam incident. I see. Emerged national notoriety when he stood in front of the entrance of the Ark Sanctuary of Deir with armed policemen blocking the path of British Neurists and not allowed him to attend the Ascension Day rituals. I see. Promote industrial development, increase taxes, improve regional law enforcement. Ah, he was appointed in 1953 by President Ewald. I see. So I wish they had waited until after the election so we could unappoint him. Try and shift the USP away from the nationals one. I think that's what we have to do. Neutralize the British radicals by eliminating the more unpleasant parts of the administration. It's just whether like there's more bloods than there is swords in Bergia. So I think if we take the bloods side, we'll have more of the numbers on our side. It's just whether or not the rest of the party will fall in line. That's the issue. Let's try to revoke the special status, though. That is one of my goals. I will do my best, Mr. President. The adjusted wireless. What's the second most important threat? It's the gain violence that is threatening the Nargis and Anglin regions. That's true. We do need to take that out. Two prominent organized crime families are at war, and the potential for bloodshed is real. Which two crime families? One is known as the Coronelli, and the other as the Skinner Cartel. Oh, so we have Italian mob and oh, Coronelli Cartel. Okay, they're both cartels. Bootlegging during the Kingdom period. Nargis and Agland. Headquarters on Estord. Illegal drug and organ trafficking. And the Skinner Cartel received its name from the methods of skinning their enemies. I was just about to say, you're telling me the Skinners aren't doing the organ trafficking? Doing it by force will cause issues? Yeah, I agree. Conflict of interest in their criminal networks. However, when it comes to avoiding the police, both cooperate whenever they can to survive the day. I see. And their black market arms trade. Since the 1910s. So Skinner Cartel is definitely how the weapons got into Bergia. Yeah, operating in Bergia and Nargis. Which means that both of them are fighting over Nargis. I see. Both are active in the city of Narbo and Estord. Point of fire, I want them gone for good. Lilas, I trust that you can handle them. Doing my best, sir. Sighed deeply. Should be honest with you, with our current capabilities, we may not be able to prevent the further armament of separatists while maintaining order in Bergia, Nargis, and England. The law enforcement budget isn't increased, I can't be fully responsible for what happens. Our police units are spread thin as it is. Okay, I see this is going to take some government budget away. But I think we have to invest in the police here. Just arrest Swellboy and end them entirely. True. Skinner! Swellboy Cartel. Alright. As a mission, I might increase the law enforcement budget. Prevent our countries from separatists and violent thugs if you do so. Wish you would stop using the word thugs, Lilas. The real problem is corruption, which is fueling the gain violence and very likely the reason why these weapons were smuggled in. Higher budget could help us end that. Your ministry must tackle the issues with persistence, Miss Morgana. We are, but it needs all the attention it can get from our administration. Openly scowling at each other, Lilas turned back to her notes. Well, this concludes the topics of the internal portion. Thank you for the updates, Miss Graf, Miss Morgana. Thank you for the overview. Spend the money on anti-corruption efforts? I think I probably will, honestly, because more police force will tighten the noose, yes, but it won't catch all of them, whereas if you remove the corruption, that removes the incentive. If there's no corruption, there's no profit margins. It's like the war on drugs, right? Drugs are only so profitable because they're illegal. If they were legalized and well-regulated, they wouldn't be profitable anymore. Fun takes with Rorson about how to end the war on drugs. Simply end it now. Legalize it all, regulate it, get the illegality out of it, make it profitable for the government, tax that shit, invest that in the social services. I'm joining the war on drugs, on the side of drugs. Yeah. If you end the corruption, you also add far more difficulty to the smuggling. Exactly, right? Don't give people a reason to resort to corruption. Talking about being horrifically corrupt, though, I'm actually going to take a bit of an extended break here. I'm going to go throw some food in the air fryer, because I am starving, I haven't had breakfast yet. Just nationalize the drug industry? Exactly. And I'm also going to use the washroom. So, we'll be back in a bit, chat. I'm going to run some ads early here. And then I will see you guys when we come back. Don't go away. Or in the meantime, actually, go use the washroom, go get some food yourself. We'll be right back. Alrighty, chat, we are back. And refreshing, but Rorson, if you legalize drugs, that will cut in the profits of the shareholders. So true. That's exactly what we want to do. Fuck shareholders. Hate them. Alrighty, until next time. The 2 ministers left the room. We took a short break before continuing to the second part. Oh, just like me, for real, for real. Upon invitation, Joseph Lanzia, along with 3 high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Defense, walked into the room. One of the men were none other than General Kruger, chief of the armed forces. Joseph made his way towards the table, while the others stood by the door. Mr. President. Joseph, welcome. I brought General Kruger with me due to the escalation on our borders. General Kruger stepped forward and saluted. He had a strong jaw with sharp cheekbones. His tall stature, uniform, and medals, combined with his deep and intense stare, made him look threatening. Oh, he has the 1,000-yard stare. I attempted to write a long message about drugs, to be honest. Oh, as long as you keep it within TOS, like, no promotion of them, please. But if it's like about policy, that's fine. I enjoy talking like politics like that. Oh shit, my rock! No, my rock! He was in his 70s, yet he had a bulky body that was a result of his commando training. Not only was he the second most decorated officer in Sordland, he was also the longest serving. Shake his hand. His handshake was firm, strong, and confident. Joseph tapped his foot impatiently. He seemed very uneasy with the presence of another high-ranking officer in the room. Gentlemen, thanks for coming to this significant gathering. Let's begin. Joseph and Vulcan took their seats at the table while the rest of the officers stood by the door. Mr. President, the situation at the western and northern borders towards Rumburg is very tense. We're observing deployments of divisions closer to our border. Ah, shit. Rumburg has been increasingly expansionist in the past decades, and also interfered in Agnolia, but now they have turned their sights on us. We can't let them take Estord. If they take Estord, that's our entire petrostate gone, chat. What is your current strategy? Patrolling close to the borders of our border force and keep an army of reserve divisions near. Smart? Seems like they want to increase the pressure both externally and internally. Mr. President, if I may. Please, General. The picture is becoming clear. The latest information from an interior about the weapons cache, and now there's an active military buildup close to our borders. The entire situation was analyzed by our general staff, and our prediction is a future territorial incursion by Rumburg. I have complete trust in the general staff. We will not let you down, Mr. President. General staff is composed of the smartest military individuals. We do have experienced generals, keep that in mind, chat. So our general staff is pretty good. Require an increase in the military budget to enlist more soldiers. Only then we can stand strong against our enemies. The large armed forces will hold them at bay. Vulcan is right. We do need an increase in the military budget. Although we don't see eye to eye exactly how to spend the budget, that much we agree on. To keep it short, we gotta attack the conditions that cause people to take drugs like despair and anxiety, and the conditions of exploitation of labor. Absolutely. It is. Now, I've talked about this quite often on the channel, where it's like, I don't even know if I'm a socialist some days. I think I am. I like to say I think I am, but like, I'm very anti-communism because I believe it's too easily perverted. What we need is heavily regulated capitalism. Heavily regulated capitalism with, welfare nets in place to catch those who've slipped between the cracks is what we really need. And it's just, nobody has the political capital or the political will to do it, sadly. We don't see eye to eye, but that much we agree on. I have my concerns about Rumburg, too. We need strong allies to withstand such a superior power. They are our nemesis. That is an understatement. Times are changing and war is coming, Mr. President. Whether we like it or not, we must be prepared. During the election, you said nothing about focusing on our military. I ask you to reconsider and to increase the military budget. The future and safety of Sordland is in your hands. Maybe you're right, defense of our nation is more important. You would understand, Mr. President. I gotta keep these guys at peace, unfortunately. Our forces would crumble under a decrease, and Rumburg would be much more compelled to exploit our weakness. The country hasn't fallen to any invading force for 200 years. You cannot let it happen, Mr. President. We should find regional allies like Bogsland or Lesbia to deter Rumburg. There are several options on the table. These options should be considered. They could be considered, but why pander to efforts when we can solve these issues ourselves? We have no true friends outside these borders. Oh. Everyone fell silent when a soldier entered the room and let Joseph Lanzia know that a call had come through from the ministry. 500 billion to Swordheed Martin. True, Swordheed Martin must persist, chat. Disagree. If you had the power to heavily regulate the beast that is capitalism, you had the power to just kill it. Why not go for the latter? Because what would you replace it with? That's the end goal, right? Emfrey is what would you replace capitalism with? So in the past, you know, we had the city-states of antiquity. Those got replaced by feudalism. Like, think of like Rome, right? Rome got replaced by feudalism. And then feudalism was eventually replaced by capitalism at the Treaty of Westphalia, when it entered the nation-states. It was no longer about your fief, it was now about your country, your nation. And now, you know, and then we had the world wars. We had other people explored alternatives to capitalism. We had fascism, we had communism. We had every, you know, umbrella in between, right? To be honest, Rome didn't really work the same way. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, I'm heavily umbrella term in there. That's fair. But the issue is, how would you replace capitalism? Democratic socialism with a heavily regulated capitalism. Because, again, you don't, like, anything that suppresses, like, you know, a free market would suppress people. Fascism was just capitalism without, yeah, and slavery, yeah. Fascism is where the state works on basically pretty much corporations in a trench coat, right? So, yeah, if you go too far in either direction, you end up with oppression. Is the issue? Because if you go too far left, you end up with the vanguardists. If you go too far right, you end up with the fascists. Like, it's oppression all the way down, chat. And again, feel free to disagree. I don't mean that like, oh, gotcha moment, M3. I mean that as like literally like, what is the alternative? You know what I mean? Everyone fell silent. Excuse me, Mr. President. He also left the room to answer. A few minutes later, he entered the room again. His expression had changed. Mr. President, there has been a Rumburgian military activity close to the Narbel border. I just spoke with the local commander. Ah, shit. We just had gas fields there, too. Oh, Markian Empire. Ah, the Markian Empire is this world's Rome. Oh, and we are the center of the Markian Empire. I see. You're making me type a long message here? Yeah, no worries, take your time. It's all oppression? Always has been. Honestly, yeah. Or stop horseshoe theory and it's a political fallacy. Well, it is a political fallacy, yes, but also consider it in terms of, like, consider it in real politics, right? So yes, it's a political fallacy. That's absolutely true. The horseshoe theory is, you know, politically fail. Like it's a fallacy. It's also, it can be tested against and fail. The issue though is practicality. In history, that is the result. You can absolutely have militant centrists. Okay, that's true too. Very violently oppressive centrists. Communism worked great in Cuba and Vietnam until knock against the United States in both cases. That's true. Well, even today, communism still works great in Vietnam, because Vietnam is still communist, is it not? Because Vietnam was never embargoed like Cuba was. Cuba would be a lot better if it wasn't for the embargo, for sure. Rumburgian military actively close to the Narbel border. Just spoke with the local commander. Welcome, we should go to the ministry and get further updates from our branches. Understood. Raising military readiness is the first call of action. If there's truly an extraordinary attempt, we'll relay it to you immediately and wait for further orders, Mr. President. Go and show them the might of the Swordfish Armed Forces. We have no might right now. We will, you can be sure of that. Hail Sordland! Hail! They saluted and left the room. Rumburg was already testing us. The reports from the interior indicate interference inside our borders. Communists, nationalists, British rebels, Rumburg expansions. What was next? Sordland had always been a key piece in the chessboard of global rivalry between Arcasia and United Contana. But in the recent years, there was no such aggression from Rumburg, not at these levels at least. All it takes is one tiny spark to start the flames of war. The phone rang. Rumburg had decided to close their consulate in Lockhaven. Oh god, okay, we're not ready for a war right now. We are not ready for this. Arcasia develops first ICBM. Oh dear, okay, we're going with Arcasia. They have the first ICBM. I am proudly a proud member of the ATO, chat. Missile forts, first intercontinental ballistic missile. Provided the recently matured intermediate range missile systems, this achievement demonstrates ATO's readiness to address emerging security challenges and ensure the protection of its member states. Jesus Christ. Okay, what a shit show, right? Still a capitalist element in them? No, they're not fully communist. Still typing that message. Okay, no worries. That all the nations, communist nations should be economic failures, but they aren't. I'm not saying. No, I'm not going to get into a bigger discussion here, just because not the time and place. But I'm not like inherently. There's some ideals of communism that I do like, and there's some nations that have done it better than others. But it's just mostly I still like I reject the single party system, for example. I don't like the idea of a single party system, which I'm not saying all communists, but quite a few do use. Used to war to nationalize military issues. That's actually a great idea. Oh, sweet, nuclear annihilation. I know, right? Just what the doctor ordered. The Katana consulate helped protesters. Red youth protesters clashed with young swords at the Vasor city center, resulting in many injuries. Katana protesters were cornered in front of the United Katana consulate after they were pushed back by the police. Diplomatic mission opened its doors and Red youth members escaped inside. Rise of Golkandism in rural area. Minor religious branch of Ruhas Nerodi has gained a significant following in Ezran, mainly due to limited access to education and employment opportunities. Sense of community, purpose, and salvation for strict adherence to its doctrines. BFF and increase of Golkand. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. This is not good. Social unrest warranted further investigation. Shit, okay. That was nuclear annihilation. Honestly, I think I would prefer to nuclear annihilation at this point. Go full communist and ban religion. That means the cult would also be banned. Oh, we still have to have dinner with the family. True. Widespread protests. Nationwide revolts. As the recent events, the situation has become increasingly tense and if not contained, it can cause significant harm to the country's economy and stability. Alright, security is working to restore it. We're back to unstable economy. Of course we are. And diplomatic pressure. There should have been a reduction in diplomatic staff and closure of a key consulate. This development is expected to significantly impact Sordland's diplomatic relations with Rumberg, potentially leading to a further deterioration. We can't let Rumberg expand into us. Honestly, I will join Arcasia if we need to. But I would rather have Wayland, Lesbia, and Agnolia in our own little pack, you know what I mean? Maybe even Volksland if we can get it. Because if they take Agnolia instead of us, that hurts us because of the steel import. If they take Wayland instead of us, that hurts us. They can't get Lesbia because it's ATO. But honestly, even just Wayland and Agnolia maybe together could be an idea. You guys are weak compared to us. You guys are strong compared to us. You guys are unfriendly and overwhelming compared to us. Okay, Jesus. What about Wayland? Neutral and weak. And then neutral and strong. Okay. Yeah, so this is ATO. This is, unless there's any really answers to our time with us, there'll be no trading exchange between all wealth will be owned collectively. Useful pins would simply be produced and distributed according to need. That's the first basic fin. I don't see people agreeing to that. You know what I mean? I talk about this with AE quite often. AE, famed anarchist. It's like I disagree with this on principle because of the same reason I disagree with anarchy. Is that not only it would hold back human progress technologically, especially like anarchy with like everyone living in smaller communes. Like you need like humans have evolved at this point to be societal creatures. And I'm not going to conflate your argument with anarchy, but I'm just saying that it's a similar reason in my mind at least, is that we've evolved to rely on the industrial world to the point now where if we de-industrialize or if we try to adjust the world system too much, then it will just lead to larger issues. And if we just, we're not, the ship is damaged, it is not sinking. Does that make sense? It's not capitalism is not a sinking ship. It needs revisions, it needs oversight. One of the reasons pro-capitalists don't think communism is evil is because they think destroying capitalism means destroying commerce, even though those things are two different things. That's true. And that's why I said I'm not fully against communism. It's just there's quite a bit that I am against. The solution to communism doesn't work is to simply remove the United States and push it somewhere else. I think they're already handling that, Chug. I'm not going to lie to you. I think they got that handled. After a long day at the palace, I was finally home. I thanked Sergei and walked through the front gates, nodding at the two guards as I went by. Even as I turned the doorknob, I could hear Deanna rushing down the stairs to greet me. I opened the door, and there she was, standing in front of me with expectant eyes. Papa, you're home! There's my beautiful princess. There's my bright little daughter. Lift and hug. Yeah, I'm gonna lift and hug her. I lifted Deanna up and hugged her while trying to put the keys in the tray next to the entrance. If that's not the realest Finn, that's a family man right there. She was growing fast. Lifting her up was no longer as easy as it once was. Don't be mean to her. Alright, how was school? Boring. I liked my old school better. Put her down and her expression turned serious. Papa, are the bad men gone? There's only one bad man, Deanna, and yes, he's gone now. Okay, Papa. Deanna dashed down the hallway. Mama, Papa's here. Monica appeared next to the kitchen door. She was wearing an apron and holding the spatula in her hand. Deanna, what did I tell you? No running in the house. God, this is such a real. Yes, Mama. Monica approached me and kissed me on the cheek. A tantalizing smell wafting from the kitchen behind her. Darling, you shouldn't have. What do we have it cooked for? I'm hungry. When's dinner? No, I'm gonna ask her how her day was. How's your day, dear? Terrific. I finally got to do some grocery shopping just like old times and I'm making your favorite. You mean... Yes. Savably. Okay, chat, is now the time to tell her that, like, I just told her any dish was my favorite and I actually don't know what she cooks half the time? Is now one of the times to do that? Do we just nod our heads and go, yes, ma'am? Probably was a classic Holster delicacy. Vegetables and creamy sheep cheese sandwiched between thin layers of dough. Oh, that's, I recognize that dish. I know that dish. That's a real dish. I forget the name of it right now, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I forget the name of it right now, but that is a real dish. What is it called? It was absolutely my favorite dish, especially paired with kebji, a potent, unfiltered wine from Bergia. Okay, cool. A lucky day. What's the occasion? Or did we just kiss her on the cheek? Just kiss her on the cheek. We're going very non-verbal today, it seems. We lift up and hug Deanna. We just kissed the wife on the cheek. Just wanted to cheer everyone up a bit. She smiled faded and she lowered her voice so that Deanna wouldn't hear. Especially after what happened at the ball. I'm worried, Aunt, for you, for the children, for the country. Deanna suddenly appeared next to us. Mama. Yes, sweetheart? I'm hungry. We'll eat in just a minute. Will you help me set the table? Auntie, can you tell Frank to come down for dinner? He's been sulking in his room all day. Monica started taking out the plates while I headed upstairs to fetch my son. Loud rock and roll music echoed down the hallway from his room. 1 second, Chad. When was rock and roll invented? Oh, the 1950s. Okay, so he's avant-garde with this. I thought it was the 60s for some reason. So I was gonna say rock and roll wasn't until the 60s. It's only 54 right now. I'll knock on the door, respect his privacy. There was no response. Knock on the door again. There was still no response. Oh, I was hoping I could just open the door after, because my parents always did a knock twice and then enter rule, right? I'll bang on the door. I'll still respect his privacy. Staring Frank's room clicked off. Alright, alright. He unlocked and opened the door. What do you want? I don't think the neighbors heard. I'm your father and respond by asking you. Hand over those cigarettes and join your family for dinner. Food is ready. Food is ready? Great, I'm starving. I'm gonna be patient with him, you know? He's a teenager. He's also the son of the country's leader. There's probably a lot of stress on him. Table was prepared. Monica was ladling food onto the plates. Come on, have a seat. It won't be as tasty if it's cold. As we started eating, the room went quiet. Monica's cooking was as delicious as ever, but I had the feeling that wasn't the reason nobody spoke. Monica was the first to break the silence. Say, did you know that they refurbished the grocery store? I don't know if you remember the owner. He's been there every day for the past 30 years. Can you imagine doing the same job for so long? What if you were president for 20 years, for example? 20 years of us, I'd be dead. Why not? We could live like kids. I don't want the country to suffer under another soul. Agreed, that must never happen again. Anyway, the grocer really is a nice person. He forgot some extra vegetables with my... Frank suddenly slammed his hands on the table, grabbed one of the plates. Monica, Deanna, and I stared at him. So this is how it's gonna be? We're just gonna sit here like nothing happened? Dad, you could have been killed. Mom could have been killed. Any one of us could have died. The reason against anarchy from a communist perspective is that there's nothing in place such a system to break capitalism to come back. It's like a body without enemy system. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a fair point. That's a very fair point. I haven't considered it that way. I like how no communist, capitalism, class pans, fuck anarchy. Again, I respect the I use AE as my my anarchist friend because I think he's the only person I know who actually is a bona fide anarchist, like ideologically. And I do respect his views. I'd like to point out, chat, we can discuss this stuff as long as we are respectful to each other. The moment it becomes disrespectful is when I just put the kibosh on the conversation. But that is just really funny that it's like communist, capitalist, fuck anarchy. Look, any one of us could have died. Deanna's lower lip started trembling. Monica put her hand on Frank's shoulder. What would you have us do? Yet we are still alive. You will not raise your voice to me on it. No. Frank, you know I would never let anything happen to you or Deanna, even if it cost me my life. I know, but still. Can you at least tell me if something's being done about this? It was really close, Dad. It was one rogue shooter. We were not even the target. But what if we were? Frank, listen to your father. If your father says we don't need the word, then we don't need the word. You have to trust him. Monica turned to me. We all have to trust each other. True. This is what... I can't say it. Let's calm down a bit at the table. We finished our food in silence. Frank got up first and retreated back to his room. Monica lifted Deanna up, plopped her in front of the living room TV before returning to the table. Ugh, TV kids these days. They're worse than iPad kids. Continue my previous message. Sorry if it's incoherent. I'm very EP. I'll give an example. Why does someone cook food? So they consume things they made, satisfy basic need under capitalism. Those needs subordinated to money making. People can only consume if they have enough money. Consumption under capitalism is the means of production. In a rational society, production is the means of consumption because consumption is the reason for producing it. Okay, that is a curious. You're not wrong. That's not inherently wrong. But how do you decide? Like, let's say we move to production for the sake of production. Why would someone produce, let's say, would there be need? Would there, a lot of quality of life stuff? Would there be any need to produce it? You know what I mean? Because capitalism inherently brings in competition, which increases innovation. So I am curious as to whether or not you remove the competition there, what happens to innovation, right? That's my... I'm wording this poorly because I'm trying to do the game and this at the same time, but it'd be something I want to look more into, actually. Maybe in the future. She sat down across from me. Anton, he's still young. I know, but there's not much longer we can shield him from the ugliness of the world. That's what worries me. I made plenty of rash decisions when I was his age. My father would have given me hell for that kind of insubordination. Trying to shield him... Well, yeah, we can't shield him much longer from the ugliness of the world. He's scared, Anton, and frankly, he isn't the only one. I promise, if there truly is any threat to his family, you will be the first to know. Don't worry about us putting more delicious dinner on our table. She got up, stood behind me, and massaged my shoulders for a moment before leaving me alone in the dining room. Sat down at the table and drained my glass of kimchi. Had I been lying that Frank and Deanna was the threat to my family truly over? Probably. Time would tell. Current economy is just a bunch of BS startups rushing to IPO as their investors can make a shit ton of cash. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. In the way investors and shareholders work, that's what I mean when I say we need regulation. I'm not supporting the current system. The current system is broken, but it's not unsalvageable. It's all my argument is. For example, nationalized services. There shouldn't be competition when it comes to services. Think of the mail or, postal, healthcare, stuff like that. I would personally go so far as to even proclaim universal basic income and nationalize, maybe not nationalize food services, but also guarantee, basic needs and rights like shelter, water, food, clothing, stuff like that, right? Bit about competitions that somebody wins. Oh yeah, I'm very anti-monopoly. Friends of monopolies, which are the antithesis of innovation. Yeah, no, absolutely. Anti-monopoly laws need to be upheld, but the issue is you have political lobbying that disrupts the interruption of monopoly laws. For example, one that recently affected me is that two big telecom companies in Canada recently merged. I switched away from one telecom company to a different one, only for those two to merge. Theoretically, in the court, they should have been like, hey, that's anti-monopoly law says no, you can't merge that way. Unfortunately, both telecom companies paid the courts off in order to merge. So, now I'm stuck with the same shitty fucking internet provider that I didn't want in the first place. Luckily, they haven't changed my plan yet. I'm still on my same plan, so they can't really mess around with that. But, yeah, you need to remove lobbying. You need to get money out of politics. Politicians are civil servants. They are not there for self-servants. Which is actually really funny considering the game I'm playing right now. But, yes, that is my main issue, is just get money out of politics, please. Alright, let's see the report, shall we? CSP faction spotlights workers' rights and reports. Alright, we got ATO and CSP. Navigates the Groban capitalist influence of Arcadia and the ATO. Detailed analysis of workers' rights and labor conditions within CSP member states. Member nations span several continents. It states that these nations exceed global standards, with average minimum wage 45% higher and industrial sector unionization rates at 95%. However, it also addresses issues such as the gender wage gap, averaging 12% within CSP nations. The reports advocate for stricter enforcement of labor laws. Alright, one second. I can smell my food just done, chat, so we're actually going to take a quick little break here. I will be right back. Alright, chat, I am back. Sorry about the delay. I am going to be eating in the background here. Do let me know if it's too loud, and I can mute the mic every time I take a bite, but... Let's read some of these reports, shall we? Morelli expresses condolences for Circus. In the wake of Bernard Circus's untimely passing, Prime Minister Alma Sultana, Morella conveyed both heartfelt condolences to people of Sordland. The leader recognized Circus as an influential poet and advocate for millennialist ideas, lamenting his loss as a blow to the literacy and political world. She called for the moralization of Circus's contribution to social discord and reaffirmed Morella's commitment to the ideals he espoused. Is Morella a communist? Quite a loss about the type. I want to ask you one innovation. What innovations have been under capitalism? What do you mean, what innovation? Honey, there has been plenty of innovations invented under capitalism. Do you mean like an individual innovation, or Just name one. I could probably say the telephone. I mean, invented GPS by wire and a bunch of camera stuff. No, but I assume M3 is asking for more like leaning towards like free market ideas. You know what I mean? Because I would argue if it's government funded, you can't really say it's capitalism. Alright, what is the nation of Morella? Republic of Morella. Sharing the borders with the Free Cities in Quinine to the southeast, Ritzia and the Antesian Sea to the east, and Dirdia to the north. Interesting. Things like cars, yeah. Yeah. Cars, too. The conveyor belt. Actually, the conveyor belt... Okay, Henry Ford was a horrible person. I want to preface that right away. Like... But the conveyor belt was an independent invention which did... Not a conveyor belt, assembly line, sorry. True, the matters that a significant amount of research is done in universities, that's true too. This is inhabited by ancient tribes of South Marcopa, who marched to the North Virginian Empire with the rabble of Canali people in the 8th century. Interesting. Sorry, I love the history of this game. I like reading about it as I'm eating here. Sorry. The organization. Okay, what is OMEC? I assume it's like the precursor to the EU was in like our timeline. Alright. Condolences for Circus. End of the day at Maroon Palace. React to the unrest. Okay, we do have to make a decision here. Yeah, because we're pretty much back to where we started. Like, we had a massive economic upheaval, and now we're back to economic downturn again. So you can have a society that has commerce but not capitalism. That's true. No matter how well everyone is, we're still going to complain when eating to see yourselves as garbage copper. That is true. Okay. Back into the game. How do we want to react to the unrest? Obviously, calling for restraint on national television probably not going to do much. Visit affected towns in person will open us up to danger, but might actually be able to help if we can communicate with local community leaders, right? Labeling all protests as traitors isn't going to help. That's only going to exacerbate the violence. And expanding the police force with recruits is not going to help either. Because that's going to put ill-trained police officers onto the beat. Which we've seen what that happens. We've seen what happens with that. You know what I mean? I think we have to visit the affected towns in person. It'll also give us a good chance to increase the police budget, hopefully. Alright, that's all it was? Okay, cool. Oh, 12 news, okay. President Rain talks to protesters. Let's see how it's going. Heavily affected by the protests and riots. Shaken by the death of circus. Okay, good. The sense of powerful measures to Swordish citizens, but the government is among them. Yeah, we're trying to restart Sordland's economy, and the political unrest is not helping, that's true. We might be able to get away with this, guys. We might be able to actually do this. Ooh, rumors of an infrastructure project. We hope that very qualified and experienced companies like Underhull Construction win the bid. Okay, it's owned by the mayor of Conriat, Chris Shower. So Sordland today wants Underhull Construction to win the bid for the railway project. I wonder why that is. Recently, the company sold half of its shares to Walter Tusk. I see. While this breached certain competition clauses, it was largely ignored. God, that fucking pisses me off. Stop violating the goddamn clauses. This is what's wrong with capitalism. Even when you regulate it, people like fucking ignore it and there's no consequences. That's a fucking ad, I know, right? So obviously that's the law. So it seems like Marcel Caranti has no intentions of betraying the Lockerberg group. They completed on time, but violated workers' rights in the process. That's not great. That's not ideal. I would rather not work with a company that violates workers' rights. Excuse me. Sorry, Chad, I'm still eating breakfast here, but... Find a better company? Yes, but this is the one supported by Sordland today. And we need Sordland today on our side. Protesting Grooney as well. Shit. This is... Shit's going to hell. The Ron economy. Buddy, we haven't even started the economy yet. We don't support the excessive form of capitalism. Balance can exist, but the government can support the private sector with government money. Oh, okay, so this is kind of... Okay, so these guys are kind of what I'm after. That's hilarious. Take the needed economic plan and burden on the shoulder of the government. We disagree with micromanagement. Every fin is a society where people need to be able to determine their own future. Decision to be shackled, and it's sad to know that President Rain doesn't think the same. Oh, shut the... Jesus Christ, these people. I put these people in quotation marks. You know what? These journalists aren't real journalists, chat. It's all fake news. We're declaring a dictatorship. Violating shareholder working. Violating workers' credit created and increases shareholder profits. Nationalize Underhull? That's an idea. Because they are the #1 construction company. But a reputable statistics Sordland. Interesting. This was the 11th time the company was selected for top spot in a row since Chris Shower was appointed as CEO. Curious. Curious. I wonder how that happened. Oh! I wonder how that happened. Curious. Political chaos. NFP and LUS call for protests. Oh, that's not good. NFP called a rally to condemn communist influence from the United Katana and called the violent protesters traitors to Sordland. These militivists are roaming in our streets, connected violent attacks in disguise as peaceful protesters. We can't let them exploit a man's murder, said Kim there in the press conference. Did you ever hear of the labor union? Has gathered to contend. Oh, fuck's sakes. Okay. What if we got rid of both the young swords and the red youth? Just wipe them all out. Gang violence claims another young girl's life. Oh, God. It was a reckless act of violence and the victim was not the target. Shooters yelled gang slogans at him on the street before he heard someone fire at least 10 shots. Sources said. He later saw that the victim had been hit and called the authorities. Sources report the local police force of the region is understaffed and overworked, which adds to the current police situation. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's all going to shit. Unrest in Sordland. Real truth behind economic crisis. Begging for food in the year 1954. 1927, never again. Wow, okay, this is, you know, this part's actually getting real. When his tanks rolled and murders took place. True, those tanks did murder a small girl. I remember seeing that. Scrapped the alarm message because it was very inconvenient. No worries. Corruption spotted. Well, yeah, look. Rumberg closes console. This part is dangerous. What if I ignore the internal protests and only focus on the external? Can we just use the gendarmerie to put down the protesters? Just remove both of them? Clearly, these people aren't ready for democracy, chat. You know what I'm saying? They're just not ready for democracy. So I'll do 20 years in power, and then I'll let them try again later, okay? Interesting. Political unrest and uncertainty. Friday or Saturday, many Lac cavers were shocked. Yeah, especially if we're the only ones to have relations with them. That's not great. I really don't want to have to deteriorate my conditions with Rumberg. Alright, end of the day at the Maroon Palace. Sure, let's see what's going on. They're right, but clearly it's done in bad faith. I think so too. Maybe start preparing for the Rumberg and using incoming invasion to solidify national unity. I think that's what we're going to have to do. It worked in Kin of the Castle, it'll work here, you know what I mean? It worked against the Ashmedians. The Rune Palace was finally again somewhat quiet when I returned to my office at the top. I eagerly approached my chair and sprawled out on it. It had been an exhausting day, just like every day since I took office. Okay, we're not going to develop an addiction, so we're going to... Oh, let's prepare to go home. Really need to make some time for my family. Quickly glanced out the window before leaving. Sergei and the guards were outside by the main gate as usual. I heard a couple of knocks on my door. My secretary, Olivia Suno, entered. Mr. President, Mr. Tusk is here to see you. You had a meeting with the Lauferberg spokesman. I'm so sorry for not giving you proper notice. Don't worry about it. So far, being nice and working with people has gotten me what I wanted, so we're going to continue that trend. And see where it takes us. Thank you for your understanding. After a moment, Mr. Tusk swaggered into from... Ew. Excuse me. I'd met Sordland's most prominent businessman once or twice, but never alone. He had large nose, blindingly shiny shoes, and the air of someone who was used to getting his way. Anything to drink, Mr. Tusk? Water? Whiskey? Cognac. Preferably... Cognac. Preferably from before you were born, sweetheart. Ew. I'll check the supply room. Livia backed out of the office, showing me an apologetic look as she did so. She's a good secretary. She made one mistake. I'm not gonna be upset over it. Even if the mistake is fucking Walter Tusk. What an asshole. Am I the only one who pronounces Sergey like Serge? Absolutely. And you got on my ass about pronouncing basil correctly. Serge instead of Sergey. Walter hung up his hat, which I could see was lined with mink. He fixed me with a long, hard stare, then broke into a toothy grin. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm here to congratulate you. We both sat down. My business partners and I wish you a successful term as the leader of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Tusk. I had no chance to save us at the ball with all the panic. But we are very much looking forward to working with you. Likewise. I'd like to build a profitable relationship between us. Curious? That being said, there are some concerns of mine and the people I represent, which I would like to take this opportunity to clear up. I'm listening. The ruined state of the economy in Sordland has influenced everyone. The recession hit all of us hard. Walter pulled out a box of cigars from his jacket, apparently some harder than others. This feels very wrong. Basil is just a silly pronunciation. Corruption. I'm not corrupt yet. I had these brought from Lesbia, the best cigars in the whole continent. Would you like to try one? Now I'm corrupt, because now I accepted a bribe. Large engraved lighter. Now we're talking. A man who knows pleasure and business. Yet. Look, it's the 1950s. People are expected cigar. It was just a friendly gesture, okay? It had nothing to do with my policy. I don't think the cigar is part of the bribe here. We called for an end to corruption and here roars accepting bribes. Being nice has got me what I've wanted so far. I'm gonna keep doing it, and I'm not corrupt yet, being so in the same stream as Wild. Walter grabbed himself a cigar and lit it up as well. We looked out at the city scenery as we both puffed away. I heard that you purchased stock from Armadine Industries in Arcasia. Smart buy. They're developing new gadgets that are going to be profitable. Spend money to make money, they say. Let's see if it holds true. You will be surprised at what one can achieve given the resources of capitalism. I'll buy a couple hundred thousands of shares too to expand my portfolio. Hope the investments pay off for both of us, President. See, that's a bribe. That's actually a bribe right there. Because he saw me buy stocks. And now he's buying stocks as well to increase the stocks to help me. To him, that's like chump change, right? It doesn't matter to him. But to me, with my one personal wealth or business, so that part actually is a bribe. Where is my water? There it is. Time to grab the pitchforks and torches? Not yet. We haven't fully accepted a bribe. He's very much buttering me up. The assassination and the troubles between the left and right are worrying, but the recession is the root cause of these issues. True. We're currently in our Weimar Republic stage, chat. Oh god, that makes me Hindenburg. Oh god, chat, I'm Hindenburg. Oh no! Because I was in the military too. Oh dear lord! I have become Hinden, the very burg I swore to destroy. For us, it's worrying to see that you've decided to promote a planned economy. The recession was triggered by the market reforms of Alfonso, which he couldn't finish due to being heavily obstructed by the establishment. Economics needs long-term strategy and mid-term adjustments to provide growth and stability. Okay, he's actually making sense so far. My father once said, you have to finish what you started. He's right. The system collapsed because Alfonso didn't finish the reforms he started. And look at what happened to him. The high-speed rail investment was a great decision. The business logistics will improve and boost the economy once finished. The intention of the administration is to boost the economy. I do want to get us out of this recession. Roar's not Hindenburg the man, but Hindenburg the airship. The right intention for sure. We can be close allies. The group can help you get Sordland out of the recession. Which will be the key problem to solve in your term, and could even determine your re-election. Let's start with a gesture of goodwill. Soon the investment project contract will be awarded to one of the three main contenders. He pulled a check out of his pocket and stood it towards me on the table. My personal bank details were listed on it with a deposit of 500,000 Swedish ren ready to be transferred. This was 6 months of a president's salary. If the contract was somehow awarded to Underhall Construction, they would not only work hard and deliver, but also do it on time. What do you think, Mr. Rain? Wouldn't that be good? He put his index finger on the check. There was a noise by the door. Livia Suno was standing there holding a tray with a bottle and 2 glasses. I'm so sorry, Mr. Tusk, but all I could find was a 1942 Sauvignon. I hope that's acceptable. She quickly put the tray on my desk and walked out. Tusk eyed her as she left. Remind me to visit your office more often. Now, where are we? Do we have a deal? Can people stop sexualizing my secretary, please? She's talented and she works hard. Like, Jesus Christ, guys. That's what the Justice Minister is for. Take the money and don't do it? No, because that will burn bridges. What we do is we don't take the money and then we do it. Alright, chat? We reject the money. And then we pick Underhall anyway. Because if we take the money, they have blackmail on us. If we don't take the money, but then work with them anyway. At least sell it for more money then? No, we're not... We're not going to take any money. Oh, we actually can't ask for more. I'll make my own decision. Do you think I'm just another corrupt politician? Administrations are built on mutually beneficial partnerships, but I do understand where you stand now. Oh, sir, please say hello to Mr. Caronti for me. He smiled. Have a good evening, President. Gather my friends and prepare to finally head home. As I walked out, I noticed Olivia still there, covering up her typewriter for the evening. But maybe so bold, Mr. President. Did you accept his offer? Of course I didn't. How could you ever ask me that? It's difficult to tell me all kind of dealings that were going on during the Alfonso administration. I wasn't sure if you were that kind of president. I most certainly am not. Make your own decision and make the best choice for the nation. That's the plan, right? If Underhall Construction is the best choice, don't take the money and then arrest this guy. No, because I don't want to upset the group. I need the group on my side. I don't need them to have any blackmail on me. She and I took a moment to look out over the lights of the city, head to the elevators. There we go. We did it, chat. We prevented corruption. Only you can prevent corruption, chat. Only you can prevent economic instability. Pales issues warning over Riesian actions. Okay, what's going on with Pales? Grand Duchy of Pales. It's a coastal country located in South Asia. The only country its borders is the Kingdom of Riezia. Country capital is Port of Pales, governed by the monarch. Culture, people, and languages are deeply intertwined with its Riesian neighbors. Though the official national language is Palin, closely related to Riesian, and sometimes considered a Riesian dialect. Oh, imagine speaking Riz, chat. That'd be crazy. Or a language invented by Volgish colonizers. Riesian and Volgish are also used in administrative and judicial proceedings. Pales first emerged in the 10th century when Count Resna acquired a rocky coastal region in southern Riezia and built the first Resonid-era fortifications, known as Polacus. In the modern-day city of Pales and its surrounding area, Over the centuries, Pales thrived under Resonant and Markian empires, and it became part of the Kingdom of Rizia when it succeeded from the Markian Empire in the 17th century. During the 17th century, the port city of Pales became one of the Eastern Recopa's yada yada yada, bunch of him. I can read all of it. I just want to see why it's independent. 1920, okay. Only you can accept that $500K bribe. True! That was a very hard thing. Congrats for it, was it? I feel like saying no to the money is fine. Unless I die immediately now because of it. Like, just game over. You didn't accept the bribe. Ministry of Defense reports that the situation along the border is getting tense. Romberg's sovereign army was sighted trading close to our borders and did not respond after we issued a radio message. General Kruger reports to have increased patrol duties along the northern border to signal readiness. God damn it. Can we not have international issues for one fucking moment, please? Oh! One of our agents acting as a young stores member had an encounter with 2 members of the local police force in Anrika, Anson Bola and Vic Nazir. According to the report, the policeman tried to bribe the agent to burn down a store that belongs to a known Communist Party member to instigate further violence. We have detained the policeman on charges of corruption. That's actually crazy. Why am I not surprised the fucking police are with the nationalists? Alright, that's the finalization of the contract. That's meeting with Marcel Caronti. And the economic relief plan. Okay. We can do our own Build Back Better budget, chat. Start down on police forces? Absolutely. Alright, sorry, this is my last little chicken nugget here, then we can go back to full voice action. God, I was starving. Population is not the issue, the police are? Absolutely. They're gonna get reformed so hard. And probably, like, defunded. Well, we can't really defund them, but we will reform them. Alright. Let's finalize the L1 railway contract first. We arrived in Anrika by train. After being greeted by thousands of cheering citizens and the local government officials, we headed to City Hall. We were here for a significant meeting about the L1 project. Several construction companies sent their representatives to the City Hall. Gus was the first to arrive. He greeted me with a heartwarming smile. Hello, Mr. President. Good to see you again. Appreciate you taking my offer on the stock investment. Armadine is a very promising corporation. If everything goes well, you'll make solid returns. Thanks for registering. Oh, okay, so we did a little bit of insider trading, I see. I see. We may be a little corrupt, chat, I'm not gonna lie. Pick Freeson, honestly. No, I want to be friends with Gus, because he has good connections. He has a lot of connections. So I need to be friends with him. Okay, and he exported crops, fruits, and everything. Okay, he's the United Fruit Company. Corruption? Just a little bit of corrupt. Instant corruption. We moved on to discuss the details of the L1 railway project. I came by train yesterday and was a little uncomfortable. Besides starting our economic recovery, this project will make the journey here much more pleasant, Mr. President. That's a given. But we'll see improvements in everything from logistics to growth. You made the right choice, for sure. I trust your economic plans, Simon. Glad to hear that. We should be able to slow down the recession if we finish this project successfully. Sure we will. According to your document, many citizens will be employed because of business expansions. What will it take to stop the recession, though? This is just the beginning. We'll need to follow this project with several other economic investments. Which is dependent on our government budget, right? Yes. Then we searched for the documents we were holding and found the one we were... Okay, chat, we're gonna do deficit spending, okay? Bro just dives straight for his first opportunity to do corrupt stuff. It's not that corrupt. It's a little bit corrupt. I didn't accept the bribe. Why aren't you commented that I didn't accept the bribe, eh? I'm picked on for choosing, like, for having a friend advise what stocks to pick up, but nobody commends me for not accepting bribes. I have the overview of the companies here. Simon handed the files over to me. Look at the files. 3 corporations are listed. Sorta State Corporation. That's the main government corporation, obviously. Big 4. Oh, it's the most honorable country in the record, with a long and solid track record of accomplishing critical projects. In recent years, the efficiency of the corporation seems to have dropped due to recession and somehow corrupt management structure. Still considered the safest bet for big projects in the minds of many government officials. Okay. Underhall violates workers' rights, but completes on time. It's imperative we get this completed on time. And Taurus Holden. Cutting-edge construction technology from Arcasia. Reduce construction costs and prices. Shipyard building bridge works and training aircraft painters. Company is known for its great employee perks and high union membership. It's much more open and competitive compared to the usual sort of corporations. They're known for their port expansion project in Benfey, which was completed with half the budget. Alright, also broke down some notes and ideas. Which corporation should we talk about? Tell me about Underhall. It's not accepting bribes as part of the job description. That's not true! Alfonso accepted bribes, why couldn't I? Government borrowing is cheapest when the rest of the economy is sluggish. True. You basically said you were avoiding the bribe, but would do what they wanted anyway. Well, yeah, because I want to work with them. That's not corruption. If they happen to be the best company, I'll pick it. If there's a better company, which honestly, I'm looking at Taurus right now. Taurus Holden might be a good idea here. I am just personally not being enriched because I don't want blackmail on me. I still want to work with them. The real estate construction giant was founded in 1925 and expanded during the economic boom of the 30s. Pick and Vis Corporation would go against our planned economy policy. The CEO of Underhall is Chris Shar, and the mayor of Conriat. Sold half of his shares a few years ago, but seemed very eager about the L1 bid. Took several contracts at the central stage renovation and excelled at it. How was your experience with them? Naval Brave is the company I can trust. They work hard, long, and fast to accomplish their contracts. They'll get this done if we give it to them. Not so sure about trusting them with such a big contract, especially if there's certain issues surrounding the treatment of their workers, but at least they have worked on several mega projects and always delivered on time. We need to be able to trust the corporation. This is a base requirement for the contract. I think their capabilities are very suitable for the L1 railway project. They worked on 2 infrastructure projects in Gelsland and 1 in the Greater Holsword that were both worth 2 billion ren in total. Underhall has specifically mentioned their solid track record and highlighted that they do anticipate to go over budget. But they will finish on time. It's free money, bro. What's he gonna do? Call the police? No, because remember, we said we wanted no scandals during our term. No scandals, okay? We're not Scandalston. Underhall seems interesting, but let's see the others. -2 government budget, yeah. And I need to provide funding to both the military and the interior. Yeah, and I don't quite want to bankrupt the nation. Not when we're still in a recession. Like, I'll do deficit spending to get us out of a recession, don't get me wrong. If we can build fast enough that our GDP outpaces our debt, then we're fine. But Sort of State Corporation. Respected Sort of State Corporation, also known as the SSC, was founded in 1891. The main state corporation tasked with running the day-to-day construction services of our country. SCC is the primary reason why our current infrastructure is outdated. We need more adaptive construction companies. However, this would fulfill your initial election promise of using a state-dominant planned economy to improve the bleak recession situation. They have experience, knowledge, and manpower for a project this size. I'm not so sure about their efficiency, though. There's also the fact that construction times are long, which is mostly due to their outdated methods. Yeah, the lack of a dynamic attitude is disappointing. I have no great admiration for the SC, but their track record clearly shows completed contracts with thousands of employees who have experience. According to the preliminary calculations of the SSC, they would need more resources to finish a project of this size. I like the SSC, but I want to hear about the others. Taurus Holding, tell me about them. Founded in 1946 and owned by the entrepreneur Gerald Fies. It's a new holding company whose subsidiaries use cutting-edge technology from Arcasia. Those provided for their workers who are part of the labor union of Sordland. They're a very interesting corporation, especially because of their innovative construction methods, but I don't think they're suitable for large projects like these. Why should we pick Taurus? Taurus has completed fewer projects than the other companies, however they're slightly faster and cheaper. They won several awards internationally for being one of the fastest growing advanced companies. Seems like they lack the necessary experience, though. Exactly. Why take such a risk now? We need to play it safer with companies like Underhull. They always deliver for a government in time. They'd be able to finish the project with the allocated funding. They're the only company who found the budget sufficient, making them a cheaper alternative. Taurus is definitely worth considering. Alright, chat, I feel like this is going to be an important one, so... It's free money. What's he going to do, please? How do we... is this... I don't think we need a vote for this, but how are we feeling about this, chat? You can just put it in chat which one we feel like. I feel like Underhull, unironically, might be the idea. Just to get it done on time. And this will also appease the Lauferberg group. You know what I mean? Like, it costs the government a bit extra, and it goes against our planned economy. But we need this done on time. SSC sounds decent. Well, they're going to be behind... They're going to be over budget and behind schedule. Is two birds with one stone. That's what I'm saying, right? Taurus is linked to countries... No, Taurus is linked to capitalism. Blue Man, welcome in. How's it going? Workers' rights. Okay, so what about workers' rights? Also, Taurus seems like they have a really strong union. That seems pretty communism to me. What about workers' rights too? Like they can, look, the workers can suffer a little bit as a treat, okay? I'm alive, that's good, I guess. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good today. We're having a lot of fun with this game, honestly. This has been a very fun game. Are these workers' rights in the Rubos right now? You can't use Snomston whenever I say something against the waivers. Also, Taurus is free if I didn't read it wrong. Yeah, but they don't have experience with a project this big. How do I know them saving, like, you know, cutting costs or using their time-saving technology will, like, there's too many good sides to Taurus. I'm sorry. They can't handle a project this big. There's no way they don't go over budget and over time. Can we hand it off to SSC but have Taurus' system? No, we have to choose right now, I think. Like, there's too many government budget is really valuable in this game. I understand that, but we have a cap of -20. I plan on using the full cap. See, minimum 20, max 30. Also, if we can get the max 30, I assume that means there's going to be areas where we can definitely, let me stretch. We can definitely get some wiggle room out of it. Gonna leave, gonna listen to music. Just want to say, no worries, Blue Man. Have a good one. Can you hear this guy? He thinks he can't use snobs to make workers' rights jokes. Thank you for the hydrate, Blue Man. Always appreciate it. I do actually have to refill my water. Alright, here. You guys present arguments in chat when I go refill my water. I'll be right back, okay? You guys put arguments in chat for why we have, for why we should go any direction. I'll be right back. Alright, I see that the only argument that was presented in chat was do a poll, Roar, which I explicitly said I wanted to avoid, so I'll do a poll. I am sad that nobody presented arguments in chat, though. SSC, UC, or TH. There we go. Oh, maybe I should allow votes to be bought so it's to represent lobbying. Have we considered that, chat? What if I let people use channel points to buy extra votes, just so we can represent lobbying? I think that'd be really fucking funny, honestly. Roar go to the polls. True. Oh, alrighty. I honestly am kind of digging Underhaul. No, please spare my rocks of mercy. I'm kind of digging Underhaul right now. I won't lie. Taurus Holdens, I feel like just ruins the game. I feel like Taurus Holdens just absolutely ruins it for us. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that doesn't ruin it for us. Ugh. Too good to be true, sort of. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. He has anything but Underhaul because it does like the bribery. Yeah, but we didn't accept the bribery. We also know what the capitalists do, high-speed rail. True, the capitalists do have an invested budget to get into it. SSC seems like a good shot. They're probably gonna get held up with delays, but sure. Yeah, Taurus Holdens just definitely doesn't seem like it for me right now. I mean, it's free. Can't complain too much about the free stuff. I absolutely can complain about the free stuff. There's no way it's gonna work out. I'm surprised at how few of you actually liked Underhaul construction. Alright, seems like we're going with SSC. Oh, yeah, seems like we're going with SSC. Alright. We'll follow through on our planned economy idea. Good, but we're staying consistent to our economic strategy. Simon signed a certain section of the dossier and fixed his glasses. Very well, Mr. President. Contract will be awarded to the Sordland State Corporation. No hard feelings, Mr. President. At the end of the day, the success of the project is what matters. Company will be notified today, and construction work will begin immediately after. Alright, that's great news. Let's see how it goes. My expectations are that the grand opening ceremony will be late next year. It'll be a pleasure to celebrate together. For now, I'll return to my duties and visit some foreign partners in Rizia. See you soon, Mr. President. Thank you. This concludes the meeting. Alright, attended events in Anrika. It's very rich to attend cultural dance events and hear the traditional Sworders music of the region. That's good. Alright, we need to get that government budget back up, boys. We're gonna raise taxes. Anything to not help dollar store Elon Musk. To be honest, SSC seems like a good shot to me. Yeah, it's not the worst. I know it's gonna be delayed. As someone who is, you know, got in contracts from a crown corporation before, it's gonna be delayed. Yeah, look at that, it's a quarter done, hell yeah. Okay, so it seems like each turn is about 6 months. Alright, 2-year contract for an extensive infrastructure project as part of the L1 high-speed railway network. Nice. Alright, SSC said it could build the line faster than the deadline and at a much lower cost, according to the letter seen by the economists, but Opposition Leader Richter has warned whether SSC build L1 would be extremely questionable. Pass from Anarka and Gelsord as well, connecting the towns of Descat, Anka, and Vectoria to the capital. Foreign Gasum engineers' salaries under scrutiny. Interesting. Significantly higher wages compared to their sorters' counterparts. No way. That's crazy. Give it just expanded executive powers. Interesting. Why would he want that? Does he think he would be able to win an election to do it? The system is just by the NFP. The president would have absolute immunity before the courts, and it is the president who would chair the cabinet. It is not clear yet whether the sedition would spark for... No, absolutely not. PFJP proposal is now that the president should have no presidential decrees might result in the abolishment of the assembly. And take the country to an early election, despite the independents' counter-proposal to give a similar power to the parliament to take down the president. But that detail was not shared with the press in yesterday's press conference. Huh. You don't regenerate budget on every turn in case you don't know. I figured that out, yeah. Because one turn has passed and government budget did not come back. Unfortunate. Risky railway project. Ah, see, so now there's slander in the SSC. Interesting. Very curious. LUS calls for corporate responsibility in Narbo. Katarina Horden. Who is that? Swedish labor leader, politician, and activist of British descent. Okay. And current spokesperson for the LUS. Alrighty. Interesting. It's not just the state's duty to arrange welfare budgets, but a shared responsibility. Okay, I can get behind that. Maybe, you know what, maybe I'm with the unionists on this one. Maybe I was too harsh on the labor unions, chat. Debates for reform are gaining more popularity than ever. Okay, that's good to know. Alright. So look at some of the country codex, most of them have really good flags. Oh, I'd assume so. Like, the political parties also have really interesting flags, too, honestly. Alright, Radical. Workers' Party Solidarity March. Workers' Party of Lydia. Yeah, see, like, the wheat. Absolutely love it. One of my favorite things, because I've seen it recently, where it's like, obviously the hammer and sickle was meant to represent the agrarian and the industrialists, right? Right, the industrial workers and the agrarian workers. But someone recently, I saw one earlier where it was like, so it was grain in a gear, and it was really cool. Anti-union? I'm not anti-union. I'm pro-union. This is Manson Leke, a British member of the Assembly. Alright, and that's the Independent. Yeah, solidarity with Bernard Circus, who is confirmed dead. Alright. Oh, yeah, I like how the codex updates. I like that. Well, this war plot that was set up by the Solist ideology. Wait, what? Will again follow this war plot that was set up by the Solist ideology. He said in reference to the series of conflict and bloodshed. Taking thousands of British lives. When we have all foiled this trick of polarization. Okay, good. Interesting. Okay, cool. Updated from is to was. I did notice that too, yes. Alright. Let's go meet with Marcel Caranti. Motivated head of the meeting location set by Marcel Caranti. I don't need my most confidential and trustworthy team members with me. After a few hours of driving along River Esquil, we took a turn before entering Conriad. Darkness started setting in as we drove up a hill. Where are we, Sergey? We are near in the HOS Country Club, Mr. President. We'll be there shortly. We arrived and the big iron gates of the country club opened. It was huge and outright extravagant. The main building, inspired by lesbian architecture, was illuminated from all sides. It was rather chilly. I was approached by Peter Bechtern and Lucien Galad. I hope the journey was comfortable. The location is very remote indeed. Anything to keep me away from home. Wasn't bad. I was looking forward to this meeting. Yeah, if we're not going to work with the Loferberg group, we have to work with Marcel. That's what I'm thinking right now. Like, we can't... Unfortunately, the reality of politics is that we can't go it alone. And if we don't have the industrialists on our side, then we're going to need the media on our side. Let's get personal. Let's. Enter the building. After opening the marble engraved wooden door, we were greeted by two tall women. The receptionist led us to the meeting room upstairs. Marcel was standing by the window, looking outside the beautiful complex. He turned around to have a quick look at us both. He was a strikingly handsome man with well-groomed hair. He walked towards me with his hand and reached out for a handshake. I shook his hand. He had a firm grip. Alright, okay, now if he just maintained eye contact, he can get the job, chat. Okay. It's such a pleasure to meet you in person, Mr. Karanti. I appreciate your efforts to reach out and establish a mutually beneficial friendship. Thanks for hosting us. I admired your father very much. May he rest in peace. Welcome. Your kind words have touched me, Mr. Vice President. He was indeed a great man. May he rest in peace. He was a true entrepreneur. He would have been very happy to hear this from you, Mr. President. It's time to look forward. Let's talk about our bright future. Why do I get the feeling that he killed his dad? Yes, there's much to discuss. Believe it or not, I've been a secret admirer of your political success. I find your quick rise to power was shockingly well executed. The admiration goes both ways. There we go. Let's butter him up. He's buttering us up, chat. We butter him up now. Rousseau gently pointed at the seats. We sat down around a gigantic table. Before speaking, he knocked on wood. The past months have been tumultuous, to say the least. Glad you and your family were unarmed. That was the French accent coming back out, sorry. Glad you and your family were unharmed at the shooting. The whole incident must have been a shock for the kids. They aren't used to what we lived through back in the late 20s. I still remember when my father took us out of the country when it became too dangerous in Conriat. Alright. They were startled, but the important thing is that they are safe and sound. Of course, that's all that matters. No family should suffer from tragedy ever again. We've had enough of that. Well, I'm known to be a straightforward person, so let me get to the point without wasting your valuable time. During the Alfonso campaign, when I was struck by what you managed to do within the party. Phil's eyes traveled downwards towards one of the paintings. I'm going to look at the painting with him. The famous piece depicted a giant sleeping beneath a village. The trees, rivers, and hills were all part of the giant's body. Its eyes were two caves looking up at the people. It showed daylight on the far left and nighttime on the far right. The giant seemed to be watching the village. It was totally unbeknownst to the villagers. Marcel pointed his finger at me. You said we'll transform this nation, Mr. Rain. My conglomerate has a way of doing things and I don't want them to change. So I want to cooperate with you. The intent is mutual. You might have the people's support now, Mr. President. What happens when you make mistakes? Everybody makes mistakes. What is that supposed to mean? Let's hear his point, Vice President. Being a president in this country means having many enemies. Enemies that would resort to anything to bring you down. True, many such cases. Might as well oil him up too. True, throw him in the petro state. We are a petro state, chat. Throw him in. Throw him in the petroleum. Let's just say these enemies caused a scandal or leaked sensitive information from the administration. These would be destructive once they were released. If they were released. Let's see what you're getting at. You knew that a long time before you came here. Let's hear your offer. I want two things, Mr. President. Number one is a guarantee from you that the Rain administration won't meddle in HOS affairs, no matter what happens. I don't like that. What are they known for? Employed by HOAs enjoy many benefits such as huge salary bonuses, free private healthcare, and free housing. Huh. Okay, now how did Conrad Caronti die? Due to cirrhosis. Okay, so it wasn't poison. Interesting. Alright, so they seem like a decent company. Might have been underhaul construction, at least. Number two is a simple gentleman's favor for the future. Let me prove my services to you first, and I'm sure you won't disappoint when the time comes. It's an interesting proposal. Not just interesting, but necessary. You surely know that this is a win-win situation. I don't like the gentleman's favor for the future. I don't like owing people, especially in this administration. The media will be on your side, strengthening your position. It will also protect my business operations throughout the changes this country will see. What do you think about the solution? My ear whispered. I think it's a good deal. That's right, we still need the media support. If there's newspapers and channels on our side, we can dodge a lot of bullets. The one thing that bothers me, though, is his favorite request. We don't know what he'll ask for. It could be something that endangers our administration. So, do we have a deal? I'm taking the deal. I should have asked Peter's opinion, maybe, but I think Lucian is knows a bit more here, because Peter seemed a little bit against him. Since you know that a story against you will break, please call me and it'll be taken care of. Oh, interesting. Deal's a deal. We will meet again. Goodbye. Thank you for your time, Mr. Carn. Oh, I just got an achievement called an offer you cannot refuse. Oh, maybe I should have refused it, chat. We returned the whole sword. Alright, situation update, media bias. Is that a bad situation or good? I see. But we still have freedom of the press, at least. See, guys? We have a media bias. We don't. It's still independent press, chat. See? Freedom of the press. That's good. We have a little bit of bias, but we're still free. Look how free we are. Paper-specific agendas. Alright, you'll love to see it, chat. Right, chat? You'll love to see it. Alright. Demands emergency to be called. Please, increasing political violence. Honestly, it might be an idea to call an emergency. But let's do the economic relief plan first. Alright, so we know that... I know from experience, in terms of COVID, when we had economic relief plans, Canada provided the good old stimmy checks for people in need. So that it does keep the economy floating. -2 government budget. We still... Shit. Now, in theory, if we bailed out the businesses... The bourgeoisie drop dead stimulus. Yeah, I was gonna say, still free. Yeah, it's free press, I promise. It's only one newspaper that's under our control. How about we recruit the unemployed into the state construction company? How about we recruit the unemployed into the military? We'll provide UBI. It's gonna hurt my budget quite a bit, but it's just what we need right now. We need to do something. Yeah, see, that was green. Okay, good. We're good. We're good. And plus, remember, we do have a lot of welfare. So this isn't the worst. This could be so much worse. You know what I mean, chat? Yeah, we have, like, no government budget. And I don't know how to get it back. One big newspaper. Exactly. That's still free. Positively impacted millions of people. Okay, that's good. Okay, people are making ends meet. That's all we need. That will prevent a lot of unrest. So that is something we want. Funeral of Bernard Circus. Well, he was a friend, right? We served in the Red Youth together. He's also an elected MP. I'll attend the funeral. We have to have a show of solidarity. There'll be some tag acts? Oh, I assume so, yeah, no worries. That doesn't count as a spoiler, I'm free, don't worry. Why have many small newspaper? One big one does trick. So true, driver. Dark clouds were looming over Deer. They looked daunting as our convoy approached the century-old cemetery. Sorry, I'm fidgeting with my water bottle now. Where's my fidget rock? It's quieter. Back to fidget rock. Looked like it was going to rain. Certainly fitted weather for a funeral. Let's lean back. As expected, Bernard Circus has passed and maintained its media attraction, and all of Sordland was paying attention to the ceremony, especially to what I would say in my speech today. So, we have arrived. Sergei, my goat. Raindrops were running down the car window, and Sergei opened my door and held an umbrella over my head. As soon as I got out, flashes from the cameras blinded me. It's okay, Sergei. I will hold my own umbrella. As you wish, sir. He handed me the umbrella and started waiting next to the car with his own. Peter and Carl exited from their own cars in the convoy. They made their way over to me. Anton, Mr. President, just wanted to inform you the perimeter is clear and secured completely. There is no one getting in or out without our knowledge. Good work. Thank you, Carl. Carl bowed his head with respect. Good. If anything happens to Anton, you will have to answer to the First Lady. And trust me, Carl, you don't want that. Peter let out a laugh, which drew some attention from bereaved attendees. I'm just gonna gesture to Peter to lower his voice. No, you're the only one who can make me laugh at a funeral. Fuck it. Fuck decorum. Alright. Started the rain. Several unintelligible voices were heard from Carl's radio. He stepped out to reply and returned shortly. We have a small problem, sir. A few, 5 to be exact, Red Youth members are here to attend the funeral. They apparently said they wish to pay their respects to their fallen comrade. Should we let them in? Do you think they pose a security threat? No, they were thoroughly searched. Looks like they really are here to attend the funeral. Let them in, but put a few guards on them. As you command. That's however, they're about to start. Still can't believe they named the character that leads head of security after a real-life Nazi and SS politician. Well, I have a distinct feeling he might be part of the NFP. You know what I mean? I have a distinct feeling, chat, but things might not be going how we want them to go. Alrighty, let's head over. They're about to start. We walked towards the crowd circled around the grave. Everyone in attendance was wearing black and mourning. The rain started pouring heavily. Bernard's widow and daughter were in the front row, staring at the coffin with a mixture of disbelief, confusion, and above all, a cold, unforgiving sadness. Both of their eyes were very red and swollen from weeping. Before taking my place to observe the ceremony, I gave my condolences to Bernard's wife and his daughter, who looked at me. She reminded me of Deanna. When the religious ceremony was done, I was invited by the priest to deliver my speech. I took the podium. I felt like I had a lump in my throat. I couldn't get the daughter's eyes out of my head. Today, we are mourning Bernard Circus, a father, a husband, and a loyal servant of this country. Towards the back of the crowd spotted the members of the Red Youth, wearing red shirts and black bands of mourning on their arms. They seemed unruly and were respectfully bowing their heads. There was complete silence, except for the sounds of raindrops. Okay, the Red Youth were doing pretty good. Seems pretty loyal, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, does he seem? Oh, you're talking about Carl, yeah. Really? I don't know. I feel like because we're Red Youth, he might go NFP. I'm not sure. He does take his job seriously, though. I'll give him that credit. The Red Youth are potentially more politically reliable. That's what I'm imagining right now. Especially with Bernard Circus, like, galvanizing the nation like this. It's gonna be interesting to see how this goes. Almost entirely. Is it true, comrade? I don't want to make it political. We must end this cycle of violence. Circus had a dream. Okay, we can really use his death to our advantage here. Promise you this, the blood of... Wait, what? Are we gonna dig him up? Circus had a dream of unified Sordland. In these next months, we need to fulfill his dream and band together. Let us all mourn the passing of Bernard Circus and remember him well. There we go. Oh, I can recite one of his poems. It just looks like the do your job, don't question anything type of guy. Really interesting, okay. I'm not gonna recite one of his poems, I don't think. Thank you. Some attendees started clapping, some crying. A couple of minutes, Bernard Circus was with the soil, no more. As we bid farewell to Bernard, I want to close with the words every sword lives by, A Morgna Westcor. Vectorn Sista, victory is close. With applause as I stepped down from the podium, it was time to leave. The widow thanked me with a soft and defeated voice before we dispersed. We back to the car, I still couldn't get the eyes of Bernard's daughter, nor the faltering voice of his wife, but in my head. Would Deanna, Monica, and Frank look the same way if something happened to me? Peter put his hand on my shoulder. That was a good speech. That's only respecting his voice. Okay, so... Okay, we picked the right options. That's good. But his poems are so good, though. Are they? Oh, my bad. I'll have to read them later. Thank you. I made it. I know you did. Come on, it's time to go. Dude, Peter is such a good fucking friend. Like, holy shit. We all need a Peter in our life. We all need a Peter victory in our lives, alright, chat? So much more to do. I realized, but the rain had stopped, and I looked up. Black clouds slowly dispersed, and sunbeams enlightened our surroundings. Someone once said, even the darkness night will end, and the sun will rise. Hope is still on the horizon. We're coming back from this, boys. Plus, whoops. Brief on the current diplomatic situation. I'll worry about that later. Oh, what's going on in Black Haven? Widespread protests, okay. Come on, hopefully we can get rid of the widespread protests soon. Please, we need to get rid of the widespread protests. How's the economic stability? It's still downturn. News. President Rain's last farewell to Bernard Circus. Scenes of compassion, unity, and respect were recorded during the solemn funeral. Let's go, Sordland today on my side as always. President Rain has shown respect and grace by letting Red Youth members enter the funeral to give their final goodbyes to their fellow traveler. Show compassion is what the country deserves in this period of uncertainty. Okay, no, that's good. That's good. That's really good. President Ten's funeral. What does the Economist say about it? Because I don't think we have any NFP aligned newspapers. I think we just like Sordland today is going to be government aligned. Whole Sword Post. I can't tell yet. You know what I mean? Economists may be capitalist aligned, but it doesn't seem NFP aligned. Same with Black Heaven Times. Black Heaven Times actually seems more just about the Western news. Alright, huge crowds of mourners, including President Rain. Never seen your source officials today. Marine Palace. Hundreds of police officers in riot gear on duty and traffic bar to major thoroughfares. The normally chaotic section of the city took on a somber atmosphere. Millennium anthems played from loudspeakers along Freedom Avenue. Soldier citizens of various ethnicities stood shoulder to shoulder, many of them in tears. Others leaned out windows or over balcony railings to watch the procession. Unemployment and checks. The administration has fallen for populism, and the idea that giving people money will solve the problems of the economy overall. It's hard to grasp where these ideas come from, especially when the long-term job growth and employment is what this country needs to secure in order to have a stable economy. What is the plan here? People will be able to pay their rents for a few months, and then it will fall into the same unemployment trap due to a lack of job ability or security. Businesses can't carry all the weight of the declining economy on their own shoulders, and the people employ people without help from the government. Okay, well, if they can't employ people without help from the government, then that means they deserve to fail. I'm sorry, that means you're right. In a free market world, no government handouts, buddy. Economist just seems to be oligarch aligned. Whole Sword Post feels pretty neutral. Yeah, Sordland today, I guess, would be anti-us if we weren't friendly with them. Black Haven Times, I'm still unsure about. Radical is obviously left-wing, and then geopolitics is just about external news. Yeah. Thousands attend the funeral of Circus, I guess. We're all Bernard Circus. We are all millennivists. Okay, let's not go that far. The funeral took place in Deer amid tight security. White doves were released into the air, and much of downtown Deer was closed to traffic. President Rain was among the thousands who attended the funeral. This is a positive indicator that gives us hope that the state might finally be given up on a lynching culture and start to practice self-criticism. Circus's murder has stirred debate about nationalism abroad in Sordland and has been viewed with concern abroad, especially by the millennialist bloc of the East. God damn it. The worst part about this is, like, I'm actually getting frustrated with the journalism here because it's so similar to real life. They've done such a good job of making this realistic because I'm actually frustrated with the fucking journalists. That's incredible. It's incredible that they managed to do that so well. Roy doesn't understand the word criticism. No, true. Get it out of here. Good morning, Roy. Hello, Vanguard. How's it going? We're playing some Suzerain today, and we're having a lot of fun with it. The new administration led by President Rain has accomplished a great feat by providing stimulus checks to help people in need. These started going out as soon as the act was approved by the president himself, and all eligible people in the lower income brackets received nearly 4 months of the average salary on a single day. This was such a powerful political move that resonated very well with the populace. Praise where praise is due. When the people were in dire need of help and suffered, the president came to their aid. Thanks to this action, many who were economically insecure have just received a second chance to bounce back. Help came to the people at last. Just woke up? Well, good morning. It's almost midnight in my place. What time is it for me right now? It is 3 p.m., almost 4 p.m. And we're probably going to stop at 4 p.m. We're probably going to stop at 4 p.m. today, because that'll be 6 hours, and I do have stuff I need to do. Alright, and then geopolitical is still just about the consulate. Okay. Briefing on the current diplomatic situation handed over. The Blue Mansion in Lackhaven hosts us for the important diplomacy gathering. Door opened, and David Whiskey, once a lecturer to me, not a minister of foreign affairs, gently made his way towards my desk. Interesting. And he was the son of Archer-esque Whiskey, who died in prison, right? The founder of the Republic. Helping out 10,000 immigrants of Swedish and British origin while serving as consul general in Lucca, Lesbia, in 1929. He was a respected man in the economic scene in the Markian region. He's been promoting social democracy and human rights. Okay, based. He's based. I'm happy about that. 7 p.m. here. I should probably get sleep now. Yeah, no worries. If you stick around for 30 minutes, you'll be able to catch the end of the stream too. It's 5 a.m. here. Oh wow, Jesus. It's always interesting to me how many people, like where folks are from all over, you know. Gently made his way towards my desk. May I sit down, Mr. President? Leave the formalities aside, please take a seat. Alright, Anton. I'm used to titles, diplomacy jobs, trained oneself. So he sat down, taking care not to aggravate the arthritis in his knees. He's always had an air of gravitas about. Holy shit, limited gravitas air? I'm really eepy, so I'm gonna sleep now. Alright, you have a good one. Yeah, the VOD will be posted. I'll try and get the VOD posted right away tonight so that folks can catch up on the series if it's something they want to tune into. Because I think every Sunday doing Suzerain would actually be really fun. Have a good night, Emperor. He slowly sat down, taking care not to aggravate the arthritis in his knees. He always had an air of gravitas about him, and old age had only served to deepen that. After he settled himself, he regarded me with delight, his blue eyes sparkling. Look at you, Anton, the 4th president of Sordland. What a privilege for me. I remember the first day you took my class at the Air University of Culture. Remember how hard we worked on the Agnolia trade agreement together. Countless late nights at the ministry to finalize. It was an experience for sure. We signed our best trade deal yet with a good slew of trade advantages over Agnolia. It's even somewhat unfair from my point of view. Base, let's go. It's what those Agnolians deserve, chat. Somehow, the inexplicable ebb and flow of life has led us here, to positions where we can change the course of history. Everything happens for a reason, David. It was meant to be. This is our opportunity to shape the future, and we'll do precisely that. Everything happens for a reason. Maybe, maybe not. I don't believe in destiny, but sometimes it feels convenient to do so. So I have to present to you the latest bill I'm working on. The TCPA has turned out to be an initiative that may significantly boost our tourism and cultural industry. This untapped value would help us promote our position internationally. I'm convinced it could also help improve our economic condition after discussions with Ministers Hole and Monger. The GNA factions are supportive too. I really shouldn't have worked overtime hours to get it done, but I really care for the position and value of our cult. He started coughing again, this time for longer. How's your health, David? Oh, I haven't had any big complications except the usual. That's right, heart attack earlier this year. The health complications aren't a hindrance to my work, of course, but thanks for asking. How's the Rain family? Monica is really taken to the First Lady role. As time passes, I realize that more. Family is the most important bit in life. We must take care of them. The door opened. Yosef and Lucian joined us for the briefing as the tall case clock hit the hour mark. Peter, however, was missing. I wonder if he was late from all the drinking he did at the party in Lackhaven. We'll talk more later, President Ray. Welcome, everyone. How was your travel to Lackhaven? A little bumpy due to some turbulence. I arrived via a military cargo plane but landed at Lackhaven International. I took the train. It was a little slow, but I can still recommend it for the beautiful landscape. I also had the possibility to work on a couple things during the ride. From what I've heard, it'll be much faster in the near future when the L1 high-speed railway is finished. Exactly, if all goes well, it'll be one of our major achievements. Well then, since Mr. Vectrum doesn't seem to be coming today, I think we're ready to start. Where is Peter? Where's my boy? Oh no, I smell a Peter scandal. Please, no, not a Peter scandal. My boy. My boy, he can't do this to us. Does he know how much we sacrificed? I'd like to hear about Agnolia. Our brotherly nation to our northeast, Agnolia. They're still diplomatically non-aligned and probably has one of the most democratic systems between our neighbors. Economic stagnation is a worry for them. The primary issue is their heavy reliance on foreign investment from us. Agnolia is our most friendly neighbor. We've been allies for the longest time at the Rumburg annexed Dome. This fact needs to be part of the equation. Dome is right here. Unsurprisingly, the Agnolian Prime Minister, Martin von Hortum, is expecting better cooperation through a new fairer trade deal. It was one of his election mandates. I don't know, Chad. I feel like he's a little too Dutch for us to work with. Hope he has not slept with the secretary. Oh god, I swear to god, if he betrays Evelyn, I'll kill him myself if he slept with my secretary. I'll kill him myself, Gravitas. And then I'll attend the state funeral. Promised to find new trade partners and replace old unjust treaty with fairer ones. During his first years as Prime Minister, he brought Agnolia closer to the west, signed mutual cooperation groups of Arcasia and Lesbia. I see. So he's very democratic. More comprehensive trade deal sounds beneficial. Both sides could gain from it, but Agnolia has more to win than us. They want to protect their weaker industries, which we're profiting from selling our goods to. Additionally, the latest numbers indicate that currently 1 million Agnosorters citizens live in the Egland region of Sordland. It creates a link between foreign policy and our internal affairs. These people have suffered socioeconomically, which led them to crime and other problems. The addition of a relaxed immigration policy was one of Agnolia's main requests, which we already fulfilled. Which is unacceptable. Most of the migrants in our country haven't even assimilated into the Sortish culture, and more won't help. I'm supportive of relaxed immigration. I would rethink this matter seriously because it has great influence on our society and values. We should remember that we promised to keep our immigration laws relaxed in the election campaign. I want to know more about Vogsland. Our cousins of old across the Marquian Sea wish to have good relations with us. As we all know, Vogsland is a socialist republic aligned with United Contana. They're an important regional player. It's also the most significant sea power in almost all of Mercopa. Okay, so it's communist Britain. It's the only country that can rival the superpowers with their navy. We've had hostile relations with them after civil wars in the 19th century, which we wouldn't want to experience again. Recently, the relationship has warmed thanks to Imrich Hegel. As a result, diplomatic talks can be connected in the future. Interesting, okay. Augslandian socialism, marked by structural reforms and a reduction in repression. Interesting. Okay. Up its People's Party. So I mentioned ideological differences with over behind closed doors, or a loyal party figure. I see, chat. You know what? Volkslandian socialism might be reasonable. It might not be an issue as much as I thought it was going to be. How for Art Battle the Rosen doing? We're doing pretty good. We're just working on foreign policy right now. It's not easy to forget about the Great Fire of Conrad. Breaking the ice with Valgsland could be good if we were to rise diplomatically. We shouldn't take any sides between the regional powers. I think we break the ice. I agree. They could be potential allies, in my opinion. The situation in the region necessitates that we find allies. They haven't been in good standing with us for the past 200 years. Recently, they've also joined the Communist Continent Security Pact, subjugating themselves to United Contana. Top of that, territorial issues have been flaring up between Agnolia and Volksland because of the Hazelland Island. The Swedish Navy is very concerned with this volatile situation. 1920 experienced an opportunistic invasion by Agnolian Prime Minister Jonas Blueberg. The Empire of Valgos. Huh. So the Agnolians sold the island to Vogsland, and then invaded it when Vogsland had a revolution. I see. Rivaling even... I see. So Agnolia is complaining that Dome got stolen by them, by Rumsburg, and then they stole Hegeland from Vogsland. That's that Helgi Island represents that source of... I don't know if I agree with the Agnolians on that one. And I will say Vogsland would make a better ally than Agnolia. And now we know that Agnolia will go back on their deals. Out here straight up policing it, and by it I mean my foreign. Especially with also Agnolia's Argentina, I see, Lucian looks slightly worried. Fortunately, billions of Swordfish Ren worth of cargo was transported close to Volkslandian maritime borders in the Markian Sea and the Grey Strait. As this to restore imports and exports in the case of deterioration of relations. The strait is of high strategic value to us. Yosef, the Navy is keeping an eye on the situation from a distance, right? We are actively monitoring the sea routes and cargo ships. For now, there is no immediate threat, but we don't know what can happen in the future. Alright, what's with Wayland? It's tumultuous in the south, as always. Victor Smolak. No, that guy looks disgusting. I don't like his face. Expanded his powers among protests from Wessex people. However, he is quite positive about normalization of relationship between our countries. Curious. Very curious. I like the flag, though. The flag is cool. Despite purging the Wessex communists, reports indicate that they have been warming up to contain international aid. As you know, Wayland's stability was always a concern for the region. But if we want to help them, we must not treat refugees like we did in the 30s. I still can't stomach the inhumanity those people suffered. A trade agreement with them might help us, honestly. A trade agreement with them would improve stability and increase mutual trade. There would be many bargaining chips discussed, but Wayland could be a new partner in the region. We would also invest in stability there. The main goal should be to avoid a refugee crisis like the late 1920s. The Civil War had major security and economic repercussions on Swordfish soil. One of the demands of President Swallow was to tighten our immigration laws, so the political refugees don't escape the Sordland. There been a recent purge that pushed many British to flee to Burgia. It's definitely trouble. Gumrin Outpost has regained its importance due to this. I'm sure you would remember that winter at the border outpost, Mr. President. He was right. I did remember that winter. I remember the despair in the refugees' eyes when we forcefully escorted them back to the Wayland border. It is in our national interest to prevent the formation of a failed state on our western border. Wayland has been increasingly aligning itself towards the Communist Alliance, and now we're point to analyze. Let's move on. Okay. So if we're able to get... Yeah, we definitely can't risk having Wayland collapse again, because that would completely destroy... Like, we can't risk having that unstable. Two important countries remain, Lesbia and Rumburg. Which would you like to hear about first? What's the situation of Rumburg right now? Now it's the most troublesome nation, Rumburg. A constitutional monarchy led by Queen Beatrice Livingston. That is just Queen Elizabeth. And self-proclaimed ruler of all of Northern Markova. Oh, that's crazy. I see. Semi-constitutional monarchy. Her most notable action was the invasion of Northern Magnolia and the annexation of Dome. I see. Yeah. Ah, my rock. Oh. Sorry. Interesting. Gained infamy for selling weapons to both the attackers and defenders during the Wayland Civil War. Interesting. So occasionally faced Republican sentiments and criticism of the royal family, in particular after her reforms which centralized the power in the kingdom. Okay. A highly advised caution and calculated action against Rumburg. Our military must be prepared. The threat is real. They are strong and have the motivation, as well as the means to damage us. We shouldn't give them any reasons to pursue aggression. Rumburg is and always will be a roguelike state. Nothing can be done about them. Take your advice in consideration. States and nations will always try to make up causes belly at reasons to declare war. While Thornborough openly denies such claims, their past and current actions make it clear to us they want to destabilize us. So many rocks have been hijacked. No, it's the same rock. I just pick it up each time. Could you imagine if I just have my rock collection at my desk, and every time I drop it, I just pick up a new one? That'd be hilarious. Weapon caches found by our intelligence agency clearly show what their goals are. Military must be steadfast and our diplomacy valiant. Sorry, I had the cough there. But interesting. So then diplomacy valiant. He also looked stern and full of resolve. The Rumburg threat is one of our top priorities. Roar has a gravel carpet of exotic stones in his office. You can be assured of that. We are always in dialogue with our Rumburg ambassador to make sure a channel is open to resolve disputes. Use their aggressive attitude against them by convincing the international community. Who grabbed the Lackhaven Times newspaper and put his finger on the article about the latest diplomatic incident. Their abrupt announcement about the closure of the Romberg consulate in Lackhaven is yet another step in their escalation. What about Lesbia? Sovereign neighbor is aligning itself more and more with Arcasia. I do love this flag as well. Gravelston. Currently led by Prime Minister Patricio Alvarez. He's a staunch capitalist, I assume, right? Businessman. Oh, was investigated by the anti-corruption force for profiteering. Interesting. Shield himself from legal prosecution. That's crazy. Alright, well at least he admitted to it. They are the jewel of the continent and the second largest economy in eastern Marcopa. Though wealthy, Lesbia suffers from excessive economic inequality. Location 79 million and GDP world rank 5th. Okay, so they're a little bit better than we are. Not gonna lie, they're doing a little bit better than we are. Where's my overall? Where's like my view of my GDP? Journal, no. All right. I would love to be able to see my overall GDP, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Though I typically support lesbians. I feel like lesbia is not a good ally for us. No, why not? Past relations have been great, but during the last decade, their investments in Sordland dwindled due to our instability. Allying with the richest regional nation could be beneficial. Could be, but it would also mean that we draw closer to the Arcasia bloc and near the Arcasian Treaty Organization. Certain about the recession has a lot to do with the rejection of investments. Once they see that money isn't in the picture, they vanish forever quickly because they are capitalists. They have shown a selfish attitude during the Wayland Civil War by closing their borders and funneling refugees to cross into Sordland. We should clear his throat. It'll be hard to see eye to eye, just because we're still in planned economy mode. Completely agree. Lesbia has been for a long time benefited from our old tariffs. They are after exploitation. Hundreds of very privileged oligarchs who invest inside and outside of Lesbia. Some made significant business in Benfi and Valgan. This covers the overview of the current situation. Move on to our trade choice and the response to Rumberg's diplomatic escalation. He was ready to give advice on the new trade initiative. Peter arrived late. Looked a little rougher than usual. Must have been drinking from the last night. Hey there, folks. Excuse my delay. I'm sure I didn't miss anything we didn't already know. You were still supposed to be a part of this meeting an hour ago. Punctuality is important. We're talking about serious subjects here. Do I cover for him? Peter was assigned a task from me. That is why he's late, so let's move on. I'll cover for him. Yes. It went successfully, sir. Peter's tone was more serious. Expect a report on your desk tomorrow. Vice President will be part of the trade delegation, so it will be great to have his input on the subject as well as on the Rumberg incident. Rumberg Council, Sir Bran Harriton, announced the closure of the 120-year-old consulate. Now the diplomatic staff is leaving the city to go back to Fromburg. He blamed the lack of security in Sordland due to the assassination and the subsequent protests. But it's obvious they're making excuses. Bastards, first they close their consulate and then they blame our security. The security situation is under control. They're playing with us. Isn't it telling that other countries are working with us while Rumberg's just cutting more ties with us? The neglect of President Alfonso and the chaos of the elections delayed our diplomatic efforts. Now there are only 2 Rumberg diplomatic missions left in Sordland. One in the consulate in Dare, and the other in the embassy in Holsort. We are accustomed to the usual rhetoric, but this is far more serious. They're playing with fire. Look at what the Wayland destabilization has done to the region. Sordland breaking apart would tear Marcopa apart. My entire career, I have never seen our Rumberg relations suffer this much. The previous low point was the annexation of Dome. Joseph Lancia was furious. He barely kept himself from slamming the desk. There are worrying developments like the smuggled arms and the build-up near the border. Our military must be buffed up to stand against a great power like Rumberg. We either respond to his aggressive act with diplomatic condemnation, or retaliate by closing our consulate in Dome. I want to say that an escalation would be risky this early in our presidency. We should focus on creating a negative image of Rumburg in the international scene. People of Sordland must be protected no matter the cost. I say we respond equally. We have to avoid the escalation. That's the issue here, chat. We have to avoid the escalation. We have outdated equipment. We have experienced general staff. And we have a large reservist pool. We don't have any weapons. All of our equipment is severely outdated to pre-Civil War stuff. So I think we have to be practical here. And we write an official diplomatic response. As you wish, Mr. President, I shall begin work by immediately forming the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Expanding the international stage is key in long-term strategy. We should be reacting more strongly. If we don't confront them, they'll keep escalating the situation. I, on the other hand, am glad that we're taking the more cautious road. There are 3 trade-related topics to address today. What topic should we tackle first? Alright. Wayland and Agnolia. Let's talk about them. Diplomatic response is good, but plan for their invasion. That's the plan, yeah. I'm not gonna try and undersell the threat that they pose. You know what I mean? Our primary goal will be to successfully sign at least one trade agreement with one of our smaller neighbors. We have 2 options with our trade initiative. Starting new negotiations with our old partner Agnolia to the northeast, and forming a new cooperation with Wayland to the west. What's the trade deal with Agnolia? The reason behind this option is more diplomatic and economic, although of course we can't forgo the added economic value. Agnolia is an old ally and a valuable trade partner. The point we're at with the early negotiations is around the steel trade. They're demanding that we buy their steel for a higher price. This is because they think that the deal is far too imbalanced as it is. Their second demand is a privileged access to our agricultural market. We're to fulfill their demands. In return, they are offered a full alliance of Sordland against Rumburg. Having a coalition against Rumburg would prove extremely useful. Obviously, there will be consequences for entering a full alliance, mainly the main issue around Hedgeland. Volksland has clear intentions of taking over the island one way or another, and entering a military alliance with Magnolia will make them furious. I want to state my support for the decision to stick to our old ally Agnolia. Even though I disagree with the demand to relax immigration, we have cooperated with them on many issues in the past. Agnolia is a solid partner for us. David and the President worked on the previous comprehensive trade agreement in the 30s. There's obviously subjects that we'd still need to tackle, like our economies, the trade of goods, and what to do with immigration. It is that this is a good deal, we should go for it. The new Agnolian Prime Minister is trying to improve the existing relationship. The downside is we need to make concessions. In reality, of any trade deal. This is... Okay, here's the real kicker here. If we position ourselves against Volksland, that would maintain our neutrality. Higher price could benefit our own steel industry. That's true. That is true. But I doubt we'll see it that way. I doubt the business magnates will see it that way. I think we want the alliance anyway. I think we need to build the alliance here. Agnolia and Sordland won't be able to hold against Rumburg on our own, but maybe if we can wheel and deal Wayland into the equation as well. We also want to align closer to Volksland, do we? I prefer Volksland, to be honest. I don't know. Agnolia has been our partner over the years. Like, if we get Wayland in on this, we might be able to form a neutral coalition. You know what I mean? Because Agnolia is preference to Arcasia, Wayland is preference to Contana, but if they both become preference to us, we become a fourth power. You know what I mean? We already burned the industrial coalition for them. True. And while they have a strong navy, they have the second strongest navy in Mercopa. I think we could still... If we form a coalition of the Willing, we might be able to get them on our side. Because if we abandon Volgan, we'd be able to get Lesbia. And the biggest issue there is that at least Lesbia is on the continent. Well, I guess we wouldn't make them rich. Lesbia would betray us for money. That's true. I think we have to stay by Agnolia. I think that part, at least, is a reality. We stand by Agnolia. If we hope to create a new agreement that would satisfy all sides. That would be the best outcome. Decide that Agnolia is a good option. Another point is that they have a very democratic system. After the recent elections, the PM has a mandate to arrange a fairer deal with us. Martin van Houten is also an avid supporter of relaxed immigration. Since we said we'll keep immigration relaxed, it will help us. We need to make amends for our neighbors. Ultimately, the decision will be up to you as always. Tell me about the trade deal with Wayland. Dealing with such a fractured country like Wayland has its positives and negatives, although it would be very lucrative in the short term, but a risk associated with dealing with such a country. They're proposing co-investment projects and no tariff agreement. They're also offering oil in return for attracting foreign capital interests from Sordland. However, it's possible there'll be international ramifications of getting closer to a country like Wayland. I see. They have a lot of oil and diamonds. No civil rights, though. And the least favorable area to start a business. We don't need territorial disputes with Volksland in addition to a threat from the rest. I think we can find a diplomatic solution to the Volksland issue. Rumburg, though, we can't find a diplomatic solution. Volksland, I feel like... Volksland wants to get closer to us. So we might be able to negotiate in exchange there. We get the alliance with Magnolia. We might be able to swing an alliance with Volksland as well. Certainly don't support the decision to become friendly with Wayland. We carried their burdens for decades. Their migrants flooded our country and now they're expecting a deal from us. Could prove useful. It's risky, but I think about our influence on an underdeveloped region like that. We could also sell more products and enter their market easily. Simply too risky? Yes, we gain resources and immediate capital, but not afraid of the consequences. Alright, I have to listen to David on this one. I feel like David really knows what he's talking about.
Ruston, I have a message from the field. Rory Rora.
Hey Pathos, how's it going?
Yeah. Rora.
I tend to agree. Yeah, it is risky. If you go forward with a deal when the time comes, there's a topic of immigration to consider. Victor Swack is a known isolationist. Our promise to keep our immigration policy relaxed will not help at all. He plans to represent Western interests to the region. He also doesn't want his political opponents to flee here. Personally, I don't like the idea of getting too close to Wayland. Yeah, okay, I think we have to abandon Wayland. Still think we should give it a try. No, sorry, Peter. We did not promise to align with neither East or West. It's very likely the concern would be more around the deal itself. That's good. Neutrality strategy might ease the tensions of Rumburg, since their primary concern is to strengthen the superpower blocks. The last handful of monarchies in Marcopa are reactive against the influences of Arcasian capitalism and millennialism. We also need to consider the effects of our economic doctrine plan. The fact that we're headed towards a planned economy will have an influence. Good negotiators optimize the interests which make the difference become trivial, while on both sides reach the deal. Very true, Mr. Victor. We have a lot of time to prepare for scheduled visits to Wayland and Magnolia. This gives a brief overview of our current options. The delegation will begin work towards the end of the year. We expect final negotiations and the signs of trade agreements to happen next year. I'm very much looking forward to visiting Stylport and Reklawitz? I'm not sure how the Polish WR works. With party animals like David and Simon, haha. Peter laughed. Joseph narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Alright, I'd like to know more about Ritzia. The nation itself of Lesbia is a centralized constitutional monarchy led by King Romus Taurus, the grandson of Queen Liza Taurus the Great, and the son of King Valero Taurus the Frail. The kingdom is a developed nation but wielded considerable influence in southern Marcopa before the reign of Valero. The country has lost some territory due to internal strife. The Alfonso government signed vital trade agreements with King Romus Taurus, benefiting both nations at a time of need. Attempts at further cooperation stalled out due to the king's blood ties to Rumburg. What exactly are these blood ties? In the 1930s, King Romus married Princess Lena Livingston, the youngest daughter of King Alfred Livingston II, sister of Queen Beatrice Livingston. It was a political marriage. Watch there be a way to flip the board and get friendly with Rumburg. Honestly, friendship with Rumburg would be incredible. That would solve all of our problems, economically and security-wise. It was a political marriage that benefited Riza, helping save it from downfall. The two nations are close, to say the least. Taurus and the Livingston family should be considered allies for the time being. However, from a practical standpoint, They are too far from each other to provide military support. Both countries are also part of the worldwide network of monarchies known as Grace. The framework is mostly financially and politically motivated due to pressures on liberalism and democracy. Oh, my rock. Anti-lesbianston? No, it's not anti-lesbianston. Oh no. Oh, this is not helpful. All these kings and queens disagree more than agree, but they're forced to tolerate each other's differences. Imagine if Caronte and the SBC cast the world's remaining monarchs in a soap opera. I'd watch the hell out of it. Let's stay on point, though. Open the pocket. We should knock on the table. We should be more concerned with reaching to his pocket. Actually, a friend of Gus called Rusty. Give me this beautiful piece of full red and gold coin. They say it helps you find love. Oh, we're like so off topic. Let's move on. As you wish and thank you. Made sense. I know reading for the achievements there was there's a different collection you can get here and there. But I'm not entirely interested with the collection right now. Sister competition for all to find fair Canadian maids. What are you on about, Pathos? Let's discuss the deal pitch and what's on the table. From what we've gathered, there's no clear offer yet. The interest clearly seems to be more control over the gas produced and sold in Sordland. I expect this must be related to the recent tensions on the coast of Pales. Mr. Monger is working out the details to get more concrete headline terms soon. Of particular interest are the gas fields in the Narbel area of the Nargis region. That's related to Gasom operations. Gus has ties to the people around that corporation, even though there's another CEO. Even though there's another CEO, Alfonso is still chairman. Interesting. Gasom is a private corporation, but limits our control over any foreign investment. Tarquin Sol's Energy Protection Act of 1932 specifically limits the purchase of Sordish Energy Company shares by foreign nations to 10%. That's not bad. Alfonso adjusted this law in 1948 and increased it to 20%. Anything above that requires us to change the Energy Protection Act. Ewald holds most of Gasom's cards in his hands still. We never campaigned for him back in the day. He wouldn't have gotten USB leadership without us. Oh, good when we handled the transfer of power within the party diplomatically. I'm sure he'll be more open to talk. Yeah, so many people in the party approached me and praised our course of action. They thought the USP was fresh enough and didn't need further attention. I wouldn't be surprised if Alfonso would be willing to concede more due to this fact. I'd still be wary of his and Mr. Minger's intentions. Diplomacy is the way, 99% of the time. We should pull out a pen and take a few notes. He coughed a bit and then continued talking. From our diplomatic channels, we can tell that Lesbia is still very interested in Sordish petrol, whereas Rumburg wants more gas resources. As a sovereign nation, we must protect our resources. Our initiative of independence is part of our national security concern here. Gasom handles most of our gas production. Keeping close control over critical resources is in sync with our planned economy strategy. Very glad you have chosen a Sordland-centric pack, Mr. President. Okay, good. Josip was like not disagreeing with a lot of what we chose, but I'm glad he's back on board here. Because we can't have the military divide over us. Peter's just here for the fun of it, honestly. Peter's just having a bane in time. In theory, centralization works, but at least little room for outside help when internal conditions are dire. If Rizia wants to buy more than 20% of shares without better protectionism laws, then the government can step in to make changes to the EPA. I wonder. Yeah, okay, it's part of our autarky plan. I want to maintain autarky is the issue. Precisely, we don't know if this will be the case. There's a scenario in which they might invest within the EPA limitations. We just have to hear more before weighing the options. They never revealed much about their involvement to me, but I always had the feeling that Alfonso's crew was more linked to Gasom than they seemed. I have information that the CEO that replaced Alfonso is a loyalist. Alfonso is still chairman of Gasom and de facto key figure. Additionally, National Business Council chairman Mikhail Avin, that's a new guy, and Mr. Gasmacher have shares in the company and preside over the board. I see. He's agno-sortish, not bad. Oh, alrighty. Power structure behind the scenes shouldn't matter much to us. Shareholder links raises question regarding Alfonso and manager's motivations. Affluent swords don't stray far from each other. With that, similar circles, similar educational background, companies, half the oligarchs are from LBS or Harcard. Any further comments, esteemed cabinet ministers? Room went silent and no one stepped forward. It was noticeable how much people respected whiskey. He carried the soul of Sordland as a symbol of the past. I think this summarizes all we know and what we stand to gain, Mr. President. What are your thoughts? I actually do look favorably towards a potential investment from Resia in the Sordland. We need all the, like, as much as we want to do planned economy, we do need foreign investment right now. And then we can always nationalize it at the end if we need to. Once we have achieved autarky, then we can, like, worry about nationalization, right? So we'll have all the foreigners invest in us super heavily, and then we just go yoink and nationalize that shit. Is this recommended? No. Is this even considered a good idea? Also, no. He's going to die of old, isn't he? They won't like the yoink? They don't need to like the yoink. Only we like the yoink, chat. And will assist in analyzing the political implications, Mr. Whiskey. Thank you. Support staff and I will be working towards the next step soon after receiving more contacts from Mr. Monger. Our ambassador in Poit-de-Joison is in communication with Lorento Esquivel, the Resian Council of Foreign Affairs already. Oh, that concludes our meeting, Mr. Rain. See you later, gentlemen. I'll take my leave then, sir. Meeting concluded and the team dispersed. Our diplomatic action plan officially began. Alright, there we go. That is... Oh, assignment started. Damn, okay. Alright, still more protests. Young swords. Picket line, CPS and LUS picket line. Tourism and cultural preservation. Oh, the bill is passed. Nice. Section 1 focuses on the cultural elevation of these cities. Absolutely, I see we pass this. Why would we not pass this? And Vineyards of Bourne, yeah, absolutely. Because whenever we wanted to invest in Bourne. Oh, that cost government budget. That's why we maybe didn't want to sign it. You know what? That's fine. We gotta spend money to make money. I gotta do. I ran to the yoink. Look how bad it went for them. Budgetston. Look, the budget will balance itself. Okay. Repeal proposal. Independent MP Manson Wick was put forth to repeal Energy Protection Act in 1942. Honestly, it might be an idea. I think we have to maintain protectionism though. We'll see what the GNA comes up with. I have no intentions of going against the GNA is the issue. Alright, Young Swords. The connections to local government. We can investigate. Interesting. What a weird time to claim that. The communists and labor unions are protesting against Gassom. That's not good for what essentially is becoming a petrol state. Interesting. Okay, not what we want to see. Communist Party and the labor unions set up a picket line in the city. Interesting. That's not great. Lieutenant unveils comprehensive Iataki plan for Rika's infrastructure. Oh god, okay. Interesting. So it seems like quite a few places in Rika are becoming communist. According to the counter narrative to ATO's capitalist expansion exhibiting the efficiency of the CSP's socio-political model. Curious, even. Maybe start bringing gas on with the national control. I think that's something we're going to have to do. Leading the diplomatic mission. Yeah, it's currently leading the diplomatic mission. Alright. Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act. That has tourism industry booming nationwide. Hell yeah. Okay, that's going to be good. That's going to bring, hopefully, more money for taxes. How are we looking at economy state? We're still really in the gutter. Shit. Brief on the results from the reform committee. Read the reports. Green bill. I don't know if... We should have a green bill going forward, especially for the tourism industry. Because if I say no to a green bill while we just signed the tourism industry, that means all our tourism in Gurney is going to be ruined. And that's one of our big area for... Seems to be too much shady shit already going on behind the scenes for my liking. Yeah, honestly, I agree with you. Anyway, I think we will stop it here and we'll pick up next Sunday. So in the meantime, let's go find someone to raid. But yes, chat, that was the start of Suzerain. I actually had a shit ton of fun with this so far. I'm not going to lie. There we go. Here, I'll stand up here while we wait. I've had a shit ton of fun with this. Like, this is actually so much fun. As both a game and just as a narrative experience, working, like, you know, talking with you guys about it. Alright, there we go. We saved. But yeah, what do you guys think of the game so far? I'm curious. What do you, 6-hour stream? Yeah, I'm going to be ending early today because I got plans today. Also, Arrow, you missed it. Drivers came in here earlier and got to brag about how they played Lancer, and I said Arrow could never. No 8-hour stream since Sag. I just don't have the time today, sadly. I've been so busy offline lately because we have a lot of events coming up in the future. So I've been busy doing all that. Yeah, I really could never. True. You should get a game of Lancer going sometime because someone I thought was my friend betrayed me. Oh my god. All right. Anyway, let's go find some of the raid, shall we? Any suggestions as I look for my ever-growing list? Ooh, someone's streaming from the depths. Stren VT. Continue to design a new vessel. You know what? Let's actually go see what Stren's up to. I found them the other day when I was browsing FTD segments. Chairs really do deserve to be shut up by their ankles. True. I was a traitor to the Lancer cause, unfortunately. But yes, as always, thank you all for joining me today. It was a great time. If you stick around for the raids, you will be able to get extra channel points, which there's going to be a lot more functionality for channel points soon. Peanut butter hair would touch the floor, both. Byston, good politic one. True, that was good politics. But yes, aside from that, tomorrow we'll be doing some more From the Depths, and then we'll decide what we do after From the Depths. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I feel like after From the Depths session, I always feel really tired compared to like Suzerain, which I can go for 6 hours, whereas From the Depths I can only do about 3 hours, just because the creativity really takes it out of you. Whether we do Dwarf Fortress, Sons of Six, or something similar of that caliber remains to be seen, but it will be fun regardless. Aside from that, I've been Roasting BT. Hope you guys all have a wonderful day, and bye-bye.